Either way, tap that screen.
I'm gonna run one more since we just got started. Let's see. We're gonna do one more. Welcome in everybody. Y'all know what to do. Gotta make TikTok.
Thinkers got you thinking that what you think is thinking. On and tap that screen, keep the lights stacking clean. Tap, tap, they keep running, come back. Get this knowledge, don't act like you don't get it. You don't thinker. Tap, tap, tap a 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 thinker. Let's go. Pull up on the panel. Don't use the comments like camel. You can hit them with the Hebrew, making all these arguments see through. Break it down and pack it up. Crash out, come in, grab your cup. Tap in, watch them tap out. 3, 2, 1, crash out. Tap out. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Tap in, don't tap out. Ayy. Tap in, don't tap out. Ayy. Go. The fuck.
Hey, I thought the nerd one. That's my favorite one. I swear.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I thought the nerd one was my favorite one, but that one, man, it make me feel like you're in a club. What's up, YouTube? I know y'all probably trying to figure out why the fuck is Think Alive at 2:00 in the afternoon, but also quit.
Ah,
Also quit. Didn't have nothing to do. Me and feet off today. Bored. Sitting around bored with nothing to do. So here we are. Go ahead and smash the like button. If you're not following us on YouTube, make sure you go ahead and do that as well, so you can catch the replays. Share with your family and friends so we can get more conversations in here. That's the only way, y'all, that we're not going to get the same people over and over again. Y'all got to tell people about the streams. So I don't mind if you screen record from the YouTube. If you screen record in here and post it on your social media, I don't mind. If you use the voice, like if you make a sound and just play the video so people can hear what we're talking about in here, that way we get more people in the room. That's the only way we're gonna reach different people and have different conversations with different perspectives. But if you need to go back and catch the replay, you can do that at Arch Thinker on our YouTube. We almost at 6,000 subscribers on YouTube. So that's what's up. Thank y'all so much for this shit. Damn, we're at 221 shares already. That's what's up. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and open the box. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, and the guest box is open today, since we're doing the early live, we'll open it up 21 and up
oh wow.
today. Not 18. Some of y'all be playing when like talking to 18-year-olds. They just get on my damn nerves. I can't do it. Y'all got the patience of fee. Instead of saying the patience of a God, y'all got the patience of fee to be talking to 18-year-olds about this shit. But I will do 21 and up. Look, Black Dragon is like, why the fuck you go and do that, Thinker? Because it's an early live. It's an early live, and our regular listeners are either at work and don't know we're live. That's the only reason. Yeah, so we'll see how that go. Pink Ruckus, I see you in the guest request box. I don't know if you're in there on purpose or not, but please let me know that. Helios, hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Just curious in your background, what makes you feel that way?
One second. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, yeah, I'm a new Christian, yeah.
A new Christian? Okay. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
34.
Okay. So before I begin, I will let you know that you have two topics that you can choose from. You can choose from the one that you started to talk about, but we also are talking about these female spirits that the church preaches about, like the spirit of Delilah and the spirit of Jezebel.
I don't really know anything about that, so.
Okay. That's interesting because they're involved with your God. But go ahead and tell me whether you agree or disagree with the prompt and why, and then we'll get into the
Oh, well, I'm
discussion.
just asking, like, what do you like? What is
Whether
your
you agree or disagree, and then why.
like from my presuppositions? I would disagree, just because I don't know what standard you're using for what worst is.
It, what do you mean? Is the worst thing that ever
That's why
happened to?
I'm asking you, like, what is your standard for worst? Like,
I don't know. What do you
what do you
mean
mean?
standard for worse? What do you mean? Like
Like, do you have a
the definite?
standard for
Like
what
hold
is
on. Listen,
bad?
I don't do feel broke. I don't do feel broke bullshit in here. Okay. I don't
It's
sit
just
back.
asking, like,
Hey,
what
hey,
is bad
Hey,
Helios,
is
Helios,
so
calm
hard.
Helios,
down.
Helios. That's
Let's
what a
get it.
discussion is for, right? I'm not going to do feel bro BS and argue about the
It's
semantics of
just asking
words.
what is
Hey,
worst
hey, hey,
mean.
hey, hey, hey. Either
That's too
tell me
much work.
whether you agree. Yes, it is too much work. It is bullshit. It is a waste of time.
So
And I'm
asking
trying to tell, yes,
is
I'm trying
bullshit.
to tell you that. I'm trying to tell you that it is too much work. It is a waste of time. It is foolishness. Now, either you tell me why you think your Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to humanity, or why you don't think he's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or get off the stage.
I mean, did I say it was the best? I'm just curious on
I
you're
said
making the claim.
or. I said or.
You have the
I said
affirmative.
or. I said
You
or. I said
you have the
or. Either
affirmative.
tell me why you think he is the best or why you don't agree he is the worst or get the fuck off my stage.
You're making the claim, you dummy. You are
Okay,
making the
bye.
claim.
Bye.
You're a dummy.
Bye.
You're 34 and a new Christian, you dumb fuck. Like, what do you mean? What? You're proudly
Fucking
proclaiming to
dumb.
be a new Christian at the right age of 30 the fuck for. And
I mean,
she's dumb?
Jesus is the truth. Jesus is the way. I'm Catholic. He is truth.
Okay, cool. Hold on. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Oh, 25.
Okay. And you have two topics that you can choose from. You could talk about that topic, or we could talk about the spirit of Jezebel and the spirit of Delilah. Which one?
First one sounds a little bit more interesting.
Okay.
I like Jesus. He's cool.
All right. Okay, cool. Now, tell me what your thoughts are on the topic, if you agree, disagree, and why.
Well, I believe Jesus is the best thing to ever happen to humanity, in which he literally died for our sins, came back in 3 days, because he made the ultimate sacrifice of death and overcame death. There's nothing more after.
How does that help humanity?
Because we're sinless. We're no longer we're not sinless, but rather we don't have to atone so anciently by sacrificing animals anymore, or having to atone so in a barbaric way, or of the Old Testament.
But how does that help humanity? Like
I just said how it does. We
I
pray for atonement by Jesus
Derek,
Hey,
Christ, and
damn,
he
what is
died for all
wrong
of our
with
sins.
y'all sinless motherfucking Christians? Like you don't know how to have a
We
fucking conversation, motherfucker. Do you see
but
how
you
I'm
said
quiet?
that.
Do you see how I'm quiet when you talk? When you talk, I'm not talking. Give me the same fucking respect. How the hell do you plan on having a conversation if you fucking keep cutting me off every time I open my mouth? God damn.
So what is
I'm
your
trying to
response?
hear your lies. I can't concentrate on your fucking lies because you are actively lying.
So what did Jesus do to you then? What?
He created you, Derek. He created you to get up on this app in 2020 fucking 5 and say some bullshit and piss me the fuck off.
So you agree that he's in power then?
I don't give a fuck if he's in power. He's the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Are you fucking listening?
But he's the best thing. I just said why he
That's
is.
what you say, but you won't let me get into a conversation with you about that shit.
So say why he
Calm
is.
the fuck down. Calm the fuck down and let's have a conversation.
So why isn't he the?
Calm the
bro.
fuck down and let's have a conversation.
She was talking before you cut her off, so that means stop talking.
God damn. I'm trying to understand why you are saying that not sacrificing animals is helpful to humanity. Like, it doesn't matter if people sacrifice to atone for their sins or if they just say, God, forgive me, they're still doing the same shit. They were atoning and sacrificing animals for committing adultery back then. They commit adultery today. They were atoning and sacrificing animals for committing murder. They commit murder today. What the fuck does the change in how you ask for forgiveness have to do with humanity? How does that make humanity better? Why does that make your
Well,
Jesus better? Because in my eyes, Derek, all it does is allow you all to hide your fucking sins and just continue to do the shit, and you forgive yourself.
first, are you finished speaking? Like just that first, so I'm not interrupting you. Ma'am? Okay. So the reason why he is, well, the truth and why he's a good thing to happen to me, I mean, is because, hold on. Can any of you guys hear me? I can't.
We can hear you. I understand you all don't know how to have conversations. You're not used to people actively listening to you. I am listening to you speak.
Oh no, okay. I'm just making sure everyone is listening and I'm not interrupting you. But the reason I say so, like, I
I
like
hear you.
what I'm saying is number one, there was us sacrificing animals for the absolution of sin, and then there was crimes being committed, and the Old Testament being the law back then, we would have to do certain things that would be considered now barbaric because the weight of sin on humanity was so big. Like, for example, if you had like it was an eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. It believed in a very equal type of thing where, like, it was a net loss for everyone if, let's say, if you did lose an eye from someone taking it. I'm using this as an example of how it would work in itself. So first it would, like, you lose an eye and then the other person loses an eye because they took yours. But there's an equal loss in there. But then when Jesus died, this means that we as people can now be forgiven of our sins without having to be what I would say barbaric towards one another, or be like that of of sacrificing animals, because sacrificing animals now, or rather just casting them out as they would in ancient Israel, like now we have forgiveness from Christ, aka the Son of God, and God as the Son in the Trinity.
So instead of, I heard several things, okay? Instead of sacrificing animals to ask for forgiveness, you can now fry them up and put them in your stomach and shit them out. And instead of,
Nope.
I'm sorry. Do you see how I sat quietly while you talked? Now it's my turn to speak.
It's a bad habit of mine.
You're
Apologies.
going to have to fix that. Pray to Jesus and ask Jesus, right, to give you the power that he's in right now to help you be patient while I speak.
Would you pray with me?
Ask Jesus to mimic me. Can you do
No,
that? No. Be quiet, Derek, and ask your Jesus to copy me.
but I don't want to. I don't want him.
Then
I
get
would
the fuck
not
off
have
my
a
stage.
Jesus that would be like
Tell
me.
Jesus you failed today and get the fuck off my stage.
Well,
Derek.
you fell a lot.
Okay, get the fuck off my stage.
No, you would have to kick me.
I did.
I bet he thought he was gonna do something with them.
Liv,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Um, I'll go ahead and allow it. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a pagan, but I also grew up in a Christian family.
Are you deconstructing from Christianity?
Yes.
Or the belief in the God of the Bible? Not necessarily Christianity, but the belief
Um,
in that God?
it's just kind of like a 50-50. I would say, like, responding to the question on screen,
Wait,
I
I need
think
to know
that
if you qualify for the conversation first. I don't just talk to everybody. I'm trying to figure out if you qualify for the conversation. I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that specific God, or atheists.
I do, like,
You said her
believe.
bio said 19 at first and then she changed it to 20. So you're lying
Mm,
to me about your age?
no, my bio has always said 20.
Uh, I don't know. Yeah, multiple people are saying your bio said 19 first. So I don't normally talk to 20-year-olds. I'm going to go ahead and take you down, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Jonathan. Why I
Hello.
have to cuss out two motherfuckers? Hold on. I'm like literally pissed because I've had to cuss out two motherfuckers as soon as I go live. Why?
And unnecessarily so too. Like neither of those needed to happen.
Exactly. Like that's ridiculous. Jonathan Cortez, how old are you?
24.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
man.
what? Yeah, what?
Shut your nigger bitch ass up, ho. You a slut. Kill yourself, bitch. Fuck you talking about, yeah, what? Yeah, nigga. Yeah, what, nigga? Smack the shit out you, bitch. And I'll kill your daughter, ho. Little ass bitch, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Watch your mouth, bitch. Hey, you mad. Don't say shit, nigga.
Y'all weak as fuck. Like y'all come up here and you think that I'm gonna react to your dumb shit. And then on top of that, you're black. Like I can tell you're a black a little black boy with no motherfucking talent. And probably should be in fucking school or doing some goddamn homework. And this is like motherfuckers that come up here. Yes, he is. Motherfuckers that come up here and say shit like what he said. These are the same motherfuckers that can be radicalized online. Like if somebody can convince you to do that shit, like there are black Hispanics. If a motherfucker can come up here and convince you to do shit like that online for money, you can be radicalized online and be the motherfuckers that would go into a school and shoot it the fuck up. It be you dumb little motherfuckers that can be convinced by ignorant ass adults to do dumb shit like that. And then your stupid ass came up here and threatened to kill my daughter. It's streamed to YouTube. It doesn't go away. All I have to do is send that shit to the FBI. They gonna clock your motherfucking ass from your IP address and you're gonna go to fucking jail because I don't play about my goddamn kids, you dumb motherfucker. I'm just gonna let you fucking know that. You threatened to kill my daughter. You're going to go to jail. It's not a fucking joke. You let a dumb motherfucker convince you to come up here thinking that somebody was gonna fucking laugh with you, thinking that somebody was gonna fucking argue with you. I'm not. You're gonna go to jail. Stupid motherfucker. Exactly. That's literally a felony. It's not harmless.
So,
I'm not
yeah.
talking. Hold on.
My fault.
Y'all young motherfuckers out here ruining your life for some dumb shit. Hello world, how old are you? And I'm not finna play games with you. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Why are you laughing?
I'm not.
You do have a smirk behind your words. Why? You
I'm
think what
always
just
I'm
happened
always
was
a happy
funny?
person.
You think what just happened was funny?
Nah, not really. That was unacceptable. But I was gonna ask. I seen the photo, and yes, I'm a Christian. I was gonna ask you.
I don't answer questions.
Okay,
Address
my
the
fault.
topic.
What's your question?
I don't have questions. I don't answer questions. Address the topic. When you come up here, is to have a discussion about the topic. You can either talk to me about the
Okay.
topic here, or don't ever cut me off while I'm talking. Okay, don't ever do that. I don't know
It
who
seemed like
taught
you're an
y'all. I don't
atheist.
know. I am very atheist, and I'm very angry.
All right,
I'm
I could
very
tell.
angry because you all are some of the most rude,
Why
unlikable
is the
humans
seeing
on
he's
the
the
earth.
earring?
Like y'all are rude as fuck. Like there is no fucking way that I don't understand how anybody would want to worship your God. Y'all are rude. Y'all are childish, immature. This is why your Jesus says that the only way you can get into his kingdom is if you act like a child, have the mind of a child. And that's what y'all are. And it be people like you that allow harm to continue on this earth, that excuse the shit, ignorant ass people that vote for the shit. And those and the motherfuckers in power love people like you because y'all allow them to continue doing what they do. I am angry. You don't have to type she's mad. I'm fucking telling you I'm mad. You don't ever have to fucking guess when I'm angry. You will
All right,
know.
is it time for me to speak or no?
No, get the fuck off
All
my
right.
stage. You've already pissed me the fuck off. I'm not here to play with y'all, with your kids. I'm not here to play with your kids. Go play with your mama. Go play with your friends down the street. You're not gonna fucking play with me. Liv, get out of my box. I done already told you no. Glitter, how old are you?
I'm up by mistake.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day.
How did we get on annoying teenagers out of TikTok?
Cause it's the middle of the day. I don't ever go live at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Royal Prince.
Hello. Y'all done
Hi,
got
how
me a
are
little
you?
scared.
How old are you?
I'm 54.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I believe in Jesus and of Jesus in the Bible.
All right. There are two topics that you can choose from. You can talk about the prompt, Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, or we can discuss the church's Jezebel Delilah trope. Jezebel spirit, Delilah spirit trope. Which one do you want to discuss?
Okay, please tell me you said the Lila trope.
Delilah or
Oh,
Jezebel?
Delilah.
Yeah, or Jezebel. Like we could talk about
Okay.
that pertaining to the church's idea of that and how they've used that in
Both
society,
of
or you can
those are
talk about the
interesting.
topic. Which one?
Both of them are good. Um, I guess we could talk about the Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. And could I say something to
I would
what's her
rather you
name?
not. I would rather you not.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If you can address the topic, please tell me if you agree, disagree, and why.
I disagree. Um, Jesus came on the earth to carry our sins, well, to remove sin, so that we may have a chance at eternal life. Um, I don't think. No, I know Jesus is the best thing that could have happened to humanity. However, the way things are going now, we all know that Satan is the ruler of this world now. Same issue I have Christians that don't act like Christians. And yes, they absolutely Christians, some of them can be really rude because they've lost their way. Jesus has commandments that he wants us to follow. And if humanity followed them, it wouldn't be all this that's going on now. Jesus didn't create sin. God didn't create sin. However, he's letting it play out. So the whole thing of things that's going on here, all these evil ways and the way people are, is because there's no more order. No one is doing what Jesus said to do. God said to do. And that's why you have the people that get online, they're real rude and ignorant, and Christians have lost their way. Period. We're human. That's what they do. A lot of us Christians, we have issues with the same thing. I don't like what's going on in churches either. I don't like the way people, that's why we have a big falling out, a big falling away in the churches. That's why you have a lot of people that are now atheists that once were believers. It's because of how humans that say they are in Christ, they don't act accordingly. So that's a big problem. And I have that issue with fellow Christians as well. He was the best thing that happened. but we don't want to follow. We don't want to follow law. You have these new adults. These young adults. They're so rebellious. They don't care about anything. They all feel entitled. They don't care how they treat people, and that's not the way. That's not God's way. But like I say, the devil runs it. He runs this world. You can't you can't even identify who's a Christian and who's not, because everyone has lost their way. Everybody is lost. These adults, these young adults, they don't even care about dying. They care about nothing. They're disrespectful to everyone, including their parents. They don't care. This is a lost generation. It wasn't supposed to be like this, but it is. It
Okay,
is.
and so if your Jesus came to remove sin, yet everything that you just said, everybody is still lost. Even Christians have lost their way because they're not following the commandments of Jesus. And we'll get into the commandments of Jesus. Like I don't want you to go into another like long
I
monologue.
know.
And also, please don't talk while I'm talking. Like I would love it if you would like kind of pay attention to how myself and the other co-hosts on stage are actively listening to you when you speak, and we deserve the same respect at any point in the conversation, because we are hosts and it is our job to host the conversations. We may interrupt you if you're not answering questions, if you're talking too long, or if you go off topic. But kind of like when you just was speaking, we were sitting, listening, and most likely taking notes. Okay. Um. So I'm gonna repeat what you said. I'm gonna repeat what I started off saying. You said that Jesus came to remove sin so that everybody can have eternal life. Yet, though you said the entire world is lost, everybody's lost, even Christians, because they've lost their way and they're not following the commandment of your Jesus, and they're not following law. Like if Jesus came to remove sin, yet everybody is lost, including his followers, then that would mean to me that he failed and that he would be responsible, right, for the state of the world today, because he failed at that, right? And he is just sitting back, as you stated, and just allowing it to happen, because people aren't necessarily giving him the level of worship or praise that he desires. And so his praise and his worship is more important than children being PPU'd at schools, people dying from cancer, children being essayed in the church, young people disrespecting their parents and embarrassing their parents and getting on social media and threatening to kill other people. Jesus is okay with all of that because he's not getting enough praise and worship. Um, you mentioned the commandment, um, that people aren't following his commandment, and if they would, then the world would just be a better place, as if there are not laws that people follow. Like, people follow laws today, and a lot of people aren't committing murder, aren't stealing, you know, they aren't out here doing a lot of the harmful stuff because there are laws that they follow, right? Where the harm comes in is there are believers who excuse the this behavior when they vote because they believe it in some prophecy in this book. They excuse this behavior when it's like religious or spiritual leaders doing it because of their fear of their God, or they excuse this behavior because of their goal of gaining eternal life. So, I mean, honestly, out of everything that you just said, your Jesus is responsible for all of that.
I'm able to speak now. Hello?
Yeah, once we go silent, then it's your turn to speak.
Oh, okay. No, it's not his fault. Um, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, and whosoever believeth in him should not perish. but have everlasting life. Um, Indeed, the whole war started in heaven, and Satan was cast down. Yeah, due to he wanted worship. Um, Satan is evil, and all do it. As far as the Christians that you speak upon that vote for this, that, and the third, we have to understand that all preachers and churches come in God's name, and they are not of Christ. So it's a lot of false teachers and false doctrine out here in the world, as the Bible states. And a lot of them don't go according to the Bible. It's how they feel. You have a lot of Christians that want to change the Bible to suit them and not the other way. So at the end of the day, we have to do according to what God says in his scripture and his law. And if
What
people
is
don't
this?
follow it, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
If people don't follow it, this is the stuff that happens.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What exactly is this magical commandment that you are saying that people are not following that's causing all of this stuff to happen?
It's not magic. It's called the 10th commandments. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt not commit adultery, so on and so forth. No graven images. That's the moral law of God. And that's what us as Christians are supposed to follow. And as you can see, a lot of us don't. So if there was no sin, it was no need for law. But sin exists. And by one man, sin entered the earth. So if people wasn't stealing, we wouldn't have to have alarms in our homes. We wouldn't have to lock our doors. We wouldn't have to lock our belongings and possessions up had they keep the commandments of God.
So are you saying that your state that you live in, your city that you live in, does not have a law that says do not steal and there is no punishment if you get caught stealing?
Yeah, manslaughter. Yeah, it's against the law.
It's against the law. What
Absolutely.
about murder? What about murder?
We say, is it a law where I live?
Yeah, like does
Absolutely. I
so
mean, if you commit,
so I'm sorry. So there are laws, right, that people are obeying on the earth, not to steal, not to kill, and the majority of humans obey the law of the land. Right? Like, are you saying Christians are actively out here committing murder? Like Christians commit the most murders on earth?
that's not what I said at all.
So when you say that Christians have lost their way and they're not following the commandment of God, what specific commandment of your God are you saying Christians are not following?
I'm saying as far as all of them, because in Christianity, with the commandments, if you break one of the law, you break them all.
So
So,
Christians are responsible for the murder on earth?
no, because we are judged independently. We're not judged as a whole. We're
So
judged.
I'm confused though. Like I'm trying to understand this commandment that you are saying Christians are not following that's responsible for the state of the world. Right? Like again, there are every country in America, I'm sorry, every city in America has a law that says don't kill, and there is a penalty for murder. There is a penalty for stealing, right? There is a penalty for perjury. Like these laws still exist in the world, and people actively follow these laws at a higher rate than not. Yet there are people who commit murder, right? Uh, and it's people who believe and people who don't believe, right? So it's not the Ten Commandments being the reason that they're not they've lost their way. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like you said, your Jesus came to remove sin, yet sin is not removed. Like the same things that people were doing before your Jesus came, committing murder, um, committing adultery, bearing false witness, stealing, like all of that existed before your Jesus existed. The Ten Commandments literally came from the laws of Ma'at. The love your neighbor or do unto others as you will have others do unto you, that came from the instructions of a Minipe. Like your Jesus didn't give a commandment that was so revolutionary that humans didn't already have. But there are things that your Jesus said in this book that has influenced humans to do harmful things to humanity with his justification.
Who's Meninipe?
I said the instructions of a Minipe from Egypt. He said it first before your Jesus ever said, "Do unto others as you would have others do unto
I'm
you."
not hip to him. Um, God's law existed in the beginning in creation. Um, I don't murder. I don't kill anyone. I don't steal. But however, it's certain things that I fall short of that I have to repent for and change my ways from it. Yes, we have laws of the land.
Can you turn
Absolutely.
your blinker off? TikTok is gonna flag you for
I
you're
have,
not supposed to be driving while you're on TikTok.
well, I'm not driving. Um, the laws of the land, it's the same. The young lady says it's a penalty. It's a penalty for us too. If we don't follow God's commandments, we're
I
gonna
don't think
perish. There's no second, it's no second life for you.
Royal, I think you're missing the point that Thinker is making. The point is that you're saying that the world would be better off if they followed the Ten Commandments because that's what Jesus said. But the reality is that these instructions to not murder, not commit adultery, and all of those predate Jesus. Humans already knew that before the idea of Jesus came around. The story that you've been told in the Bible about the beginning of this universe coming from two humans made from mud is like factually impossible. It's statistically impossible. So when we talk about like in real life, what our data shows, what science shows us about the age of this planet and the origin of humans, it didn't start there. Therefore, this idea that you have of there was no lawlessness, there were no laws until Jesus showed up, that people were basically cavemen until Jesus gave this law, that's just not true. Like we see even the stories of a lot of these characters in this Bible, they predate the Bible in other holy writings, and I'm using that with air quotes. So the point that we're talking about this law is that it did not come from the Bible. It predates the Bible. And the reality is that most people on this planet, in the United States alone, about 7% of the population is in prison or jail at any given time. That shows you right there that not all people just are out here doing all the things that are against the Ten Commandments. I think you're looking at life through a very specific lens, and that is a Christian lens.
I know if people followed the commandments, that gentleman wouldn't have been up there and speaking the way that he was. Because had he had love for his neighbor, he wouldn't have talked to you in that manner. You
Jesus
can see right
literally
there.
used a slur and called a woman a dog. Jesus called Israelites who did not believe in him children of the devil. He called them vipers, which the language that your Jesus is using in this book, it it would be the modern day uh, uh, equivalent of you all calling us demons or witches or bitches. niggers. Like Jesus used that type of language.
As far as, yeah, I know what you speak of as far as the dog part. However, Jesus had his chosen people, and those were the Israelites.
That's no
It's,
different than
it,
Christians believing that they are chosen by your God. And because I'm not Christian, because I'm an atheist, then they feel they have the right to do what Jesus did.
as far, wait, they have the right to do as Jesus did. As far as what?
As far as using the language that they use when they come up here.
And that's
Like
what I said.
your response to me saying that your Jesus used that type of language is, well, he had a chosen people. And Christians believe the same thing. You said that he wouldn't do it if he was really Christian because he would love his neighbor. Like that's not loving your neighbor. Right? To a Christian, I am not your neighbor because I don't believe in your God. I don't worship your God.
True Christians don't say that they don't love someone because they don't believe in God. We are taught to love everyone. If
Except your
they're human,
Jesus didn't do your
everyone is
Jesus
God's
did it.
creation.
My point is your Jesus did not. Your Jesus believed that Gentiles were swine. He believed they were dogs. They were insignificant and inferior to Israelites. He was an Israelite supremacist. There in his law, the Israelites were not allowed to intermingle or intermarry with Gentiles. And he was a stickler for the law of Moses and the prophets. There, you don't have anything in this text where your Jesus is saying, "Go and marry a Gentile, marry who you want." Gentiles are your neighbors.
The kingdom of God is now granted to the Gentiles.
That's through Paul. I'm talking about what your Jesus said.
And where in the Bible was that said?
Where was in the Bible? Which was what said? I said
That we said
many
what
things.
he's talked about as far as the Gentiles. Because also you
He
have to
doesn't. I
believe.
said he doesn't. So I can't show you something that's not
Oh,
in
okay.
there.
I thought you said he does. My apologies. Um, my thing is, ma'am, Christians are not behaving in the manner that they should be behaving in. Me as a Christian, I don't go off cursing at anyone and speaking that type of way because someone doesn't believe in what I believe in. That's not how we are taught to be. Now, you come into contact with other Christians that way, that's just something that they have to deal with.
But Miss
But
Royal, let me ask you this: if the premise of Christianity at its core is peace and love, why has it been used to do so much harm in the world? The Christianity did not spread and take over in this world through peaceful means. It came at the end of a sword and with unspeakable amounts of bloodshed. The Crusades, the Inquisition, slavery. This book was used to justify our owning our ancestors as property. The Southern Baptist Convention was created because they wanted to keep slaves. And they use scriptures in this book to justify it because your God tells you how to do that. So when you talk about Christians who behave in a certain way that doesn't mirror you or your character, you and your character comes from you, not this book, because this book is used to justify a multitude of beliefs, including women being inferior to men, including women being viewed as property. Saying that someone is not in their following a Christian like way by being demeaning to those who think differently, who believe differently, who may have a different God or no God. That's what your God told them to do. In the Old Testament, he gave them instructions to go and take the lands and the properties of people who had their own customs, their own beliefs, their own gods, their own traditions, just like our ancestors did in on the continent. This isn't foreign. This isn't like against the Bible. The Bible tells you to do this.
Speaking of the Bible telling Christians to do this, 1 Corinthians chapter 5, starting at verse 9, Paul says, I wrote to you in my letter not to associate with sexually immoral persons, not at all, meaning the sexually immoral of this world, or the greedy and swindlers or idolaters, since you would then need to go out of the world. But now I am writing to you not to associate with anyone who bears the name of brother or sister, who is sexually immoral or greedy or an idolater, rivaler, drunkard, or swindler. Do not even eat with such a one. For what I have to do with judging those outside, are you not judges of those who are inside? God will judge those outside. Drive out the wicked person from among you. 2 Thessalonians 3:14. Take note of those who do not obey what we say in this letter. Have nothing to do with them so that they may be ashamed. When Christians behave the way they behave towards people who do not believe like them, they have biblical backing for that.
It was specifically said of people to stay away from that were committing these sins that you were reading from Thessalonians.
2 Thessalonians 3:14.
So
It
with
says
Christians,
have nothing to do with them so that they may be ashamed. Ephesians 5:11 says, take no part in any unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. There are many scriptures in this book that Christians can lean on for their freaking behavior towards people who do not believe like them. Jezebel is one.
well, God was the creator. He said, have no other gods before me. So when you have the creator and you have other people worshiping gods that they've made up, I mean, that was one of his conditions. With
I mean, that's like
Christians,
saying that you have the right to talk bad to someone who believes in Buddha just because you
oh
believe in
no,
this God and you can't prove that this God wasn't made up.
that's not the way.
You believe this God was the creator of the world. You can't prove that. No more than a person who believes in Buddha can prove it.
And
And
he
you,
also,
and you can prove that it's not, that he doesn't exist.
I can prove that this where this God came from. Yes, I can do that through archaeology. I can prove that a lot of the things that this God has said and done came from other cultures.
Mm.
And I can also prove that a lot of the stories in this book never happened.
Mm.
and
Well, how can you do that?
I kind of low key feel like Yahweh should have lost his right to conquer other lands when he chose a select group of people. If you're going to have a select group of people and ignore the rest of the world, and you have built into us a desire to worship, why are you going to get mad at them for figuring out their own gods and coming up with their own cultures? If you wanted everybody to worship you, then don't have a chosen people. Talk to everybody as opposed to this chosen people, and then we're supposed to believe what they say? No. On top of the fact that, like to Thinker's point, half of what's in this book didn't happen. Most of what's in this book was borrowed from other cultures in that area on the continent of Asia. We know that through archaeological data. We know that through scientific research. Y'all have been sold some beachfront land in Nebraska.
Well, I don't agree.
Well, you probably haven't read this book.
I've read the Bible in its entirety and is rereading, and I don't get that out of the
So
Bible.
when you read Judges, the book of Judges, how did that make you feel about your God and his character?
As far as what with judges, I feel my God is a just God,
I'm just
and I
wondering.
do.
I'm just wondering how you felt about. Isn't that the story with the concubine thinker and cutting it 12 pieces?
Judges 19 through 21.
But that's something he see. This is what we have to understand. That's something he chose to do. That wasn't a tradition. That was something he chose to do so others can see what was done. Now, that wasn't nothing that God told him to do. That was something he chose to do.
What, raping a woman and cutting her
When
body
he
up in
cut her
12
up
pieces?
12,
Hello? Raping a woman, cutting her body up in 12 pieces, then
when he raped her up.
killing the mother and father
Yeah.
and little brothers of the tribe of another tribe so that he can give wives to the tribe of Benjamin after he damn near destroyed the
Wait,
tribe of
that's two different
Benjamin.
stories. Wait.
Hold on, it's not. It's the same story.
Well,
And
you
then
don't interrupt me.
will
I'm
you
trying to get
stop
an
cutting me off?
understanding.
Will you wait until I'm done
You
and
cut.
then you can respond?
You are really rude.
No, you are rude. Don't expect me to kiss your ass while you are actively disrespecting me. And then the crazy thing about
God
it
bless
is
you.
that
God
y'all
bless
will
you, hon.
fucking beat the shit out of a child for disrespecting you and then get up here and expect me to kiss your ass while you are disrespecting me.
Exactly. They do not like boundaries.
And then gonna say we are supposed to be following the law that says do unto others as you will have others do unto you. But your ass can't sit here and listen when someone else talk and expect other people to sit and listen to you talk. Just how I know y'all whooping children for disrespect is your fucking ego. It's your insecure as fuck. You expect motherfuckers to respect you, but you don't give respect. Your ego too fucking big, and your insecurities are too fucking big to even respect your children.
I think it's really funny that she read the book and she knew that story, but she didn't know what the ending was.
Right, trying to say it's a different story. It's the same fucking story. Saying that you still can't degrade the ethics in the Bible doesn't make any fucking sense. I can have an opinion about whatever the fuck I want to have an opinion about. Whether you agree with rape and call it good, that's your decision. You are actively choosing to be an unethical ass person, Cookies. That's your take. You don't have a right to tell a person whether or not they can agree or disagree with a thing. You're the one who's actively choosing to be an unethical person and agree with unethical shit and calling it holy. Like, honestly, you saying that is no different than the Victorian queens who forced their subjects to see the maggots falling out of their wigs as divine. Organically whack, how old are you? This is an
Yeah.
atheist, I believe.
This,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
No, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
It's
You're
okay.
awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
He's talking to me.
I know he
Oh,
was talking to you. Like, he's organically whack when he's talking to Thinker. He meant to talk to O, so we get it.
mm-hmm. You get it. Is everybody coming up as a black box for you, see?
Yes.
Okay, just
You're a
curious.
black box for me also.
Oh, you're not a black box for me.
You're a black box for me though. If he isn't,
Interesting.
everybody in the box fucking ran.
It is so amazing to me how actual discussions about the source of their belief system it makes them uncomfortable. Yet they don't they hold on to their anger for us at reading it, but they don't direct that frustration at themselves for believing it without reading it. That's wild to me.
I don't understand their um, belief that a person can read this book and not question it.
Yep.
Like, I don't understand that. Like, why? Like, you don't read any other book, you don't take in any other information without questioning whether it's true, without questioning whether it's ethical.
Yep.
But you expect people to read this book and just say everything in it is just right and good. And then, like, how do you develop the ability to judge what's good without reasoning? Like, y'all are actively telling us that you just accept a thing. There's no process of thought, there's no reasoning involved, but you just call it good.
And I don't think they realize how much they neutralize that word by tethering it to whatever God does. Because if whatever he does is good, then you have no standard by which to measure it. Because we know that a lot of the things that we know what good is. Like, one is subjective, but when we're talking about from a societal perspective, we know it's that which causes the least amount of harm. We know it's not good to do a lot of the things that this God commanded, but their belief system requires that they invert that relationship, as opposed to the actual impact of the action being the determining factor of whether it's good or not. They decide that first, and because they have to look back at who's doing it, and they neutralized it completely when they do that.
And then the fact that they are still actively sinners, right? They, like, literally, she came up here and said that she still sins. There are things that she still does that she has to repent for. Like, you're failing even with the God. Like, why would anyone adopt what you are claiming helped you continue to fail at being a morally good person?
Exactly. Because it doesn't put you in a position that differs from mine. You're still dealing with the same struggles.
And most of the time, the non-believer doesn't have the struggles that the believer is still struggling with the God.
Yep. Because on top of dealing with whatever the natural occurrence is, say, a car accident or whatever, on top of dealing with that in the back of your mind, you have to grapple with the fact that you believe you have access to and a relationship with the most powerful thing in the universe that can do absolutely anything, can prevent absolutely anything, and they let this shit happen. You have to that's double work that you're doing. You're doing so much heavy lifting on top of dealing with whatever has to be done, because it's going to have to be done at your own hands. You're going to have to pay the deductible. You're going to have to do, make the phone calls. God is not going to step in for any of that. And then in your mind, you're going to have to mentally justify why he hasn't helped.
Yeah.
Or
Not to
just say
mention
that
the
he
added
did.
pressure.
What do you say, also?
I was gonna say, not to mention the added pressure of like having to come out with a testimony to give because you don't want to be the person that God left out.
Yep.
Yeah. It takes a lot of work to convince yourself of the imaginary, right? And then
Hmm.
get up and tell someone, that this imaginary deity did a thing for you. When B Up was on your live today also, and he was saying that the God created Satan because that was his plan, and everything is going according to the plan. As he was talking, what it made me just realize, like, even that type of answer is basically him saying, I give up, everything is everything, and in order for me to still hang on to my God, I have to say it's all good. I have to say that this is his plan. He created Satan. The genocide is his plan, because he did say that what's happening in Palestine is his plan. Like, him saying that his God created Satan and he's the God wanted to be displeased with his plan is just his way of saying, I cannot. Is John, are you up here on accident or on purpose? John? Okay. It's his way of saying that he can't defend it, so he just
Hmm.
accepts everything and he's just gonna call it good.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what they're getting to. That's the point they're getting to, right? Like, they really can't defend it. They just have to accept it all as good and call it good.
Yeah, because I mean, even from his own worldview, God's just kind of letting shit happen. So you got to be okay with what's happening, and I do too.
Roger, I don't think Roger knows he's up here.
Tell Stan I said hi
Who is Stan?
from American Dad. Roger's the little alien.
Oh, I don't know who that is. Dan without L, are you in the box on purpose or an accident? That was an accident. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There's 541 people in here with another 100 on YouTube. We are 1 hour into the stream with 641 people watching the live stream, and the guest box is empty. If you are 21 and up today, a believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing from that God, or an atheist. Lelio, I see you in the request complaining or whining. Get your ass in the request box if you want to talk to us.
And Cookies, nobody's hoping to push people away from their faith. We have these conversations in hopes that y'all will look at the reason for your faith and the entailments of your faith. I think there are plenty of people who have belief systems and that are faith-based that may not necessarily be harmful. But if you're holding on to a faith-based belief system and it does unspeakable harm and has done in the past, continues to do in the present, and will likely do for the foreseeable future, it's time we have these conversations. So that's not anybody's goal at all. But living in a world of reality is going to be helpful for all of us, because most people, all of us, don't share your delusion of this ideal world that exists after you die. We have real life shit that we need to be addressing right here and today.
I think it's interesting too how when we had John on stage, there was a guest on stage. Lalo did request, so they didn't lie about requesting. But the moment that I took John down, Lalo left. There's no one to bring on stage yet. Lalo, still in the comments, has not requested again. And y'all will do this, right? Like while someone's on stage, you will send your request because you know we only bring one person up at a time. And the moment we take a person down, then you all remove your request because you don't actually want us to bring you on stage. This is what I mean. Like I honestly think that y'all are getting to this point um cognitively where you know your belief system is harmful. You know that you cannot defend it, but you are actively choosing to continue to believe in it. And it makes you mad. Like we make you mad because we make you think.
And I think on a certain level, it starts to become this mirror that they have to hold up to themselves. And look at their own reflections, which is ultimately what we are hoping people will do after these conversations anyway. But the fact that they won't even come up to engage in the conversation, even if you ultimately get to the point that you can't defend your belief, have an honest conversation about what holding on to it does for you and for other people. And I don't think that that's too much to ask.
Cookies, here's the difference between you and I is that I can articulate how I believe your belief system is causing harm. I can point to things in society, right? Today and historically, how your belief system cause harm. You saying that I'm causing harm, you won't come up here and articulate that and then show the proof, right? Show the evidence of that, right? I get it that you feel offended because I said your Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. You feel offended because I said that I am an atheist and I do not have a belief in a God. You feeling offended may hurt you, but I'm not harming you. Now, unless you could come up here and have a discussion and prove to us how actively having conversations in the open about not believing in your Jesus is harming humanity, shut the fuck up. I'm not going to do that with you in the comments. If you want to have
Y'all
that
too scared.
conversation, come on stage. Send a request.
Does Jesus know y'all be this scared in real life? So when y'all talk to him at that, y'all be like, I was so brave. I told her ass from the comments.
Wisdom is everything. I don't know if you're in the box on purpose or not. Like, I don't think you're a nerd, but I think you are an atheist. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
That's not a nerd.
Yeah, but I think they are an atheist, though. You're in there on purpose, or at least somebody deconstructing from the comments I've seen them make before. Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I am. No, I'm
Okay,
deconstructing.
deconstructing. Okay.
hmm
And what are your thoughts?
My thoughts on the prompt first is I do agree. My thoughts on Jezebel, I definitely agree with that because she was a queen in her right, just like Delilah. And these men came and I don't want to say destroyed, but destroyed it and made her like the scapegoat. As far as what I've been listening to when people have been coming on, first, I just want to thank you because the last time I did come up by accident because you were only talking to believers, I think, because I know sometimes you pick a specific group sometimes to talk to out of the three. But this time I wanted to come up because I am deconstructing and I am an alternative healing practitioner and I do spiritual healing and trauma release and things like that. And I come across a lot of Christians, like if it's okay, if I may, I got invited up to a live yesterday, invited. And I wanted to break down that Belle and the Dragon story. And I got attacked by the Christians. I got attacked by the Christians. And I just feel that religion has done something horrible to us, especially during the Maccabean times and, those 48 laws of Ma'at, all of these things that we had before the Romans came, before the Greeks came, and took everything and made it so that we had to follow this one specific thing so they can psychologically enslave us and make us feel like, we had to look to man or we had to look to something else instead of focusing and honing in on the energy that comes from the universe. I don't know if that makes sense I know it makes sense to you guys here on the panel, but I know to some of the people that are in the comments is totally foreign. And love is one of the greatest frequencies besides gratitude. And these Christians,
Yeah, I don't necessarily get into like spiritual talk
no,
on
I
my
wasn't.
live.
Sorry, I wasn't. I
It
was
kind of sounded like you were.
not had
So
a
I just
problem.
want
I'm
to make sure
sorry.
that we don't like I don't get into all of that, and then I would rather keep the conversation to the topics. I only allow nerds to go off topic.
Okay. Okay. Christians do not deal in love like how they say that they're supposed to when they're following this book and the commandments that are in the book and all of these things. They don't follow any of them. And they are definitely too entitled. And because of this entitlement that they have falsely given themselves, they use that to try to crush other people. And I noticed that every time you guys talk, Miss Fee, Miss Thinker, also, anytime you guys are saying something to them, they get shut down or they get quiet because they have no backing. So I had to deconstruct because noticing, like my last time that I went to church, which was many moons ago. I'm 45, and the pastor said, if you're not worshiping God and you're worshiping anything else, then you're going straight to hell. And then I looked and I felt like, how could you just judge a whole group of people on a Sunday and be nice? And then when y'all leave out of this building, half of y'all are being mean and nasty. I didn't understand that. So I stopped going to church and I said, let me read the scriptures. And I stopped reading King James once I found out about who he was, what he was doing. And I wanted to get the restored names so that way I can read in the Hebrew and study Hebrew. And then I read the 48 laws of Ma'at. And then when I started to do all of this other research and reading about thought and just reading about all these other things, Sanskrit, all of these things, I noticed that what their religion is does not match up to what is written. And they turned around and took the originality of everything and then made it like a, how do I put it? Like a law, like a thing where it's like, if you're not doing this, then you're going there. And then if you're not a part of this, then we can't deal with you, and we can't be like that, and we can't. So how can the Black community, how can our community come together, right, as a people, when we're so separated by this God of scripture? And I wanted to learn how to love more. I wanted to learn how to actually have like a belief in something.
Mm-hmm.
So it was real
Uh,
hard
I,
for me.
yeah, I do have to cut you off because it kind of sounds like you're getting into like your deconstruction journey, and I
That's
want to
not what
talk
this
more
is.
about.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
I want to stick to, because we're not just talking about people who identify as Christians.
Mhm.
We're talking about people who hold a belief in the God and the effect that it actually has on humanity. And I agree that a lot of times the people who carry this God or this belief inside of them they act subjectively when it comes to what they believe this God wants them to do. It changes depending on what's being presented before them, and they take that and they engage with humanity that way. Yesterday, when we were on Christina's live, and we were having a conversation with a Black female Christian regarding whether or not she could be trusted as a believer, and at first it seemed like her conversation, she was having I guess, a decent conversation with the panel. But then when we brought up the fact that when she takes this God and believes that this God is right, everything that God does is just, she's trusting a human. And she made the statement that she just has to trust that human, and because she believes that your God, their God, gave that human that information. And then later on in the conversation, she switched and told Christina, the Bible says, trust no man. And then she rightly, just outright admitted that she told Christina that, even though she don't believe that herself, and that the reason why she would tell Christina something that she doesn't believe is because the priority is to get more people to her God. And people who hold this belief and this loyalty to this God make decisions like that all the time. When they tell, women who have been abused by their husband that it's all in the plan of God, and the God is, doing it to either get their attention, to make them come back, or to make them stronger. That so they explain away or justify a lot of the harmful behaviors in this world. Um, and like Abel and Harlow did uh, a survey on child essayers. They surveyed over 2,000 child essayers, and a lot of the essayers said that they identify as religious because they can hide in the church, and it's easy to get their victims from the church. And they said that Christians, especially because they want to be seen as good Christians, uh, usually ignore the abuse when a child reports it. They'll turn a blind eye, they'll pray for the abuser and hope for the best. And it'd be this type of uh, negotiation that people who carry this loyalty and this belief in this God are willing to do with their ethical framework in order to, um, be seen as, you know, like good people, good Christians, and it's actively harmful. For example, like as I'm, sharing this, Courtney says that's not true, right? One, Courtney hasn't read the Abel and Harlow survey. Also, Courtney, in saying that's not true, is actively, in defense of her belief, ignoring that pedophilia runs high in the church, especially the black church. But they'll ignore that because, hey, God is good. Being Christian is good. It's pure and clean, and those things can't be associated with that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with that, and that is very, very true. But in scripture, they were doing the same thing when they graped Judah's little sister. Took her and did that with her. So a lot of times, I think people just use the scriptures as, like you said, as a way to justify their behavior. I I don't I don't like how that is done, just because it's like there's no safety when things are done like that. There's no safety. There's no safety for our children. There's no safety for us as women. And speaking of, as someone that has gone through certain types of abuse and has been ignored by people that are in the faith, that are Christians and stuff like that, it is mind boggling. But how do we change that? You know what I mean? I guess that's why we have you're having these types of discussions, to be able to bring this type of awareness and change that.
Mm-hmm.
But how
Yeah.
can, how can we actively change things if people already have it in their mind where they're so closed off that they don't even, it's like a parent, right? A mother and a child. Like, as a parent, you can tell your child anything, do anything to your child, right, before they reach a certain age, and tell them that, okay, yeah, this is good, this is the way that it's supposed to be. When meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's wrong, or it's detrimental to their growth. But they trust you because you're their parent. So, like, I think that's what happens with these Christians. I think they start to trust in the fact that they have all these contradictive scriptures, and then because they don't go off and read any other books, they have no idea of the truth, and they have no idea of what's really happening. Like, they won't believe anything in science because they feel that that's man-made, but then they'll go to the book that was man-written.
And I think that's why, right, like these conversations are important. There are some believers who believe out of ignorance and out of fear, out of tradition, but when they receive information, then they are able to expand their thought and, change how they view a thing. And they may not, give up on believing in the God, but they may change how they believe in the God, right?
Mhm.
And so it's just continuing to educate, because the only thing that is going to enact change and have an impact is knowledge and education. We can't allow them to stay in their ignorance. And the reality is, like, we're not going to be able to impact everyone, like all of them, but we should at least try to reach the ones that can be reached. Like, we know that Cookie isn't one of those types of people. She's just here to get on the chat's nerve. But it helps with engagement. But she's one of the ones that would be a part of the system that is actively allowing the system to work the way it's working, right? She made a comment when we were talking about child SA, and she said it's consequences, right? She would be the type of woman that would sit a child down and either, victim blame the child for uh, their SA, or tell the child that, a God is trying to get their attention or make them stronger. And it's we don't talk enough about the active role that women play in this system that keeps that type of sexual abuse going. Some women feed the women and the children to these abusive men. They help, uh, you know, soften the guard, like uh, break through boundaries or barriers that women have set up, so that it makes it easier for the man to infiltrate, and it be women like that. And so one thing that I think these conversations help other women do who have been abused and they may not know how to get themselves out of it or recognize abusive people or enablers of abusers, these conversations help point out those types of people and their characteristics, the things that they say, the things that they would, the um statements that they would use in a conversation in order to achieve whatever goal it is that they want to achieve. These conversations help people recognize those things in real time.
Okay. Yeah, that makes total sense, because a lot of times I think it is just that they're perpetuating, and those people have been perpetuating what's been happening to them, and someone did the same thing to them, and then that's just been that their circle, and no one has ever. It's like when you're used to doing something one way, and then, like, for some people change is hard, so if they've been born and bred from generations, right, like that, then when they're here in the present and something like that is happening, they just go based off of what they know. It's sad, but it is true. It is very, very true. Well, I thank you, Thinker, for doing these kinds of lives. I always say thank you when I'm in because I watch them a lot, and I enjoy learning more, and I enjoy being able to recognize signs, because even though I am deconstructing, like sometimes, manipulative things can get said, and if I'm not discerned enough, then I may, end up falling victim to something that was totally out of my belief, if that makes any sense.
That makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, now.
Cookie and the other one whose name starts with a C are dangerous for young black women, young black girls, and I hope they're not around any of them in their churches. Like, and it usually be those types that be like part of the youth ministry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dangerous.
And the sad part about it is most of them that are making all this noise hasn't read like even a quarter of this book.
The way that, like, one of them said that it was consequences, and then Cookies was like, of course my ethical framework goes against anything that's unjustified in the courts, but like the moment that the courts say that it's okay to marry a 14-year-old, like, are you saying that you're going to be okay with grown-ass men marrying 14-year-olds? Right? Like, when it's okay in the courts, like the courts gave the Catholic Church the right to not report SA. So you are actively saying that you agree with the Catholic Church not having to report SA to the courts. No, obviously not now, Cookie. Like, you literally just said that just a minute ago.
And wasn't that obvious when you said it?
What's to the guest on stage? What's her name?
Hi, my name is Nay. I'm
Can I get your age
25,
name?
well,
Okay.
26 for age purposes.
Thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Currently deconstructing.
Okay.
Um,
And did you come up to talk about the prompt, Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or Jezebel, the Jezebel spirit?
the prompt. Jesus
Okay.
Christ is the worst thing to have ever happened to humanity. So, as I'm like deconstructing the whole religion in general, mainly Christianity. My problem was
Give me just a second. Fee, I'm gonna let you lead this one if you want
Okay.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm good.
All right. Sorry, Nate. Go ahead.
no problem. My whole problem with I had a problem with Jesus' story.
You can go ahead, Nate.
Um, to as a whole. So as I was going back and like, really teaching myself and really going through the Bible on my own, I realized that Jesus's story, how it's perpetuated through the theology of Christianity, isn't even really the purpose of Jesus's death to begin with. Jesus was looked at as a political like he was rebelling from the political powers of that time, and they killed him because of it. But through theology, his story was spent into looking into this as like a way of our salvation, and that he died for our sins, when that's not that really wasn't his purpose to begin with. So that's really where my whole I guess my problem with the whole Jesus Christ story began, is when I started looking into the story of him as a whole, and as well as looking at Christianity as a whole, as its religion, and how they make Jesus seem like the only way to salvation, when Jesus wouldn't have even been a part of a religion to begin with. So when I look at those things, in regard to Jesus' story, that's where I kind of like started to look like, where are we even getting these stories from, and who is telling us that this is even the right thing to begin with, you know? That's all I really had to add. I think that yeah, that's really the reason why I don't look at Christianity nor is Jesus like as the way, because of how things have been like warped to make things look one certain type of way, when in reality that wasn't even the origin of it to begin with. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. And, I think if more people actually took the time to look into the origins of this archetype, which is Jesus, and look into the way it was used politically in that day and age, and, down through our day and age, like it's quite literally being weaponized right now. By the administration, and those that are insanely loyal to him. So you're right. And then the reality is, it comes down to the control, I think, that indoctrination creates, and the benefit to the people who are actually in power. For those who believe this and follow this to the letter, and continue to have us arguing with each other about whose understanding is right, whose translation is right. It all clearly has an agenda, because the problem is, if Jesus were this peace bearer that most Christians like to tell you that he is, we would be able to see that as a result of, we would see that in the world that we live in. But
Exactly. I
yeah,
think also Christianity allows people to spiritually bypass reality. They tell us to ignore, like a common thing that they say is like, ignore your flesh, deny your flesh, deny your flesh, which I totally get, because if you do operate only through your flesh and not find balance operating through the spirit and being able to operate through the flesh in the 3D down here, we won't reach that, height of ascension that we're not supposed to, but I guess the lessons that we're supposed to learn here. But when you are just only told to, oh, go through Jesus will make everything better, Jesus is the way, just okay, Jesus is going to make everything, don't worry about it, and then you totally like ignore everything that's happening in your reality, that's allowing you to spiritually bypass your reality, instead of actually taking action in your 3D world to do something about it. So I do agree with that.
well, I think those belief systems that are faith based are problematic to begin with, because it requires you to accept something before you have evidence of that thing being true.
Yeah.
So, while some of them may be less harmful than others, it's just not it's not a path to truth. And I think when we start thinking about the different ways that a faith-based belief system can be used for harm, it has no place specifically in our laws. If on a personal level, on an individual level, you have some belief that makes you feel good and you keep it to yourself, then okay, fine. But when we start to delve into the realm of everybody needs to believe this way, and if you can't see this thing nobody else can see, then there's something wrong with you, then that's when we have some major issues.
Right. And also one more thing I wanted to say. I see a lot, I'm not gonna say all Christians, but a lot of majority of them that I've saw, and maybe a few outliers to this, but they always say Jesus is the only way to salvation. I realize in a lot of when a lot of them say this, they mean that if you don't believe in Jesus himself, that you won't be able to find salvation. Whereas they will completely ignore like you not people not having to be good people, and and not having to be a good person overall, and you only have to believe in Jesus in order to receive salvation or in your seat to the afterlife in a way. So I also feel like that is very, very harmful because a lot of them are able to just say, oh, yeah, as long as I believe in Jesus, I'm okay. Or as long as I, believe in Jesus, nothing can really, I'm saved and I'm excused from everything that, even the harm that I cause.
Yeah.
So
And
I'll do
it's
that.
a way to, you called it, I like the term that you use, spiritual bypass, because what you're bypassing, you're using this concept of spirituality to bypass accountability. You're the one who forgives yourself. Like you're the one
Yes,
who determines what your God deems a crime worthy or a sin worthy of 2 hours
exactly.
of contriteness or 3 weeks of contrite. You make that decision as an individual believer. And what they don't realize is that I think Christina ran this topic a few months back about Christianity is a pacifier. Like in the same way a pacifier soothes a baby crying, it doesn't address hunger. It doesn't address the real source of the problem. It just
Yes,
offers temporary comfort to keep the baby quiet. In the same way, Christianity offers comfort in suffering, but by promising relief in the next life. But it encourages believers to just wait on the Lord as opposed to confronting the issues that cause the problems that are actually in real life. So it doesn't really do anything while at the same time presenting itself as though it's the solution to absolutely everything without any evidence to demonstrate that.
yes, I do agree with that a lot. And I had one more thing to say, but it slipped my mind.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming up. I
Well,
appreciate
thank you
you.
for having me. Thank you so much. Have
Yeah,
a good
I
one.
love the color of your hair too. Like
It's
Thank
very
it
pretty.
has
you.
your skin popping. So,
Thank
That's
you
it.
so much.
thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Oh, dang it, she left. I was going to say before she left that that's actually, you can live in the fifth dimension as well. You should have asked me about that.
That was crazy as
Who
shit.
was saying something about living in the fifth dimension?
I forget who. No, that was somebody on Birdie's live this morning.
Hmm.
And then for some reason, McCoy, were you in Oso's live when Bash was talking to McCoy?
I was in there, but I was doing something. I was busy. I didn't get to pay attention.
Bash asked McCoy something, and he deferred to me what was it? To ask what
What?
Bash asked McCoy what a spiritual element was, and
Yeah.
McCoy was like, "Well, I don't know, but Sister Fee, Sister
What?
Fee don't know shit. What are you talking about?"
That's why McCoy was on my stage for so long. He was pumping out hits.
Oh my gosh.
He said, I'm sure Sister Fee could
Like, McCoy, you phoned the wrong friend this time, buddy, because I cannot help you with spiritual elements.
Lily, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
I'm up here on purpose. Hey, girl, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I am well. As fellow agnostic. At first when I first came up on your live, like a couple months ago, I remember I told you I was deconstructing. Now I'm just agnostic. I'll just tell you straight up. Yeah, I'm agnostic. I don't believe in this shit. Yeah. Um, and I just wanted to come up here and
Congratulations.
congratulations. I'm free. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. But I just want to come up here. This is an appreciation just for me to you guys, to Thinker Fee, So, Christina, Ty, everyone who's a part of the deconstructionist community on TikTok. I love all of you guys so, so much because you guys help me figure out what is, you know what I'm saying, this book. You know, when I was raised into Christianity, right? Because my grandmother was Baptist and things like that. When I was raised into it, I was a child, so I couldn't really understand, you know what I'm saying, what I was reading. But being able to be a part of this community with you guys has taught me so much. It's taught me so much about a book that I didn't have much knowledge on, and I'm still learning about every day through you guys and through myself. And I just think that this is something so important for us, for everyone, because I think religion has caused so much problems for not only just the Black community, but also for everyone across the world, you know, every community. Um, Christianity and even other Abrahamic religions have caused more, in my opinion, has caused more trouble than any other polytheistic religion on planet Earth. You know, like, and even those religions have their own issues, but the ones when it comes to Abrahamic religions that's so widespread across the world, I would say thank you guys so much. You guys are so important, and this goes for the whole deconstructionist community. Like, I feel like I have a whole I feel like I have my own pantheon of deconstructionists on TikTok. Like, you know, they're like, I got you, Christina, L.O. So Mac, you God, Fee, Zena. Like, it's all of you guys are all a part of, like, I feel like y'all are part of my personal team. These are my people. So it's just a
Yeah.
great, it's just what I appreciate. I appreciate you guys so, so much with you guys providing knowledge and you guys taking the time because I know for a fact, Nico, that you don't know necessarily everything, but it's a simple fact that you even still, even when you're not doing lives, you go off of the live and you still find, you research and you're still learning just to give us more points and ways to look at this culture, right? Because this, you know, this culture is from a whole different culture of people, you know, starting from a whole different ancient time. And the fact that you've went out your way to look to study yourself and even share what you studied with the masses, I think is a beautiful thing to do. I think it's a beautiful thing that all deconstructionists have done on this to bring light to what, you know, to teach people what they're believing in. And you know, some people will take heed to what, you know, what you're teaching, right? We have a whole comment section of people who's like, hey, we all agree. But then you also have some people who just won't take to it, and that's okay. But the overall message, what I'm saying is, I thank you guys so much, and you guys are awesome.
Thank you, Lily. I appreciate
No
you for coming up,
problem.
and we love having you as a part of the communities. So, like you being here is a part of making it an awesome space for all of us that are deconstructing. So, I appreciate you as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much. You know, I love you guys. Like I said, I love you guys so, so much. You guys are like a family to me from another, you like a family from another side of the family. Y'all like my cousins, you know, these my cousins over here. Yeah. And that goes for the other deconstruction, people who are deconstructing all over the world. I consider you guys my family too. Okay. Because we are all trying to figure this all out together. You know what I'm saying? We're all learning together. So I feel like we're all bonding through deconstructing from this toxic book. Like, so I appreciate everyone, the comments, the co-host, the host, everyone who show up every day to provide knowledge, right, to provide truth is absolutely a beautiful thing, and I absolutely love all of you guys.
Well, we love you
All
too, and thank you so much for coming up.
right.
Love you too,
Absolutely.
Lily.
Cookies said she's not biased, and she has to call out hypocrisy, spelled HYPOCRASY.
Mm.
Yeah.
She's
She
going
doesn't
to
have a
cry
close.
about me calling out her inability to spell words correctly while she feels that she's supposed to call out hypocrisy. And then she says, you say the worst this and only pointing out bad things.
Yeah, that's hypercritical.
That's hypocrisy.
Yeah, she's been fucking up the English language in the comments the entire time. So I don't understand.
Hassan?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 30.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer. I believe I'm a human. I believe I'm
Do
a
you
God.
believe in the God of the Bible?
No.
Okay, so are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
Am I doing what?
Are you deconstructing from that belief?
Yeah, I don't believe in the Bible
No,
or the Torah.
are you deconstructing from the belief in
Yes.
the God of the Bible?
Yes.
So you used to be a Christian and you're like trying to figure out if you still believe in this God or
I have been in both religion before.
no. I'm trying
Christian.
to figure out if you qualify to be on stage, right? I don't just talk to random people. I'm looking to
Oh,
talk to
okay.
people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing and trying to figure out what they believe about that God or if they still believe in that God or
Oh,
atheists.
okay. I got you. You know what? I don't believe in that, so I think I'm not the one to question.
Okay, well, thank you for coming
All
up,
right.
okay?
All right. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Okay, y'all. The guest box is empty. We'll see if we can keep the stream going. If I have to beg for people to come on stage, we'll take a break and then come back at 11. I do see that the views have gone down because I don't know what people aren't coming up. Um, Daytime Christians are scarier than nighttime Christians, I think. Um, but we'll give it a go and see maybe till uh, 5 and see if we can nurture or nurse the FYP. Um, I hate to keep saying this, but y'all know with TikTok, the only thing that's going to keep us on the FYP is to upvote the live, and then you got to feed the algorithm. I mean, feed the beast, and that includes gifting the panelists up there, making sure that the gift goals are met, and sharing the live stream out. If you are, and then to keep the live going because we're going to be here till 10 a.m. I'm trying. I'm trying to stay on till 10 a.m. But I need y'all's help to do that. To what was I finna say? Yeah, share the live out to get more people in here, and then we lowered the age today since we're on longer, 21 and up today. So if you are 21, yeah, 10 a.m. tomorrow. That this is gonna be one of those lives. We normally go live at 11 p.m. at night, but I did go live early today, so it's an extended live. That's the goal. If we can keep the conversations going, if we can't, then I'll take a break and then we'll come back at 11 p.m. Why I sound like I'm in church, like I'm giving the announcements. Don't I? We'll be back at second service. Oh my God. That's what it sounds like. 3 o'clock service. Go out to eat. Go to Shoney's, and we'll see y'all at 3 o'clock for our
Go to
3 o'clock
Shawnee's is
service.
crazy. If you trying to be locked in till 10, 20, then I'm finna be doing. I else to do it too. So we gotta keep that fucking energy, you know what I'm
Say that again.
saying,
What'd you say? You
at a
cut out.
high
What'd you
vibration.
say? You cut out. What'd you say?
Yeah, connected to my machine. Give me a second. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait.
yeah. I was just saying, I'm planning on being here for the long haul. I know y'all do too. We gotta make sure we you know what I'm saying, make it an environment where we can do that for the extended period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, good. Thank you, Oso. Oso's gonna be here with
Yeah.
us for the long haul. But still, it's up to y'all.
Oh damn, that'll
Uh,
do
uh
it.
right. Deja,
Ah,
thank you, Deja, for sending the Ellie. What is it, Ellie in the Wild? I appreciate that. But yeah, continue. Go out and get people deconstructing, atheists, believers who aren't afraid to I think they're afraid of being exposed in their beliefs, so they rather hide in the comments. But yeah, people who actually aren't afraid to have these conversations. Wu Young,
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
how are you?
I'm good. I'm 22 years old.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing Jehovah Witness.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm gonna Fee.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm good.
Good. What are your thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I do. After a recent Bible study that I had with one of my pioneers, who was also a black woman, I definitely do think that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Because the things that we were saying, the things that she was saying in our session, were very dangerous to say the least. And I mean, of course, I know that the book itself, as I've come to start this deconstruction journey, I know that it includes some material that is, but in regards to like the real world, like the physical world that we live in, and politics and what we actually like, tangible things that we go through, the things that she was saying, no, they were very harmful.
You're like, no. Are you new to this belief system? Did you grow up around it? How? Just out of curiosity.
I grew up as a Christian until my father passed away in 2021. And then that's when I converted to JW. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I grew up in it. My dad was an elder. So I think the deconstruction process may have looked a little different for me than it will for you, because you knew life outside of the organization. But I'm assuming by talking to the pioneer that was studying with you, you're seeing the problems with the doctrine as a whole. The reality is Jehovah's Witnesses tell you that they are the one true religion, that they can trace their connection with all the way back to Adam and Eve, all the way back to Adam. They feel like they represent the continuity. It's almost like the same way that Eastern Orthodox talk about the church fathers. Jehovah's Witnesses make that same claim. But what you don't realize when you're born into this religion is all religions make that claim. So I think you probably have a head up, meaning that you did not grow up being, completely brainwashed with this belief system. Um, but I guess if you're looking to deconstruct from it, are there tenets of it that you accept as true? Is that what you mean by deconstructing from Jehovah's Witnesses?
So yeah, we're studying from lesson one for like the last 3 years. We've started on lesson one, section one of the Enjoy Life Forever booklet. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, so we're in like section four. And then like we've talked about, we've gone over the Bible truths. Where does Jehovah get his name? The relationship, and even like how the organization is run and that type of stuff. And then like how the organization, how the Kingdom Hall differs from like the churches, like the Baptist, the Pentecostal churches and stuff like that. Um, so for a time, I thought that, like Jehovah is, like the name. And also, oh yeah, the biggest thing was like, like when she would take me to the Kingdom Hall, because, like I have really bad anxiety. When she would take me to the Kingdom Hall, she would be like, you see how the people are treating you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that.
They all sound like that, so it's fine.
But, like you see how, and I'm not going to discredit that, because I have she's a good friend, but and then I had her sister is also my friend, like, that happiness, and I thought that, like something was missing, in my life, but it's just like it was kind of manipulative, because it's like, I they're nice and whatever, but it's like I can kind of see past all of that, and it's kind of raising some red flags for me. And then like the last couple of sessions have been kind of I would say like abrasive, like combative. Um,
Are they
and
trying
I
to
don't.
push you to make a decision about whether or not you want to make a dedication, or combative from what perspective?
Yeah, like making a dedication, like the questions that I have, the anxiety that I had, and it's not like I just feel some type not like I have to be medicated for this. Like this isn't like that's one of my boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And it's raising a lot of red flags. And now I'm kind of looking over, like the last couple of years that we've been studying, and now I'm like, I'm kind of rethinking everything. I don't know.
Hold on, Wu Young. Cookies wants to know, Wu Young, deconstruct. What do you mean deconstruct? Why don't you just make your own copy? Write your own version that stems from Christianity. It's
What?
legal. You can create your own religion. Meet up with the courts.
I don't. I'm young, so guidance. I don't. I need guidance on that. I don't. I'm just a child.
She's being ignorant.
Very much
She's
so.
she's being very ignorant. Like and I would say unempathetic at the same time, and actively showing why people would deconstruct from this religion. Like the claim that a Jesus or a God is needed in order to make you a better human while not being a better human, and not being able to um have the characteristics or the skill sets to be that better human. And that would be to actively listen when someone says a thing is harming me, and I need guidance on how to work through this thing that's actively causing me harm. They care more about this belief, this cult, than they do the people that they try to drag into it or keep inside of it.
And that couldn't be more accurate, not only from like the behavior of Cookie in the comments, but even from what you were talking about with the last couple of sessions being combative. Like, think about this. If a source or resource that I'm presenting to you is increasing your anxiety when it's supposed to be bringing you peace and comfort, and it's causing you to have more questions than feel as though it's providing more answers to the questions that you already have, how effective is it? And I get, especially being as young as you mentioned that you are, I get that, needing guidance and needing direction. But I think at a certain point we have to ask ourselves, do we want to know what's true? And if we want to know what's true, then there are a couple of ways that we can go about finding out what that is. And it's first being having a consistent methodology to assess a claim. You mentioned the Bible, but my first question is, what makes us think the Bible is true? Just because a book says a thing doesn't make that thing true. So when you talk about guidance and direction, I think you need to, or I think it's beneficial to know what you want to be guided and directed to. Is it something that's comforting, something just to hold on to, an idea, or is it things that are true? And Jehovah's Witnesses, you can research the origin of that belief system, of that organization. You can find out how many millions upon millions of dollars it's had to pay out in the same way the Catholic Church has, because it shuffles P3DOs around from congregation to congregation. It insulates DV in a lot of ways, just based on its principles of you can't, go to that you are strongly discouraged to go to authorities and police officers for things such as DV or SA, because of a scripture in the Bible that talks about at the mouth of two or three witnesses, the truth will be established. So they've had a lot of harmful practices over the years. There's even been, from my understanding, a new update about being able to go to college. Back in the day, I don't know if Special K is in here, but back in the day when we were Jehovah's Witnesses, you could not go to college. It was very strongly discouraged, and you would sometimes, depending on the congregation, you could get in trouble, get like some sort of public punishment for going, or even for asking the questions that I'm pretty sure that you're asking the ladies that are studying with you. So the reality is, if you're looking for information, there should be no part of the information that you find that should be immune to questioning. And if those questions are not answered with anything that is testable, verifiable, or anything that you don't understand, you aren't required to accept it. And I think that's one of the biggest drawbacks or the biggest red flags for Jehovah's Witnesses, because they don't encourage questioning certain things, and they don't encourage you looking into this organization outside of the information they give you about them.
What was their justification for saying that you couldn't go to college? Was it because they didn't want you to gain like critical thinking skills, or like get be exposed to other ways of thinking? Like
Yeah,
what was?
that was primarily it. They told you to focus on spreading the good news. So when you graduated from high school, the good people were expected to go into the pioneer ministry, like the ones that knock on doors full time. That was what was encouraged, because they were telling you that as soon as, as soon as everybody learns about Jehovah, the end is going to come. So they would encourage that. But the reality is, college is where post-secondary education is where you learn critical thinking skills. In our education system, you're taught to memorize facts, not think through things. So I think that was absolutely the reason they didn't want you to go.
Sounds like the founders basically was breeding their employees, because it's like, go to school because the government's gonna make you, but don't uh, you know try to get your own higher level of education. Immediately get to work for the foundation,
Mm-hmm.
because actively going out knocking on doors just brings more seats in the building, and people giving to the organization, right? And
Yeah.
the Jehovah's Witness has what, billions of dollars that they don't necessarily give back to the people, right?
Absolutely. I mean, look at like, I didn't even think about this. I don't remember where I heard it. I think it was on a TikTok I scrolled by. But I remember, like, there was this thing when we grew up. It was called, I think it was called the building committee. So like younger people who had any sort of skill set, like bricklaying or plumbing or electrical or whatever, they would actually build the kingdom halls for free. They would volunteer their time, volunteer their material, their tools. They would go and pay to stay at a hotel, like in this area where they were building a kingdom hall. They would build these kingdom halls using free labor of the members of of the congregation, or they would, bring people in from other areas to build these congregations, have them, have people attend them for a while, and then turn around and sell the building. So in actuality, it's this absolutely, and I didn't even think about it growing up, because it was always a privilege to be selected to go, on one of these building sites, or going to another country to build these kingdom halls. You didn't even I did not even think about how that is basically just this Ponzi scheme of getting people to do work for you. They sell the land. You never know what's gonna come of the land. You never get, nobody in the congregation pockets any of the money. All of it is funneled through Bethel in New York.
Yeah, like they were breeding laborers.
Absolutely. And then the ones that would go to Bethel in New York, they would volunteer to live there and keep that building clean, keep that building running. They would be volunteers that are cooking, volunteers that are coordinating all sorts of things for the operation of the congregations across the U.S. It is an absolute scam, and people are in that caught in it and don't even realize it.
That's slavery.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and breeding, like they were breeding humans.
Hmm.
Like that's crazy. Not were, but are.
Yeah,
Is it
still are.
still like that?
Now, I'm so far removed, don't know, but I would assume so. I don't have very many people that I keep in contact with that are still in, but they definitely don't pay for labor. There's no like collection plate or tithing or anything like that. It's all voluntary contributions, and it's like a box at the back of the Kingdom Hall, and nobody sees what the money that you put in, and it's all, it's up to you. So they tell you that they're the only organization that does that, because they don't care about money. That's why they don't pass a collection plate. All of the leaders in the congregation are not paid, not the local congregation. Like they have positions above like the local congregations. They may have like a district overseer or a circuit overseer, that those people, their full-time job is to go from like area to area, state to state, and visit with these congregations like they're the fucking pope. Like, it is really weird. So Wu Young, I'm not sure, I would listen to, I always say this, if I'm presented with an idea or something that I'm not familiar with and I'm contemplating, trying to figure out if it makes sense to me or not, I'm going to look at the best information for it as well as the best information against it, because a one-sided assessment of a thing is imbalanced. So if you want to continue studying and looking into this organization to see if it provides for you the guidance that you're looking for, you've been studying them with them for a while. I would say if that's what you want, that's completely up to you. But I would also look at it from the perspective of what's the best evidence against believing that these people have anything that's close to truth. And that's a fair assessment. If you want to, it would be like if I'm looking for a car, I want to know the best car to buy. I'm not going to go to Honda because Honda is going to tell me that they are the best. If I go directly to Nissan, Nissan is going to tell me that they're the best. They're the safest. I need to find a neutral perspective on that. I need to look at the good things of Honda and the bad things of Honda, the good things, the good points about Nissan and the bad points about Nissan. And it's the same thing with the belief system. But I can tell you that Jehovah's Witnesses had an origin. Jehovah's Witnesses have changed their beliefs and their position on a myriad of things over the centuries, including blood transfusions. I know people who have I personally know people who have died because they refused to accept blood because of what this organization told them. And then, 10 years later, we got new light. And so now they're changing their position on a very long held belief or a stance. So yeah, I keep asking those questions, no matter how uncomfortable it makes them. Their discomfort is not your responsibility. If they're teachers, then they should be able to answer the questions that you have as a student.
Thank you, Fee, and I really applaud you and Thinker and also for all of the information that y'all have been giving me today about the Jehovah's Witnesses. And there are a lot of points that really resonate with me, like starting from the end, like Fee, like you talked about the plasma, the transfusions and stuff. I, currently have to do the plasma thing, and then my pioneer told me you should only look at jw.org, and I did some research, and I texted her about a question I had. She said, don't look at those other sources, look at jw.org.
Yep.
And then about the overseers, there was one that I met last month. He was wonderful. Well, when I first seen him, he was beautiful. But that handshake, and then when I first came to her congregation, one of the overseers there gave me a handshake. My dad also taught me this particular handshake. I know y'all are older, so it's like if you shake a man's hand and he like rubs like with his finger, like rubs the
Like
inside of your hand.
scratches your palm.
Yeah, like scratches the inside of your palm with his finger.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had two of those handshakes. One was with the overseer, and another one was with one of the elders at the congregation that I went to visit with her. And I thought that was weird. And also like
Wait, what does the scratching in the palm mean? That they're interested in you?
my dad taught me that when a man does that, yeah, it basically means that they're interested in you, and that's only happened like twice since I've been there.
Wow.
I heard that growing up too. I don't know that was I didn't know, or if it was germane to Jehovah's Witnesses. It was something that my father told me back in.
No, it was like a
It sounds like
man.
that. I've never heard that before in my life.
It's like a man thing. It's not particularly the congregation, but it's like a thing that men do, and men are in the congregation.
Wow. Never
Um,
heard that. Never knew that. That is wild.
yeah. So like the go to jw.org, the handshakes, the you can donate plasma, the pressuring of to participate, even though I have anxiety, like I need professional help. I have a whole support network and therapists and all of that. Like I'm gonna listen to them over you, of course. Yeah, but oh yeah, and then the oh yeah, there were a lot of videos. Fee, I don't know if you know about Caleb and Sophia. Um,
I've heard about them, the little cartoon, the animation.
a lot of videos that were purged from the JW.org site
Hmm.
that I have not been able to like get to. Like when I go to it now, I would say like 2025. Like I haven't been able to like see those videos. They aren't there. They've replaced them. And I've been watching those videos, like the re-uploaded, redacted. There's this website that has like the archives, and then like it's completely redone over. Fee, like you said, like it's it's completely redone, and then they have like the new dress codes and stuff, and all that new stuff, and like it just seems like a lot
Like,
to
and
yeah.
the reality is, if it were the truth, it wouldn't need to change, right? We've not gotten an update to the temperature at which water boils. You know, we haven't had 2.0 for things that are demonstrably true, you know, about the world that we live in. If they had a true doctrine, if they had contact with a God that never changes, then there would be no need to update these belief systems. When I was growing up, we couldn't have locks because they were a sign of resistance. Now people have locks, you know, all the time. Men couldn't have beards, which is weird, but they couldn't have beards. Men couldn't voluntarily be bald. Now this is just in my congregation. It was different congregation to congregation. I mean, if you started losing your hair, okay, cool, but you can't shave your head off to, you know, as bald because that was bringing, you know, too much attention to yourself. If I had on too many rings on one hand, that would be flagged as, you know, being flashy. The rules were they've morphed. Like back in the day, you couldn't go to like physically go into a church for anything. I think those rules have relaxed. So all of the shifts that we see inside specific religions about the belief, if you kind of extrapolate that to the Bible, we've seen the shifts in the way this Bible has been applied. The things that this Bible says is okay, we know from a cultural perspective it's not okay. The norms match the people. Nothing is matching this God, and this God adjusts with the people. So I'm not sure why people are so adamant on trying to proclaim that God has this objective standard of any sort, because it changes believer to believer.
Exactly. And even my I saw somebody in the even I I
Hold on, y'all. Come on, keep tapping the screen. You gotta send, even if it's a rose, you gotta feed the beast so that we can get people in here. The guest box is still on E, just to let y'all know. Go ahead, Will.
yeah, my pioneers, her sister is a big fan of, my profile picture and my name, and I even had to like secretly send them pictures and videos of the concert, like secretly through another account, um upload it to another account, give her the login, all of that stuff. Like, it's just too much. And then for you to turn around and say, like,
Wait, hang on, Woo. I didn't follow that. You had to secretly upload what?
like you said, they're very strict on like outside influences and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I just know that my pioneer talks about me to her family. I just know for a fact that she does.
See, I look at it like this. You're 22, right?
Yeah.
You're an adult.
Yes, and so is her sister.
Yeah. So you don't owe allegiance to any other human being. In terms of their expectation, like even the way you're speak, like my pioneer, that's a self-proclaimed position. She doesn't have to be your anything. And the one thing that I can say specifically for people who are pioneers, they are, I guess they would be the equivalent thinker of your evangelist in like a traditional Christian church. They're the ones that are committed to either full time, all they do is preach. that they have a certain number of hours that they have to put in per month, unless that's changed. They have a certain quota to meet. So they tend to be very dogged in their determination. They tend to be very forceful and very domineering. They are also very cuss outable. And if you tell her to leave me the fuck alone, then she's gonna have to leave you the fuck alone. You are a full grown adult, able to make your decisions about what works for you and what doesn't work for you. And the moment that you set that boundary, they're gonna have to respect it. You are under no obligation to believe something just because someone wants you to believe it, and you have every right as an individual to ask questions to the point that until those answers satisfy you. And anybody that's pushing you away from your own mental understanding, it to me is an absolute red flag.
I appreciate that. I really do. Because it sometimes she scolds me like, because I don't, I don't have, but sometimes she scolds me like if she was my actual mother. And she's Nigerian too, so it kind of hits harder. Yeah, it kind of hits harder.
Yeah, I will definitely encourage you to, and I know it's hard when you're younger and you're dealing with someone who's older, but to Oso's point, age does not equal automatic respect. Respect is earned, and you are worthy of respect as an autonomous individual. At 22, just because she may be 52, that does not mean she gets to disrespect you or boss you around.
Yeah, and I
Absolutely. If you that damn old, you know how to act.
and I right, and I really appreciate, how she is as a woman, like as a person, like as a friend. But when we start talking about the scriptures, it's like it's good to be educated on what we believe, right? But then when we start getting into certain topics, it's like, girl, no, like do not pass go. Like she's a very like I want to be like her when I grow up. Like I want to be a respectful, articulate, confident, radiant woman, right? But then it's just the opinion. Like when she starts talking about certain things, and I'm like, like all that goes out the window. Um, yeah. But I'm definitely gonna use this oh yeah, and another thing too I wanted to share. Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened. These last few weeks it's been hell for me. And my dad told me, when you're going through hell, keep going. And I didn't need Jesus for any of it. Like I might have, said a prayer. I might have, had to reset, my nervous system a little bit because, I have anxiety. I might have had to do those things, but I've been getting through it on my own. And I know some people, I used to think that about a year and a half ago, like a couple of months back, right? I used to think that I needed it, but I've been discovering my own strength, and this is really why I'm deconstructing from this, right? I don't need, like, I value the education, right? I want to know what other people believe, you know. Um, I think that my dad, like being a Black Panther, has given me like the gift of, speaking to people, communicating to people, education, and I really do value that. But these last couple of weeks have really helped me find my own strength and moving forward, with my study, in terms of enforcing those boundaries with my, with my Bible study partner and with my faith, fee, like I know you like to say, like sometimes you kind of reconstruct. I feel like the only thing that's really limiting me is my experience being so young. And I'm kind of optimistic about the growth that I can have. And having these conversations is really important. Because like the things that I've talked about, like, I haven't been able to say this to anybody else, that could really understand it. And that's why I appreciate this community. So
Yeah, I definitely say stick around. I think I tell Thinker this all the time, and I know it's true because so many people have come up here and said that to her because of the space that she's curated and the fact that there's so many people who express themselves in so many different ways. One of the things that I think we all benefit from is hearing from each other and learning from each other, and recognize that that learning never stops. I'm 30 years older than you. I literally have a child your age. But the reality is, even at this age, I'm still learning every single day. I'm still learning things about myself every single day. And I think that the thing that I wish I had learned earlier in my life is no is a complete sentence.
Yeah.
Boundaries tell you how far you can go. That is my boundary. Do not step past it. And I think being able to understand that and come to the space and hear women who don't have an issue establishing those boundaries in a multitude of different ways, it'll help you craft how the way that fits you, the way that matches who you are as a person. And I think that's what education is all about, seeing the world around us and finding what frequency, if you want to call it that, or what style, whatever you want to call it, finding which one matches who you are as a person and walking in that confidently.
Exactly. And I really appreciate the conversation that we had today. And I'm pretty sure that my dad, wherever he is, he's looking down and he's like, yeah, I raised a very intelligent and strong daughter, a daughter that knows how to talk to people and get the help that she needs and be able to, use those tools and grow into the beautiful woman that I know he wants me to be and who I want to be too. Yeah. I appreciate
Absolutely.
y'all so much.
Yeah, and if you
Absolutely.
shoot me a DM if you have any other questions or something, or you need some resources about JWs, or y'all know I love books, and I'll definitely be willing to send those over to you or answer any questions you have about the organization.
Okay. Thank you so much, Fee, Thinker, and also, and oh yeah, Thinker. Like I was listening to you last night. You was like, motherfucker, motherfucker. Like I just love you because people out, motherfucker. Yeah.
That's
These
really
people
funny.
get on my
Yeah.
damn nerves. Like I just had to cuss somebody out in my comments on the video that I did for Lala. Like, don't first off, like, why the fuck is you following me? And then second off, like, you get in the comments and say, coming online begging, when everybody else is hurting. Like, you are you are a Christian by their bio. You are a Christian who most likely follows me because you are pissed because I said that your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And but you'll get up here and say that it is humanity's fault that there are people who are suffering because humans who's supposed to be carrying this Jesus around in them aren't helping other humans while you actively get in my fucking comments and say the shit that you said. And then the crazy thing about Cookie's dumbass, uh, right, is agreeing with that shit. Like she's agreeing with that shit. This is the shit that I'm talking about. Like, and I fucking wish you scary motherfuckers would bring your ass on stage so that I can talk to y'all because y'all get on my motherfucking nerves with y'all insensitive, selfish, greedy asses.
Oh my
Like
god,
that
my
shit
dad would have
pisses
loved
me
you.
off.
My dad would have loved you. Oh my god, y'all would have been having some interesting conversations, but he would have loved you. Like I'm, y'all would have been
like,
cursing back at.
man, I cannot stand selfish ass people. I can't. And then like on top of that, you selfish as hell while cosplaying as the thing that people are supposed to lean on for help. Like you are a problem. Bitch, like I really wish that you would bring your ass on stage so I can crook or combo your ass.
She
Like
won't.
I really wish.
She won't because she knows she has no leg to stand on. The reality is if she believed she had something worthy of considering, she'd come up here and share it. But she knows that her position is untenable. That's the very reason she won't engage in a conversation about her position. She likely doesn't even know it because she hasn't read the book. But she wants to come in here and tell us about what we're doing. Yeah, she's not gonna come up.
It don't make no sense. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Fee. Remember when you were like the people was coming in and they was doing all that work for free? I remember we was talking about how Jehovah's Witnesses do not get involved in like the war, and I asked her. I said, "Well, well, what if you have to bring humanitarian aid like they did in Nepal? Like, what if you have to bring like humanitarian aid? Like, what if you have to bring like aid to the people? She was like, well, Jehovah don't, let me not mock her. She was like,
Please,
Jehovah.
please mock her voice, cause that shit sound funny already. That's how she sound.
He was like,
Sound like Brooklyn.
eh,
Jehovah don't want you to do that.
like Jehovah don't get involved in the disputes of the world because the Catholics was unaliving the Protestants and the French was unaliving the Polish, and I was like, well, and then I was like, well, how did y'all get those solicitation requests from the Supreme Court? She's like, well, we're called to do the. And I was like, girl, bye. Like, I ain't got time. Like,
And
just
they don't even
schizophrenic.
know. Like they don't even know the average, your average JW doesn't even know the ins and outs of this organization. They don't know about the millions that have been paid out because they cannot look at anything, any news articles, any updates, any documentaries, any movies, any books. You cannot look at any of that without being in trouble if it's against the organization. Like growing up, I'm pre-internet, right? I'm that old, and there was a former governing body member named God, I can't remember his name, but he wrote a book called A Crisis of Conscience. And he basically kind of bared all. It was that first that I was aware of, the first kind of tell all from the inside. And we were told when warned, do not read that. If you read it, your mind will be open to Satan and he could start controlling your body. And like, it was pretty intense. But now with the internet, it's like when the internet became like a household, what am I looking for? Utility is the word I'm looking for. A household utility. We were warned against looking at information that was against Jehovah's Witnesses. So again, if you're telling me not to look at anything that is critical of your organization, how strongly do you think your foundation really is? Because the truth has no need to fear inquiry. But if you think you hold the truth, but you're only true because you can't look at anything that criticizes your position, I don't even think you have the truth. Because you're trying to protect something.
She straight told me that, well, if you had money to donate to Gaza, you could have sent it in the bond donation bin at the church. You've been to 2 congregations, right? Right? Like, girl,
What?
hey, girl,
What?
y'all be coming in
This is
there
what I.
with
This is why I say like they don't need to take up offering because they have breeded their own laborers. Like
Yep.
it's a fucking Ponzi scheme, and that's how they have billions of dollars. Their organizational leadership lives in wealthy neighborhoods, drive good cars, eat good food, while their laborers are fucking suffering.
And then the fact that you are encouraged to not have strong or close relationships to anybody outside of the organization. So say you got an elderly person whose children are not Jehovah's Witnesses. That elderly person is likely going to be convinced to leave all of their earthly possessions to the organization. They make the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society their beneficiary. Like the
But the crazy
number.
thing is, there's somebody in the chat. There's a nerd in the chat who said their dad has gifted half of his life insurance to the organization. He's still alive,
What?
and she
Yeah.
is too.
oh,
Yeah. Like it's insane how deeply this runs, and the fact that I mean, and you're right. Like breeding your own workers is exactly what's going on. They keep Bethel going by encouraging young people who are graduating from high school, go straight to Bethel, volunteer at Bethel, go serve at Bethel. That's like the height of honor, to go keep this business that you don't get paid. Like I think you get a stipend. They give you room and board, and you get a
Mhm.
small spending stipend. But yeah, like they are breeding their own laborers.
yeah. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, but I had a when I was in high school, I had one of these Black Panthers show up to the school for career day, and then me and him we talked one on one privately because I said my dad was a Black Panther on Jackson and Kenzie, right? And then I had asked him about God, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't believe in it no more." And I was like, "Why?" And I was like, I had a little pink Holman Standard Christian, but I pulled that out so quick, and then he was like, "No, like let me tell you." And I was like, let me listen to this man. I don't listen to men. I don't respect men. But I listened to him that one time, and he was like, my grandmother gave $326,000 to the church over 5 years. We had to wear shoes with holes in them. Like, teachers was calling my parents, teachers was calling my mom. Like, and then when his grandma got her house foreclosed on, that same church that she gave all of that money to over that 5 year period, they told her ass, no, we can't help you.
Damn.
And she had to have her house foreclosed on. She had to come live with him. And, then she passed away. And basically, like, the church didn't give a fuck about her. And my landlord was talking about the same thing. Like, I have to ask the church. And I'm really hoping that, against all hope, that, they will help. But, I
Who?
mean,
Jehovah's Witnesses?
no, my landlord goes to one church, but I'm with the Jehovah's Witnesses, so we kind of divided. But with that in the back of my mind, I'm like, I I don't I don't want to plant that seed in his head, but like the way things are now, you know, um, but that's why I'm grateful for this conversation because it'll help me move forward and be more optimistic, and give me that push that I need to be able to, like just break away from these delusions and really rely on my own strength. But that story right there, I was like, yeah, these people, I can't be giving all my time to these people, and that's just horrible and effed up to say, to think about. Yeah, and this was in like seventh grade on when we were living at my brother's house. Yeah, I remember that. Like those church people, they do not care. They don't.
No, like religion is absolutely a tool that is. I think I can't remember who it was. Said it was the opioid of the masses. Like it really does dull the senses. It causes you to completely function in a way that's detached from reality, and it doesn't hold up to scrutiny in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So I'm glad that you are asking these questions, and like I said, continue to ask questions. Though they are absolutely, like Bash says, gods to the answers. Yeah,
Okay.
Karl Marx said that. Thanks,
Yeah.
Daphne.
Thank y'all so much. Thank her fee and oh so long body, long body. Okay, y'all can drop me
Have
down.
a good one.
Have a good
Have
one.
a good one, friend. Thinker, did you see what Cookie said?
Mm-hmm. Like, I honestly, I think Cookie is a troll. I think she is a white man hiding behind a black woman's account because it's an account with 0 followers. And then, as someone said in the comments, she used Buddy, and
Hmm.
only white men say Buddy.
Yeah, buddy is not a black woman's word,
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a white man scared of the knowledge of a black woman.
which is probably why she won't come up here because we will recognize that.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm.
But Faye, did you see my response to your comment on that white guy's post?
I haven't seen it.
The post of the white guy talking about how the white church has used the black and brown bodies as a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Um, and uh, in the comments, like he did a great job on his post. This is not about him because everything that he said is true, but it isn't different from anything that we say on a daily basis.
Hmm.
And like he has 40,000 likes, and his comments is filled with black people agreeing with him. And I commented to you and I said, like, I agree with everything that he said, but like the comment section is a part of the system working the way that it's supposed to work because when you and I say these things, right? Um, when you and I say these things, can someone do me a huge favor? Also,
Yeah,
I need you in our spirit to like work, right? There's something that I need you to do, right?
absolutely.
Yeah, and before you do that thing, I need a
Oh,
picture. Oh shit. Um, I needed a picture so that I could send it to the cybersecurity.
I got that. Don't worry. I can do
Oh,
that too.
okay. All right, thank you. Um, but I love the fact that Oso and I are like, like we ain't even got to say a
In
lot of words.
sync.
I fucking
Yep.
love it. Yeah. But the the fact that of the black people in the comments like filled his comments saying, "Oh, your message is divine. This is God talking through you." Like they saw God in his message, but when we say it, they
Mm-hmm.
see the devil. And we don't say anything different than
Nope.
what he was saying in his video. And this goes back to me wondering why black believers are so comfortable talking about their beliefs with white atheists, but they get terrified when it's black atheists. Like they won't talk to black atheists about their beliefs. Like I don't. It's not that I don't understand it, but it's seeing the system work and seeing them be so oblivious to it frustrates the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Do you think that they see white atheists differently than they see black atheists because there's a certain amount of identification that they don't share with white atheists? Like I've had a person tell me before, like, I can understand, a white person who doesn't have our history being an atheist. I can't understand a black person being an atheist because I think to them, to be black is to love Jesus, and to be black is to appreciate all that the church, the symbolism of the church to the black community. They can understand a white person not being able to understand that. And I'm wondering if that's part of why they see those two buckets of people differently.
I definitely think it has a lot to do with that. I want to address something Rima said. I don't disrespect people in here. I disrespect disrespect. So let me state that first off. I don't know why y'all expect me to kiss the ass of people who are actively disrespecting me. And their white atheists are not gonna let anybody come on their live stream and disrespect them. And y'all don't expect them to. So don't expect me to. But I definitely do think that it has a lot to do with them believing that, believing in this God is blackness. And when they see a black person step out of line, much like during Jim Crow time, during the antebellum South, it scared the shit out of them. And so they expect they're used to seeing white people move about in freedom. They're used to seeing the entitlement, the white power, like them being able to just do what they want to do. And so they don't question it. It doesn't scare them because that's their expectation. But when they see black people do it, it's it's like a like triphobia, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
It's something that should not be in the system, and it scares the shit out of them. And they would
Yeah.
rather that we get back in line.
I also think us getting back in line makes it easier for them to ignore the things that they've been ignoring, which are the problems in this belief system. Because I can't imagine that the questions that we raise, specifically just the basic ones, maybe not the ones that are about the specific stories that you'd ask, which requires reading the Bible, but the ones about the issues with the well-known stories. They've had these questions before, or even if they haven't had those questions, a mind stretched can't return to its original shape. So I think it's the involuntary stretching of their minds that we do for them, that it's like the thorn in their side.
Yeah, because they've also been told that we all have to believe in order for them to get whatever promise that they are waiting on. So us actively rebelling puts their reward at risk too. And it puts it at risk by us going against the grain, but also, as you said, stretching their cognitive abilities and making them question what they've been told and what they've been holding on to and hoping for the majority of their life. Um, so I think them having to question and face, am I going to get that reward, right? Or was I lied about that reward? Scares the shit out of them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like two people leaving a family business. If one of them grew up outside of the family, it doesn't feel like a betrayal, right? Like, oh, they didn't know the business. They didn't learn how to do this with grandpa. They weren't really bought in. But if somebody inside the family leaves, it feels like a betrayal because it challenges this shared identity and this history that all Black people are supposed to feel this way. Like it challenges that paradigm. So looking at the person who didn't have a connection in the way that they think we should or we do just by virtue of being Black, Black in this country, I think it hits very differently.
Yeah, eternity is definitely their Achilles heel.
Which is crazy. Like just again, it's one of those things I don't think they really truly thought about. I think it's just I don't want to die, therefore I want to live forever. And that's the extent of it. Toss in a little sprinkle of hell here and, eternal damnation, gnashing of teeth. And, you're sold on this idea that doesn't make any fucking sense to begin with.
Because a lot of them are hurting. And the only thing that they can see, right, or hope for is that suffering will end in eternal life, and then that they will finally get what they couldn't get in this life and the next life.
Yep.
Like they're angry, right? Because like a lot of them know that this God isn't benefiting them, but they've convinced themselves that it's all for a bigger cause because they're special to the God. And like, what else do they really have to hang on to if you take away their specialness, right? Like, I'm suffering this much because I'm loved this much by the God of the universe.
Right. And then when you challenge that, you're challenging the very thing that makes them special. You're challenging the very thing that they feel is the only thing that gives them value. So how dare you, point out that my crown is made of cardboard? How dare you point out that, this tiara that I'm wearing, is made of plastic? They don't want to do that.
Right. And nobody has seen, what's after death. No one,
Nope.
RDK. So, like, I don't know, for you to say so many claims, right, for people who have never seen what's after death, like, no one has seen what's after death.
Hello.
Did you hear my response to your comment?
Yeah. Well, you say nobody has ever seen what's after death?
Like, I hope you're not talking about the claims in the Bible, right? Like, those were mortals who are claiming that a God told them what would happen after death, right? Like, people who have what you call near-death experiences were not dead. Near death is not death.
Okay. So let me get this straight. Do you guys deny that Jesus Christ existed?
Like, I don't care if he did exist.
Okay. So you guys don't have a problem about the historicity of the man Jesus Christ. You guys just have a problem
Like,
about.
yeah, like nobody,
Man,
right, but nobody gives a damn, right? It doesn't, whether he existed or not does not change the fact that he has had a
Hmm,
negative impact on society. And the fact that you,
hmm,
as a mortal who knows how your brain works, knows that you have no idea what the fuck happens when a human being dies and is gone for fucking ever. What happens when that transpires, and the fact that you want people to believe that a human knows what happens when that transpires is ridiculous, and it's because of your belief in this God.
Yes. Well, the reason why we believe in what so-called what you call this God, because he died and resurrected. He defeated death. And so he knows what's on the other side. So that's one of the reasons why we believe in him, because he made a statement and said he is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to the Father unless they go through him. And then he also made other statements where if you don't believe in him, you will die in your sins, and you'll go to an eternal prison with an extremely hot climate. So we make the
RDK,
choice.
RDK, who told you he made those statements?
It's in the Bible. It's written in the
Right,
Bible.
right. Who wrote the Bible, RDK?
We have eyewitnesses that were actually
Right,
walking
RDK.
with Jesus.
Who
Oh, we
was
have.
did he RDK? Like the fact that I
Yeah,
have to break this down
I can
on
answer you. I can
like
answer you if you let me go.
kindergarten level for you is ridiculous.
Can you?
When
Can
I
I answer
say
you?
who, RDK, when I say who, I'm asking, did your Jesus write that book himself, or was it another mortal like you? You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm saying. Are you saying eyewitnesses cannot record down an event?
Are they mortal like you?
Yes, they're human beings. Yes, for sure.
All right. So another human being
Mm-hmm.
like you, whose brain has limited capabilities like you, whose brain has the ability to have imaginations like you, told you that a deity said a thing.
No, they were eyewitnesses. They were actually there.
Who were humans, RDK?
Yeah, but they witnessed.
Humans.
Yeah, they witnessed the events. They were there. They actually walked
RDK,
with Jesus.
RDK, RDK.
Okay.
These are humans who wrote stories in a book and
According to.
told you that, and these are humans who wrote stories in a book
Mhm.
2,500 years ago. There's no different than you.
Okay, so what is your point exactly? I'm trying to figure out your point.
The
The
point.
fact that the go ahead, finish.
Oh, you go ahead and finish your thought, thinker.
No, I was just gonna say the fact that you are asking me what is
Hmm.
my point is the problem. Like it shouldn't be that hard. Like I shouldn't even have to break it down on
Yes.
a kindergarten level. But
Well,
because you have a belief, stop talking while I'm talking. You can wait. Because you have a belief in a God, you are incapable of using your brain, right, to think logically that it was human beings who wrote this story down, who claim to be eyewitnesses to a thing, right? 2,500 years ago. And that thing that they claim to be eyewitnesses to is a God telling you what would happen after death. And no human being since that time has been able to go into death and tell you what happens after death.
well,
Your
you're
mind, your brain has changed. The things that you know has changed because the world that you live in has changed. And your deity has not updated that information. Your deity has not talked to the mind of another mortal regarding that after death since then.
well. First, can we have a dialogue and not make it a monologue?
That
That
means
way,
that
that way.
no. The
Okay.
rules are you do not talk while someone else is talking.
Okay, so
That's
you
the
just talk
rule.
when
If
I was
you
talking. I was
if
talking and you
I'm
interrupted me.
listen. You're not gonna come in here and run this fucking stage, okay? If I say don't talk while I'm talking, that's what I mean. And you can either participate in the conversation and be respectful, or you can hop down.
Okay, so host, can we have a dialogue?
Wow, you got
Hello.
burnt out that quick, huh?
Hello.
That's crazy.
When no one's speaking, RDK, that means it's your turn to speak, but we're just asking
Yeah.
that you not
So
oh, you see how you interrupted me while I was still speaking? We're asking that you don't do that. Just wait until you hear silence, then it's your turn to speak.
okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. So guys, I want to ask you guys a question, right? Since you guys are taking this from a logical perspective, right? And I want to ask you guys a question. You guys don't believe in God, right? And you guys don't believe in life after death. Am I? Would I be assuming right with those two statements?
This is not your first time in here.
Okay, so you said so. I'm right. So guys, what if you guys are wrong?
Oh well.
Oh,
Also,
really?
what?
Is that it? Oh well.
Well, I can answer that question
Oh
for you.
wow.
I can answer that question for you, RDK, and it is much like Oso's response. So what if we are wrong? What if you're wrong? You act like this God that you believe in is the only God that's ever been worshipped throughout history. There are gods being worshipped in this day and age that you're going to go to hell in their religion as well. Another reason why I'm not concerned about being wrong about this God in the Bible is because I know how I live my life. And if my character and my actions and my decency and my empathy and my care for other humans and the planet that we live on, and me living a life that reflects that, is not enough to get into this God's good graces, and what I call myself is more important, then with all capital letters, fuck your God. Because he's the one that sat by with the full power and capacity to fix things, and he let children die and go hungry. I would not do that. He's the one that's sitting by and letting children be harmed and rights be stripped away from people that are born in the way that he made them and not do a damn thing about it. So if I die and I come in front of your God and he says, hey, well, why didn't you become a Christian? I will say to him, why didn't you learn how to leave a message for your people if you wanted them to accurately understand it? As a mortal human, I know how to communicate better than he does. So I'm not concerned about this God that you worship being something that I'll meet in the afterlife. And anything that I do meet in an afterlife, if it ever happened, will know how I lived my life. And I don't have anything to be concerned about.
Yeah,
And if your
$1 billion.
God didn't
Can I
even
respond to
have the
her?
fucking no, if your God didn't even have the fucking intellect to be able to tell a person exactly how striped animals are created, and he got that shit wrong, there is no reason for me to believe that he can tell any human what happens when we die.
So she said that God didn't leave a correct line of communication or way of understanding him. But we have 1 billion people that believe in the God of the Bible, and we clearly understand
It's
him.
actually
So
2.5, but all right.
say that again, brother.
It's actually like 2.5 or something like that.
Okay, whatever the number is, it's past 1 billion, and we all understand him. We praise him. We pray to him, and
Y'all don't pray
he,
to the same God, RDK. Y'all don't
I'm,
even notice. Y'all don't
I'm,
even know the same God.
I'm
Hold
talking
on,
about
let him speak.
Christianity. I'm talking about Christianity, like in the whole, as a whole. Talking about Christianity, those who believe in Jesus Christ and read the Bible. So there's 1 billion plus of us that understand Him. And because you said when you get up there, you tell Him, God, why didn't you leave a clear instruction or manual book or something that we could probably understand? We understand it clearly. We praise Him. We worship Him. He helps us with our day to day and everything. So I don't know if that excuse is going to work. But you
You
guys
you
said,
act
go on.
you're saying that you understand him, but really you fear him, right? You adopting a belief system that you can't back up, that has no logical evidence for it, does not mean that it's true. And as I stated, your God could not even give the correct information for how striped or spotted animals are created. There is no reason for me to believe that he can tell any human what would happen after death. And just because you all are willing to believe that when humans fuck in front of striped poles, they thereby become out striped, doesn't mean that I have to adopt that type of ignorance.
Yeah, but the fear of God is the beginning of all wisdom. But you
That
talk
doesn't
about.
change anything. Like
I know it doesn't change anything
you're
for you.
saying you understand him, and you actually don't. You fear him, because when we ask you questions about why your God allowed grape, you're going to say you don't know the mind of your God. When I ask you questions about why your God created Satan and what said that everything was good on day 6, when Satan had already rebelled on the earth before Satan ever had a conversation with the humans, you're going to say you don't know the mind of your God. So you don't actually understand your God. You fear it. You fear
Well,
hell. You fear your God's judgment. That's
well,
that's that's all.
I mean, if you want, we can attack each point you make. We can have a dialogue, and I can help you understand things you don't understand about the Bible. We can have a dialogue, and you're talking about fear.
You can address whether or not what I said was true,
Yeah, well,
right?
you're
Because
making you're more.
when I ask questions about your God, you're going to say you don't know the mind of your God. You're going to say his ways are higher than our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts. That's not understanding, that's fear.
Yeah, but you're making false claims. How do you know what I'm going to say? You don't know what I'm going to say, so you're just
Sure.
making false
Okay,
claims. So,
let's go ahead, let's get
but
into it. Go ahead,
okay.
address each point I made.
Yeah, so let's go one by one, and that way we can have a dialogue. So, what's your first point that you want to make?
Yeah, the first point I want to make is your God
Yeah.
created Satan, um, and he created him during the 6 days creation, correct?
Okay, so let's deal with that first. Let's deal with that. First and foremost, sister, do you know what the word Satan is in Hebrew or what it means?
Ha-Satan, the Satan, the
Yeah, do you know
adversary.
what
He
that means,
created
though?
he created him during the 6-day creation, correct?
No, that's not correct. I want to ask you a
So
question.
did hold on, he created everything during the 6-day creation,
No,
correct?
no, 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 no. You're
Okay,
wrong.
let's hold on.
You're wrong. So,
Let's go to the Hebrew. Let's go to the Hebrew. We're gonna
can
go to the
I?
Hebrew.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We're gonna go to the Hebrew, right?
Go on.
Yep. Va Yakulu Ha Shamaim
What chapter we
Vaha
in?
Aretz. This is Genesis 2.
Okay, let's have a
Genesis
look at it.
2 and 1.
Yep, let me
Genesis
go
2
there as
and
well.
1.
Genesis 2, and we are at verse 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Va Yakulu Ha Shamaim Vaha Aretz Vakol Savam. That Savam means all the host, the army of heaven, the angels, the whatever is in heaven. That's
Really?
what your God created. Yep,
Really?
in Hebrew.
Is that your interpolation of the text?
Nope,
Is that
that word is army. That word is
okay?
army, and it says,
Okay.
uh, and all of the heavens and the earth and all the army. That's what he created,
Okay. So
right? At the end of his 6 days. So the army of
can,
heaven,
can I?
right? I'm talking right now. So the army of heaven would include everything created in heaven, the whole entire host. That's what
According to
that
you?
word means in Hebrew. That's the Hebrew word.
Yeah, fine. But that's according to you, right? That's according to your
No,
interpretation,
that's
right?
according to the Hebrew vocabulary.
But I'm saying but that's according. That's your interpretation. Even if you
That's
read
not
in
an
Hebrew or English.
interpretation. That's not an
Okay.
interpretation. That's a
So
translation.
let me
There
ask
is
you a
a
question.
difference. There is a difference between interpretation and translation.
Let me ask you a
The
question.
translation of the word savam is host or
I know the
army.
word.
Evidently not.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. That does every Christian agree with you that that is talking about angels?
I don't care what every Christian agrees.
Of
That's
course
what
you
the
don't care.
story
You don't
says.
care what
That's
the
what the story.
scholars say.
That's what the
So
story says. The book says it. The book says the heaven and the earth were finished and all of their array. The
and I'm
heaven and the earth. That's what the book
okay.
says.
Can I
So
ask you a
that
question?
would include your God created the heavens during the 6-day creation and
Yeah.
everything in it. That would
Yes.
include his angels. That would
Okay.
include your Satan.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Do you know what the firmament is?
I'm talking about Satan.
Yeah, I'm
We're
asking.
talking
Do you
about
know?
heaven.
Yeah, and
We're
I'm
talking about
still.
heaven.
Yes,
I don't
I'm
give a
still on it.
fuck about a firmament. We're talking about heaven.
Oh, okay, okay. So let
We're
me
talking
explain what.
about heaven.
Yeah,
Stick to Genesis 2
yes,
1.
let me explain to you what the firmament is.
I don't give a fuck what the firmament
You
is.
should,
We're
because it will
talking
show how much
about
error you're in.
heaven. We're talking about heaven.
Okay, so can I talk now? So when it says their host, it's talking about all the stars and everything in our heaven. Okay? And all of that
That
that's in our
says
heaven.
army. Host
Oh
is
my gosh.
army.
Yeah, can you
Host
let
is
me? I
army.
thought you said we shouldn't
Host
interrupt
is
each other.
army. Host is army.
Can I talk?
Everything, the army of heaven. That's what that word means.
Okay. So the Bible says he created a firmament, right? And everything under the firmament, including the stars, the host, whatever, is under the firmament. The angels are spirits which are above the firmament. Why'd you guys mute me? I'm trying to explain to you the error that you're in.
I'm not in error. You're just pivoting.
So host, why am I getting muted?
I don't know. As do that, she's doing it.
Yeah, can you ask her why?
You can ask her.
Whoever's muting me, why are you muting me? Okay, so that host there is talking about the stars and everything in the heavens. Okay, but the heavens are under the firmament. That's where our physical world is. It's under the firmament. So that's what that's talking about. So it's not talking about that. Literally, that's when the first fallen angel was created.
So in Genesis 1, let's go to Genesis 1, verse 6. And God said, let there be a dome in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. So God made the dome and separated the waters that were under the dome from the waters that were above the dome, and it was so. God called the dome sky, which in Hebrew this is heaven, and there was evening and there was morning the second day. And God said, let the waters under the sky be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees of every kind on earth that bear fruit with the seed in it, and it was so. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed of every kind, and trees of every kind bearing fruit with the seed in it. And God saw that it was good, and it was evening and morning on the third day. So on the third day, let's go to Genesis 1. Your God separated the waters, created that dome that you're talking about,
Yes, the
and called
firmament.
it
Yes.
heaven. And called it heaven.
Hmm. Yep, the firmament. It's called the firmament. Hmm. That's why. That's why
It's called
Noah.
heaven.
Yeah, it's called the firmament. If
It's called
you,
heaven.
man.
Just because you want to change the word, it's called heaven. It says heaven in the text in the Hebrew. It says heaven, and then Genesis 2 says that all of the host of heaven was created during the 6 days creation. Did the sound go out?
He looks muted on.
Yeah, guys, you just keep muting me for no reason. I don't even know why.
We are not
It's,
muting you. You did that your damn self
no, come on. Why would I mute my damn?
to
I,
make it look like you're being
I, thi-
muted.
I think I think
You
someone
were
here
not
doesn't want me to
muted. You
talk.
were not muted. You did that yourself.
Okay, so just to be clear, the firmament, everything that's under the firmament is the physical world. Okay, we live in a firmament. The fallen angels came from a spiritual world. Okay, so they wasn't created when our firmament and our world was created. So that's that to debunk that. What's your next question?
Show it in the text.
Okay,
Show it in the text.
I've just shown you.
Show it in the text. Pull up the text.
You haven't
Give me the scripture to go to that proves what you just said.
proved that what I just said. Okay, we can
Yeah.
start with Genesis 1:6. If you read it in KJV, it talks
Nope, not
about
the
the.
we have the Hebrew. There's no point of going to KJV when we have the
Okay,
Hebrew.
but does everyone here speak Hebrew?
I do. So tell me, you also said that you
Okay.
did, right?
No,
Shalom.
I can look and study Hebrew, but of course I'm not a
Okay,
fluent
so
Hebrew
the
speaker.
Hebrew's on the screen. Show
Okay,
me
so
with
what's
the
the
Hebrew.
word there in Genesis 1:6? What's the word there for firmament in Hebrew?
Why the fuck are you asking me? You're explaining this. I'm not
You
going to
said you speak
explain your
Hebrew, right?
argument for you. I'm not
You
going to
said
explain your argument for you.
what I'm
Show
saying.
it in the text.
Yeah, but
Like,
then you say
ask
you
the
speak
Holy
Hebrew.
Spirit to help you. I'm not going to do your work for you in the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so yeah, so in the KJV it talks about the firmament. Okay, and I can get the Hebrew word up for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to get the Hebrew word for firmament?
I mean, I guess you're going to have to because I used Hebrew to prove my point.
Okay, I can
You're
get the
going to have
Hebrew
to
word for
show me where
firmament.
the Hebrew says something different.
Okay, I can get you the Hebrew word for firmament. It's not that big of a deal. While I get that host, you can say something if you want. I'm just getting that. Okay. Brew. Okay. I knew it as well. Yeah, so it's the firmament in Hebrew is raka, which means an expansion space or solid surface, beaten out. This term refers to a dome-like structure or heaven created by God. So that's the firmament I'm talking about. And all the hosts are in that firmament. All the
Okay, show me
stars.
in Hebrew where that word is in this in Genesis 6:1-6. Where is that word?
So Genesis 1, yeah, Genesis 1:6. It's pardon? Show it to you.
Where is the word for the
Yeah,
Rakia.
right, right. So I'll have to show you my screen because obviously I got
It's
the
right
Hebrew.
there.
You see it, right?
Yep, it's right there.
Okay,
Let
so
there
so
be
that,
an expanse,
yeah,
right?
so you
It
know what that
says
means?
Va Yomer Elohim Yehi Rakia, right?
Yeah. So do you know what that means? Do
Yeah,
you know what
it
that
doesn't.
right here is?
It does not mean sky. Do you see that? It
Do you know
said
what right
God
here
said, "Let
means?
there be an expanse in the midst of the water."
Yeah,
That
do you
is
know what right
not.
here is though?
Stop talking while I'm talking. That is not referencing the sky or heaven. The verse that references the sky where he named the sky, Ha Shamayim, is in verse 9. Right here, right there.
Okay.
It says,
So
Va Yomer Elohim Yakaru Ha Mayim Metat. What are you doing? Oh, is that Lala? Um, hold on. Metat Ha Mayim El Makom. He names it heaven. The waters above the Rakia, he names heaven.
okay, can I speak? So, verse 6 says this. Then God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Thus God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament. We know what the waters are under the firmament, talking about the sea, from the waters which were above the firmament. So above the firmament, above the dome, there is water there. Okay? So, sister, where is that place where there is water above the firmament? Where is that place?
You are wasting my motherfucking time. Like
You don't
honestly,
know.
you
So
are. You
basically,
are
that's enough. You
wasting my
don't know.
time. You
You
are
don't
wasting
know.
my time. You can't prove your point.
You have
You
no
brought
idea
you
what I'm talking
shut the
about.
fuck up. You brought up Rakia, right? You
Yeah.
brought it up. Here it is again in verse 8, right? Where it says Va Yikra Elohim La Rakia, right? Shamayim, right? The God called the expanse heaven, the sky,
Yes, it
heaven,
is. It
right?
is.
And he says it a fucking again here. So the firmament he called heaven.
Yes, I agree with you, sister. I
And
agree
as
with
I
you.
stated, the heavens were created during the 6 days. And on
Listen.
top of that, Ha Shamayim, right, is plural because you believe that there are 3 heavens. There are multiple heavens. It was created during the 6 days.
Okay. So once again, I think it's just you can't understand exactly what the Bible's talking about here. Because it says there's water above the firmament. What is that, sister? What is it talking about there?
It's your heaven.
But they said there's water above the heaven.
It's your
What does that
heaven.
mean? What does that
It's your
mean to you?
heaven. It's your heavens. Your Hashamayim.
Okay, but what is above that? What is it? What is it? Like, what is
Your
it? 'Cause you're,
heavens.
okay, so you're telling me there's water above the heaven?
Your heavens.
What?
It's your heavens.
Yeah, but there's water above the heavens. What is it,
It's
sister?
your Hashamayim.
Yeah, but what is it?
Ma'im. It means plural. There are 3 heavens.
Yeah, I'm with you. What is the water above the heavens? What is
Your
it?
heavens.
Okay, what is that water above it? What is it? Like,
Your
what is that?
heavens, motherfucker. I've said it. I'm not changing my answer. It's your
Okay,
heavens.
so to conclude here, nowhere in Genesis does it talk about Satan being created when the world and earth was created.
Is Satan
Nowhere.
an angel? Is Satan an
Nowhere.
angel? Is he an
Yes, he
angel?
is. Yes, he is.
Okay. Do angels live in heaven?
Not in our heaven, no.
Do angels live in heaven?
Not in our heaven, no.
Do they live in a heaven?
They live in a spiritual world,
Do they
yes.
live in a heaven?
It's a spiritual world, yes.
Is it heaven?
Yes, but it's spiritual.
Okay, so your
But
God
you know the difference
created the
between
heavens. Your God created the heavens, the Hashamayim, during the 6 days creation. And as Genesis 2:1 states that all of the host of heaven, the Savam, the Vakal Savam, that means all of the host of Hashamayim was created during the 6 days creation. That would include your spiritual entities that live in these heavens.
You're wrong, first and foremost. I told you there, that's talking about the host, talking about the stars and so on. So you're wrong. And I told you what God created was a physical world, okay? A physical world made out of time, space, and matter, okay? God lives in a spiritual world. That's where the angels were. They are in a spiritual world. Of course, Satan or the accuser, they fell from heaven and came into our dome. But when God created our dome, it's a physical thing, okay? It's not a spiritual thing. So I don't know how else I can explain it to you that you're wrong in your understanding this.
Sure. So when this same word, the savam, hashamayim, is used in 1 Kings 22:19, when he
Yeah.
says, I saw the Lord sitting on his throne and all of the savam hashamayim
Yeah.
standing beside him on his right and on his left, is that not talking about the angels of the spirits that are in heaven?
Yeah, so words can have double meanings, right? Because
No, the savam, savam hashamayim
yeah.
means the angels that are in heaven. So what I need you to do, right, is to
Yeah.
show me using the text, okay, using Hebrew, how you are determining that savam hashamayim does not mean the angels in Genesis 2, does not include the angels in Genesis 2, but includes the angels in 1 Kings 22:19.
Yeah, but so you do know.
Listen, hey,
Oh,
I
yeah,
need you
I'm
to
trying to
show me.
answer
Hey,
you. You
hey,
have
hey,
to
hey.
let me.
I'm not interested in your
No,
fucking opinion. I'm not interested in your opinion. Okay. I need you to show me using the Hebrew how you are determining that Savam Hashamayim means angels in 1 Kings 22:19, but it does not include angels in Genesis 2:1.
well, I can give you multiple examples, right? Because also in the Bible it says, "And I saw Satan falling like a star," right? I saw stars fall from heaven, right? Stars. We know what stars are, right?
RDK, did you hear her question?
I
Because she
heard. I
asked.
I heard her
Hold on,
question.
hold on a
I heard her
second.
question.
Hold on a
But you have
second.
to let me finish, right?
Hold
You're
on a
just gonna
second.
cut me off.
Hang on just a second. She asked you about a specific Hebrew word, and she showed you in two instances where that Hebrew word or phrase was used. And what she's asking you is to show her where that is used, and it does not include the heavens and the host of angels that are in the heavens. That's what she's asking you, not about
Yeah,
stars falling.
I told her I can use Genesis 2 because Genesis 2, when it's talking about the host, it's talking about all the stars and the objects that are in the sky. I can just use Genesis 2. And then I can also refer to times where words have been used in the Bible that can refer to angels or that can refer to other things. Like when the Bible says this, what's the word? Sons of God. Sons of God saw the daughters and so on. And it could be literally talking about the sons of God, like,
Then what I need you to do is show me how. Prove it. Stop just fucking saying
okay,
words.
well, I was trying to prove it to you
You're
by
not
showing
proving
you
it. You're not
that
proving it.
okay.
What you
Can
quoted
I
was
answer though?
Greek.
Can I
No,
answer?
motherfucker, because you went all the way to quoting Greek, and we are talking
Oh,
about
I
Hebrew.
didn't go nowhere near the Greek, so I
Yes,
don't
you
know what you're talking
did when you quoted your Jesus. That is quoting Greek.
about. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, let's go back to what I was trying to say. I told you that when God created the
If you
firmament,
quote Greek again, I'm gonna take your motherfucking ass down.
I didn't quote Greek. I'm
When
talking
you
about.
quote your Jesus, that is Greek.
Oh, okay. Yahushua. Is that better?
I don't give a fuck what you call him. When you
Man,
quote his
why is your
words,
language
they
so
were
bad?
written. Don't fucking tell me what to do. I don't care what you fucking call him. When you quote his words, you are quoting Greek. We are talking about Hebrew.
Yeah, but isn't Yeshua the one that's inspired Moses to write Genesis? How would Moses know these things that he's writing?
This is the level of dumbness that we have to
But
deal with.
your
This is
argument
the
is
level
dumb
of
because the
ignorance that
book
we
you're
have to
reading was written by
like.
Moses.
This is why I really wish that we can get to a different side of TikTok because I'm fucking dumb. Like I'm done with these dumb ass. I'm done with these fearful dumbass black Christians. Like I really am. Like
But the book you're reading,
y'all say the dumbest shit,
but
right?
the
Out,
book
out
you're
of your out
reading.
of your fear, you say the dumbest shit out of your fear, and then you get up here and you say a bunch of nonsense, and you can't back it up. Like I wish we could get to the Christians that went to Morehouse, the Christians that went to fucking John Hopkins, Stan, what's the other black school that started with an S, Spelman. Like, give us those Christians.
Because the reality is the insanity of arguing with someone about a language you don't speak and telling them that something appears in that language like that just literally makes no sense. And this doesn't even have to be that type of conversation. But
Yeah, but
he's so dead set on being right and proving you wrong, he doesn't even speak the language. That is crazy.
but do I need to speak the language in order to understand what the word says?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Yes,
So
that's
the
the
people
language.
who
Are you
translated the
serious?
language, hold on. So the people who translated that language, who could speak Hebrew to English, they all got it wrong, right? And you guys are the only ones that got it right?
What do you
When
mean?
did you say that though?
The scholars that speak Hebrew that translated
No, you
the
got it
Bible from the
wrong.
manuscripts, they all got it wrong, and the
No,
host is
you
the only
got
one
it
that got it right.
wrong. You
You
got
lot
it
don't
wrong.
even believe in the book you're reading.
It doesn't matter.
So how can
That
you guys
doesn't mean we
even
can't
come and
study
try
it.
to
And
tell us our own book, which
Can I
first and foremost, the Spirit of
can I
God gives
ask
us
can
understanding
I
of
ask
it,
can I ask
and
you a
stop
you guys
question?
crying.
critique us, and you get it wrong every time you're trying to read it because
RDK
go on, brother, go on, brother, go on, brother.
No, hold on. I just have a question. Do you believe in wizards? Like Harry Potter, Voldemort, Professor Snape,
Yeah,
Professor
but
McGonagall?
we know Harry Potter is a fiction book written by a woman
Okay,
who.
no, that's
So
not the
we know
point.
that
Look,
we can test that.
RDK,
Hmm.
stop crashing out.
I'm not
That's not the
crashing out,
point.
brother. Let's not
You
accuse me
are.
of things I'm not doing.
You are. I want you to
All right,
just
brother, go
answer
on.
my
Let's have a
question.
dialogue. Let's have
It's
a
a very
dialogue. Go on.
simple. It's a simple question. Do
Yeah,
you
let's have
believe
a
in
dialogue.
wizards?
Are you talking? So you said that you use the example Harry Potter.
Do you believe in wizards? Was the question.
Do I believe in wizards? Do I believe in like someone using the power of darkness to do dark things? Is that what you're saying?
No. I gave you
Like
examples.
witchcraft. Okay, witchcraft. You're
Do
saying
you
witchcraft.
believe? No. Listen. All right. Let me
Oh, okay.
clarify my question.
Go on, please.
Just answer the question.
Do you believe that there are people in London who go through a magical portal in a train station, go to a place called Diagon Alley, find a
No,
guy who
no. That's your
sells
answer. No,
wands?
no, no,
Okay,
no.
great. Me either. So you and I are agreed. This is a
Yes.
good start, right?
Great start.
All right, great. Can you understand Harry Potter when you read it?
Of course, I can understand it.
Okay, so please tell me how the belief in the thing in the book is in any way relevant to understanding the words on the page.
The belief of the thing in the book, because. So are you talking about Harry Potter? Or are you talking about the Bible? Which one are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about anything where words are on a page, anything at all.
So I guess then.
Unless, hold on, I want to
Okay,
be
you
fair.
don't want me to answer.
I want to be fair.
Yeah.
You think it's good for me to be fair and us to clarify so we understand
Great.
each other, right?
Please do. Please do.
Okay. Unless you're saying that the words in the Bible are magic and they don't mean what they mean when they say it, there's some other thing.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
cool. So now what I'm referring to is anytime there's a piece of paper and there are words on that piece of paper.
Yes. Can we understand it?
No, the question is, how does the belief in the concepts behind it in any way affect the understanding of the terms?
So we can understand it in terms of we can even test what the Bible is saying from history, archaeology, and so on, right? And then there is things in there that we also have to believe because there are things that are what we could say mysteries in the Bible.
You're answering my question in reverse. I'm sorry. I didn't say how does the understanding affect the belief. That's what you're answering.
Okay.
I'm answering how does whether or not I believe it affect whether or not I understand it.
Oh well. If whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Okay, whether you
I
believe it
know
or not,
that's
that's
up
up
to
to
me,
you.
but that's
Okay,
also not my question.
so listen.
But that's not. Hold on.
Can
I
I
want you to.
finish? You won't even let
No,
me
not
finish
as
the
look.
answer.
If you don't
Okay,
answer, if you're not
but
answering
let me
my.
finish first, all right?
No.
Okay,
The answer is
no,
no.
don't
You're
finish
Let's
your
not
answer.
take it.
answering his question. He's
Don't finish
asking
your
you a
answer.
straightforward question, and you're
Yes.
going out in left field.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to, but he won't let me finish it.
No. You're asking me. You're telling me that it's up to me what I believe. I don't believe in doxastic voluntarism. That's the idea that I can pick my beliefs. I believe what I believe, but my question is a different question. My question is, How does whether or not I believe what's on the page affect my ability to understand what's on the page?
Well, it doesn't necessarily doesn't affect your ability to understand it. I can
Okay.
agree with you there. Necessarily
Okay.
doesn't affect your ability to understand it.
I
But
agree
also,
with you. So now we're 2 for 2.
okay, so that's fine. So, but also, you have to understand when we treat any historical book, there has to be a level of trust and faith in that book.
That's
For
fine. No,
example,
no.
let
That
me ask
no,
you.
no.
Let me talk,
That
brother. At
doesn't.
least let me talk.
No, because
Can
we're
I
not
speak as
talking. We're
well?
not talking about the accuracy of the book.
Okay,
I
but I'm
don't. I
saying
don't. No, no. Stop. Stop. I don't care about the accuracy of the book. I'm talking about the words on the page and the ability to understand it. And I have trust and faith that Thinker understands these words, right? Now, Mike, I don't know you, but I want to have trust and faith that you do too. Okay. I want to know when you look at the words that are originally written in Hebrew, right?
Yes.
They're written in Hebrew. It doesn't matter if Moses wrote them. It doesn't matter if.
But it does matter who wrote
No,
them.
it doesn't. It because does Hebrew change when Moses writes it?
No, it doesn't.
So it doesn't matter if Moses wrote it. When you
But
look
the
at the
author
words
is
in
important of the book, right?
no, not for the thing. What do you think you and I are talking about right now?
His fucking loyalty. Like he can't have a
Why you guys
conversation
keep
with
muting
you.
me?
Like
Yeah,
his
I'm having a dialogue
loyalty
here.
is all he can fucking
Why
think
you guys
about.
keep
Like
muting
when
me?
you say it doesn't matter if Moses wrote the book, what
Uh-huh.
he hears you saying is Moses doesn't matter and it's not important. That's what he hears you saying. Like he's fucking blinded by his loyalty and there's
False
no
claim.
conversation here. Like he's full of fear.
All you
No,
do is make false claims.
no. That's a valid inference, RDK. Because again,
All she's doing is
listen.
making false
Look,
claims.
hold
That's
on.
what
That's
she's
fine.
doing.
That's fine. Don't get triggered. My question is,
I'm not getting triggered. I can
what are
never get
you
triggered.
and I talking about right now? What do you think we're trying to get to? What are we trying to understand right now?
Can you guys stop muting me because I'm having a dialogue with him and it's
I
hard
don't.
every time I do.
Just don't worry
Okay,
about
so
that.
so your argument is this, right?
I have a prophecy. What you're
Why they
about
keep
to say is
muting me?
going to be wrong. Go.
Why they keep muting me? Okay,
I don't
so
know, but no,
your
you heard my
argument
prophecy, right?
is this, right? Your argument is this. The
Did you hear my
Bible.
prophecy?
Yeah, I heard it. Your argument
Okay.
is this: the Bible was written in Hebrew, right? I mean, the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, right? And we have someone on here who speaks a little bit of Hebrew, right? And she's saying, "Okay, I'm going to
Wait,
read the
how do you know
Hebrew."
how much Hebrew I speak,
Okay,
motherfucker?
you
Like
speak a
why
lot.
would you
You speak a
like
lot. Are
this
you
is what I'm
happy?
talking about. Like y'all men, and
Okay, you
especially you
speak a lot.
motherfuckers on YouTube and the YouTube comments fucking whining and shit, telling me to be humble. You too proud because you speak Hebrew. Like that's like I read Hebrew because I fucking took the initiative to learn it. You can too.
Okay, you speak a
You
lot.
can too. Like y'all's ego like stops us from being able to have intellectual conversations.
Okay, you
Like
speak a
that
lot of Hebrew.
that shit is crazy.
Okay, you speak a lot of Hebrew.
You said my argument is that we have somebody here that
I was
speaks
trying to,
Hebrew.
but I was cut off, and
Yeah,
so.
that's not my argument anyway.
Okay, go on again.
Okay. I was using Thinker as a reference to let you know that how I form my trust and belief.
Yeah,
My question is about you. Like when you see words in Hebrew, how
yeah.
do you determine what they mean?
How do I determine what they mean? By
Yes.
studying them, right? But then understand this: scholars who read Hebrew have translated those words into English, right? Yes or no, brother?
Sure.
We have thousands of scholars who have done that, right? Thousands.
Uh-huh.
If we trace
Yes.
it all the way back, right?
Who
And
have called out King James and said that King James
yeah,
mistranslated a lot of the Hebrew, that
we
King James is the worst translation of the Hebrew in the Greek. And the King James translators put their own agenda in the translation.
once again more false claims. So anyway,
It's not false claims. And
we
I
have
and I have
oh
verified
man.
a lot of the mistranslations. It's not false claims.
So do
So
you
let me get this straight.
how do you know
Everyone
how
who
do you know
translates
hold
Hebrew
on.
into English.
How do you know it's a false claim?
So let me get this.
How do you know it's a false claim?
How do I know it's a false claim? Because where was she getting her information from?
So that's a
Yeah, because she
question.
made a claim, so she has to
That sounds
substantiate it.
hold on,
Where's she
time
getting it from?
out. Time out. That sounds like a question. My
Yeah, where's she getting
question
information from?
wait. Let me tell you where your confusion is. I'm not asking you to ask her a question. I'm asking you how you know it's a false claim.
Okay, so listen carefully to me. You
Hmm.
cannot make claims without substantiating them.
Okay,
That's
so
how
then
this
you
works.
so that
That's
means
how
you
this works.
I
Okay.
got you. Look, I agree with
All
you.
right then. That's
Hold
great.
on, hold on. Stop. But that doesn't mean the claim is false. That means that you are missing out on your opportunity to be an honest interlocutor and ask for substantiation. That's not her problem. That's your problem.
But then, would you just go on making claims after claims without
Hold
any
on.
substantiation? Would you
No, no,
do
no,
that?
no. Listen,
That
listen,
would be
listen,
a
listen.
bit,
Listen. If somebody makes 12 claims to me and I walk away, right? What did they do wrong?
Well, they made 12 claims without substantiating them.
Whose job is it to ask for substantiation?
Well, obviously, if you're making a claim to me, I want to see the proof of your claim, right?
That wasn't an answer to my question. Whose job is it to ask for substantiation?
It will be me that you're speaking to.
Okay, great. So if I say to you, I fed my dog today and I walk away, that's a claim I made.
Yeah,
If
but
you don't ask, stop. If you don't ask me for nothing, that's your problem. You accepted it. If I told you I have a pet dragon that swims in my pool and you walk away, that's on you. That's not on me.
okay.
You decide. You're the
Let's get
one
the
that
topic back
decides
on
whether or
track.
not you accept it. But you know what
Okay.
you shouldn't do? What makes
Mm.
you look like a scumbag and dishonest. And I know you don't want to do
Yeah,
that. Hey,
all
hold
those
on.
words you're using don't
Stop.
do
Don't get
nothing for
triggered.
me.
Don't get triggered.
I
Don't get
can't
triggered.
get triggered by you
Stop.
guys. I
If
can't.
you interrupt
Because
me,
I got the spirit of God in me, so you
wait,
can't trigger me.
I know that you're triggered because you're interrupting me. That's why I said stop
False
so
claim
fast.
again. That's another
I
false
know
claim.
your thoughts before you have them. Stop.
You're lying now.
RDK, this is why you get
How am I predicting your next move?
You're lying now.
RDK, this is why you keep getting muted because you keep talking over Jeff. I said earlier, if you just wait until you hear silence, then that's your turn to speak. We want to hear what both of you have to say. Can you
Yeah,
stop doing that, please?
this is
So,
super easy. Super easy. The reason I said that is because what you shouldn't do and what makes you look, and I know you don't want to do this, so don't interrupt. It makes you look like a dishonest person and, to be honest, a scumbag when you just say that's a false claim. Because now you haven't asked for substantiation. You haven't inspected the claim and you just go, that's false. So I want to move that to the side. You said that you understand the words on the page by studying them. What does that mean?
that means I look at the lex. That means that I look at what the scholars say. I look at the Hebrew word and what its meaning is, and that's how I study it. Just like I talked about the firmament,
How
right?
do you know?
No, but now you're interrupting me. Then you just
My
say what you
mistake.
said.
My mistake. Go ahead.
Fe. Then you just say we shouldn't interrupt each
I
other. So why do you like to
apologized
interrupt
already.
me?
You see how triggered you are? I
No, I'm saying,
apologize
but
to you.
remember, let's keep the
Do
standards
you see
of
how
what's
I
being said.
apologize to you and you're still triggered? Do you need a
Yeah,
safe
but I
Stop
space?
haven't finished. Can I
whining.
finish?
He apologized. He said,
Okay, can
my
I finish then
mistake, and
before
you're
he
going
speaks?
on and on about it.
Can I finish before he speaks? Can I finish? Thank you, Jeff. So we talked about the word firmament. So I went and I looked at what that word is in the Hebrew and what it means. Okay. So that's how I study. Now you can go, Jeff.
All right. Thinker, can you remind me what word in Genesis 2:1 we're quibbling about?
He's not talking about 2:1. He's talking about Genesis 1:6. He's talking about rakia, which means expansion. And he's saying that he's harping on it, meaning firmament, but ignoring that the God expanded the the waters above and below, and he called the waters above heaven, and the waters below he called sea.
Okay. So the word that Thinker just said, because I don't speak any Hebrew, how do you know what that word means?
Because I researched it. And also the consensus in all Christian scholars, that word is talking about a dome-like structure. A dome-like structure which has water above it. Okay, because everything that we live in, talking about the stars in heaven, everything is under the dome, the firmament. So above that firmament there is water above that firmament. So that's what I was saying. So God created time, space, and matter under the firmament, not above it.
And
Do you
what
think?
above it he called heaven.
Yes, I'm with you. I agree with you.
And
It is
the
called heaven.
savam of heaven includes the angels.
Okay. Okay. That's
Do
your
you
understanding of that. Mhm.
do you think that a Christian scholar is going to give you an unbiased translation or a more biased translation based on what we know about allegiance and belief and the way human minds process information?
There's many Christian scholars. So which one are you talking about?
No, you talked about the consensus. I mean, you can pick one. I mean, and you can apply
Yeah.
this to
Yeah. With the firmament, there is a consensus, 100%. You
that
know.
that wasn't my question, RDK.
Mm.
Like, I'm not sure what you answer or what you're hearing when we speak. My question to you was, do you think that a Christian scholar is going to be able to assess this and approach their interpretation from an unbiased position? That was my question.
Yes, it's possible
Why do you think that's possible? And
because
how do you think, well, let me ask the question this way.
yeah.
How do you think an interpretation from a secular scholar, a biblical scholar that is not Christian would differ from a biblical scholar that is Christian?
Obviously, you're saying a Christian scholar will be biased, but I'm saying even the secular scholars, when they look at this word and they understand what the word means, they also come to the conclusion it's talking about the firmament, which
Can
is a
you
dome.
can you justify that? And because
If you
the
want me
reality,
to,
I'm sorry.
sorry, go on, my bad.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could validate that claim about the secular scholars.
Okay, so okay, I'm on a. If you can give me the screen, because the interpretation I'm getting here isn't from a Christian source. Okay, this is from the understanding of those who believe in the Bible and who don't believe in the Bible, that the firmament is a structure, a glass dome structure that has water above it, and everything underneath it is what
Just
we call our earth,
cite
our
your
world.
source. Just cite your source, and I'll pull it up and take a look at it.
Just type in firmament in Hebrew, please.
It's the firmament is the rakia. The crazy
Yeah.
thing
Can
about
you
it
type that in
is
Google,
that
please?
Ezekiel says that your God's throne sits at the top of the rakia,
Your earth is his footstool, yes.
which is heaven.
Hmm.
Oh, oh, oh,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, oh, oh,
Are
oh,
you okay,
oh,
sister?
oh, oh. Is
Are you
that
all right?
heaven? Is that where your God's throne is?
Yeah,
Above the
yeah,
rakia,
yeah,
the same place he called heaven,
yeah,
the
yes,
same place the savam is, huh?
yes.
The
So
same place?
can I answer you?
Mm? Is it the same place?
Can I answer you? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yes. So where God resides is called a spiritual world. We live
It's
in
at the
a.
top, according to Ezekiel. It is at the top of the rakia,
It will be nice
according
if
to Ezekiel.
perfect, perfect. So let me answer you. So like I said, everything underneath the firmament is called the physical world.
Not talking
Every.
about underneath.
Oh
We're
my
talking about
God.
above. At the seat of the rakia is
Yeah.
your God's throne,
But you gotta let me answer you though.
and the cherubim, and the cherubim.
But you gotta let me answer you, right?
At the seat of the rakia is your God's throne and the cherubim.
Oh, so you have to let me answer you though, right? Yeah.
I don't give a damn about all this other
Okay,
shit
so you
that you're
don't care about
talking
the
about.
answer.
I
Okay.
don't, nope, I don't care about all that other shit
Okay,
that you're
can we
talking
move
about.
on to
What
another
we're
another topic
talking
then?
about is where your God's throne is.
Yeah, and it's a spiritual place, right?
I don't care if it's spiritual.
I
We're
know you
talking about
don't care.
where it
I know you
is.
don't
Like
care
all
about the
this
Bible.
bullshit,
I
all this
know you
other
don't care.
shit, all these other words that you're trying to bring in. It's just you trying to deviate from the point, right? That your God's throne is above the rakia, which is heaven, beside the cherubim. I'm sorry, with the cherubim, according to Ezekiel. And as I stated, the Savam Hashamayim includes the angels.
Okay, can we move on to something else? Because you don't even want to hear my answer. So, you know, we can move
Nobody
on to
gives a
another.
damn about you saying, "Oh, it's spiritual." Who gives a fuck? That doesn't
I
change the
know,
fact.
I know you don't
Stop.
care.
That doesn't change where it is. It doesn't change where it is. The fact that you're trying to bring in, oh, everything underneath is physical. Okay, and it does not change where it is.
Okay.
Is
Oh,
it
you want to move on to our next question?
just a quick question, and this is just to gauge whether I care. Is the point that it's a spiritual place a linguistic point that I could see in the text, or is it a theological point?
Yeah. So this is my point. Everything
underneath the.
Let's start over. I'm just going to ask the question again.
Yeah, I'm trying
Is
to
it
answer
is
you.
the
Just,
no
you
no
just cut
no
me
no?
off.
You said everything. This is a two-pronged thing. Is it a
Oh my
linguistic
god.
point or a theological point?
Okay, can I answer you without interrupting me?
No. Is it a
Okay.
linguistic
So
point
how does
or
that even work then?
hold on?
That's
If you
easy. I'm gonna
look,
say
look,
no
hold on,
interruption.
hold on. Let me tell you, because my inquiry is looking for a piece of data, and then I want you to provide that data, and then I'll just go on mute, and you can say whatever you want. But it's those two options, or you can provide a third option. The data point of you saying that it's a spiritual place, is it a linguistic point or a theological
It's
point?
both. It's both. Now can I answer what I
Okay.
mean?
The only
Both.
thing I'm interested
Oh
in
my
is the
god.
hold on.
One
I'm
second.
telling you because look, if you start talking about some theological point, I actually don't care. I'm just gonna
I
go to
know you
sleep.
don't care about the Bible. I
No,
know
no,
you
it's
don't
not that I
care.
don't care. No. Listen.
Imagine I don't care about.
I
Okay.
don't know why you're triggered, but
I'm
stop.
not. You can't
Look,
trigger
look,
me.
look, look. I love the Bible. The
No, you
Bible's a
don't.
great book. Look,
No,
look.
you don't.
No, I just love it in a different way than you do. But look,
Okay.
if it's a theological point, the reason I don't care is because a theological point is just something in your head. You can't demonstrate it to me. If it's a linguistic point, that's interesting to me. I love linguistic points because then we can look at the language and say, like, so for example, if it says it's on the firmament and you say that's a spiritual place, we can just look at the language and say, does it mean spiritual? So in Ezekiel, does it mean spiritual when it says that?
But also in Psalms 150 says it's the sanctuary of your God.
Something spiritual residing on something physical is kind of wild.
So yeah. So God is spirit, right? Does anyone want to answer me?
I don't grant that. Look.
You don't grant that God is spirit.
No, I grant that that's a
So what is it then?
theological point. I don't care about theological
I know
points.
you don't care. So what is the point of the conversation?
Here, I'm going to
Because
tell
there's
you
no way
why.
you can
Hold
understand.
on.
Oh, okay.
What is theology?
Theology is the study of God, the deity. Yes.
Okay, great. So if I told you that my theological point is
Yes.
that in the Bible, when they're talking about Yahweh, they are actually talking about Krishna, right? Because in the Hindu Vedas, Krishna will tell you that everybody on earth, when they worship other gods, they're doing it in error. He's making them do it, and they're actually worshiping him incorrectly. What would you say to that? Would you care? Does that move you? Y'all could look this up. Like, look up Krishna's conversations with Arjuna. Krishna will tell Arjuna that, hey, when people worship other gods, they're just confused. They're really worshiping me, but they're just doing it incorrectly. That's a
Okay, that's nice.
theological point.
That's
That's
the
nice.
one
But
you
what's that
sent
got to
me.
do with the Bible? What's that got to do with the Bible?
Well,
Jeff,
that's
that's
my theology. Sorry, Fee, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you can follow the Vedas, but we're not talking about the Vedas. We're talking about the Bible. So let's get
No,
back on topic.
no,
Mind you, the
no.
reason why we're here is because he wants to say that your God, that his God did not create Satan during the 6-day creation, right? Or that your God didn't know that Satan was evil when he said everything was good,
Okay.
right? That's
Now,
why we're here. You're
now,
you're you're disputing all of this
yes.
because of that point, right?
Okay.
That's the
Now
point
you,
that you originally wanted to address,
yeah,
right?
because you cannot show
So,
us.
did your God know that Satan was bad? Did he know that?
That's a good question. Did God know that Satan slash is the accuser, it's a title, was bad? So the accuser was created as a
Was
good
he bad?
entity.
That did your God
Oh my
know he was
God.
bad? This is why you get cut off
I'm
because you
trying to
don't
answer
answer
you though,
fucking
man.
questions. It's
I'm
a
trying to
yes or
answer
no.
you.
Did he
Like,
know your God was? Did he know Satan was bad?
but he
Yes
was
or no?
created good. Remember, he was
Did he
created good.
know he
Oh
was
my God.
bad?
Yes,
Yes or no?
he knew that he would turn bad. Yes, he knew that he would turn bad.
Okay, so he knew this, right?
Okay.
So the fact, like all of this that you are doing right now, over this rakia, right, does not negate the fact that your God knew that Satan was bad. Yet
Would turn bad, yes.
he called everything good.
Once again, you're wrong. That's what I keep
Did he
telling you.
not say that
You're
everything was
wrong.
good? Did
Yes,
he
but
not
what was
say everything while knowing that
oh,
Satan was going to be bad, right?
but you're wrong once again because I'm
I'm going to
telling
say this
you,
again. I'm going to say this again, okay? Your God knew that Satan would be bad.
you're wrong.
You just said he did. So I'm going to ask you again, did
Context is
your
key.
God know that Satan would turn bad?
Yes, can I give you context?
I don't need context.
I know you don't need context.
He
Your
knew
Bible would
Satan
tell.
would turn bad. Yes or no?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes.
All
I'm with
right.
you.
So
I'm with
at
you.
the beginning of creation, your God knew that Satan would turn bad.
When was
Yeah,
Satan created?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
I
matter
know it
now.
doesn't matter to you, but it matters to us.
It doesn't matter now because if your God knew at
Mm,
the beginning of creation that
mhm.
Satan would turn bad, yet when he went and took a nap, he said everything is good.
Okay, this is where you're gonna get it wrong, okay? Because when he says everything is good, he wasn't talking about the fact because Satan had already been created. Satan wasn't created in the
He
Genesis.
wasn't talking about the fact.
No, he was talking about the world that he had created in the firmament. That was good. Adam and Eve, that was good, okay? So,
Did he
let's
know
not.
that this Satan was going to talk to Adam and Eve?
Here's the question. Did
Answer the
Satan,
question. Did he know that Satan was going to talk to the humans in the physical world?
who told you Satan was the one that spoke to Eve? Who
Did
told you
he
that?
know you
I'm
Christian?
asking
So
you.
hold on, wait, because I know y'all have different gods.
I'm asking you. Who told you that?
Stop. I know y'all have different gods. Is the
No, we don't.
serpent in the
No,
is
we
the
don't. We have one
serpent
God.
in the garden Satan?
No,
Is
it
the
ain't.
serpent
No, it ain't.
the
No,
serpent?
it ain't
Oh, so you
Satan.
are a different type of you have a different
Show me in the text where it
belief.
says it's
You
Satan.
have a
Show me in the
shut the
Bible where it
fuck
says
up.
Satan.
You have a different belief,
Show me in
right?
the Bible where it
So
said it was Satan that spoke to
hey,
Eve.
so the serpent in the garden isn't Satan.
No, it ain't.
Okay, so Satan isn't responsible for the fall of man.
Show me in the Bible.
Hey, that's cool. I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you
Because
100% that
we
when
don't.
Christians
Li-
stop talking while I'm talking,
all
I
right, God,
agree
my
with you
bad.
Be
100%.
quiet.
I
I'm
agree with
done.
you 100%. Satan is not in that story. It says that a serpent talked to Adam and Eve.
I agree.
But Christians, right,
Mm.
and Christian theology teaches that the serpent in the garden is Satan and that Satan is responsible for the fall of man. That's Christian theology.
Okay, can I give you my theology?
No. What
No,
I need to know, what I need to know first is, are you a Christian?
I'm 100% a Christian.
Okay, so you have a different belief
No, I
than
don't.
other Christians.
Can I explain it?
You have a different belief than other Christians, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, do you believe that the serpent in the garden is Satan?
No, I don't believe it's Satan.
So
It could
then
be. It could have been, but I don't believe.
other Christians believe that the serpent in the garden is Satan, so that would be different, correct?
Yeah, but there's more than a billion
That
Christians.
would be different, correct?
It would be different, but there's more than a billion Christians,
Right.
right?
So you have a
So you
different
have you done the
belief then,
consensus?
correct? So you have a different belief then,
No, I
correct?
don't. You don't know what you're talking about once again.
So they're like, this is why you
Can
get
I
cussed
speak?
the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. This is why you get cussed the fuck out because you are dishonest as fuck. I honestly don't think that there is a conversation to be had with you. And
Man,
if Jeff wants to play with you, then Jeff can play with you. But you are a waste of fucking time.
I don't know why you guys keep using foul language.
I fucking can.
Because we can.
Man. Anyway. So first and foremost, there's nowhere in the scripture that says it was Satan in the garden. Now it could have been or could have been another fallen angel. We don't know. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And yeah, so
Jeff, do you want to play with food? I don't know.
It seems like RDK, you're hell bent on talking about theology, and I can't tell you how boring I find that. Because like you have a theology, and another Christian's going to have their theology, and if I put like 10 of you in a room, you not one of you is going to change your mind based on like that. So that's boring to me. Like I don't care.
okay, let's talk about
So to
historicity then.
answer your question, thinker, no.
Let's talk about historicity.
All right. Dr. Enigma, whatever your name is, if you have a problem with me and the way that I speak or the way that I host my live, then you can go and watch another live. Like you don't have to be here.
I wonder if they know how insufferable they are to try to converse with.
They don't care. Like the fact that they'll sit there and they'll watch people like RDK be disrespectful and expect for us to just allow them to treat us any kind of way, and all they care about is pointing fingers at us. Like they don't fucking care. They don't even, all they know how to do is point fingers at other people. They don't know how to inspect themselves and their own fucking behavior.
I know, and they back up like the most disgusting things, like the most like annoying and rude people. Yes, that's right. Like they just co-sign just because they're on the same team. That there's no integrity.
They're ignorant as fuck. And do that? Yes, you can. Natasha, you can show change makers the door too, because like if he agreed with RDK's theology and his behavior, he's going to be a waste of time as well. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. If you are a child and you are scared of me saying fuck, then I suggest that you fucking scroll. You hypocritical ass people who will sit down and watch a comedian and fucking laugh come in here crying because a woman is saying fuck on TikTok. Um, can somebody block change makers in the request?
If we know y'all by the fruit, then y'all's tree is rotten AF, because there are very few engages and exchanges that we happen upon that are pleasant. And if that is representative of the fruit of your God's tree, I don't want anything to do with it.
And then, like, honestly, like, asking me why I curse is just gonna get you fucking blocked, because that tells me that you don't have the wherewithal to get yourself out of situations that are uncomfortable for you or not safe for you, which is why you probably are going through shit in life, not because your God loves you or because of Satan wants to get you away from your God. It's because you don't know how to make good decisions for yourself. And Terica,
Hi, thank you for having me up, Thinker. I don't know if I have to do the 45 North Carolina atheist deconstructionist. I came up here because I actually am a mental health therapist, and I kind of specialize in working with people that are deconstructing. So I've had a lot of experience with the deconstruction process. So I was hoping to actually get up here when RDK was up, but I missed my opportunity.
I
So
actually don't allow that. I don't allow other people from the chat to come on stage when we have another guest on stage. We have co-hosts for that. But I definitely appreciate you if you get to know us a little bit, like join the community. Let us know a little bit about who you are. There may be some opportunity in the future for us to add you and use your expertise, but I'm very particular about the host that I allow on stage during
Oh,
these conversations.
absolutely. In this TikTok world, you have to be. So I definitely understand that. So I don't know if you want to drop me down and let someone else up, or if you just want me to hang out. So whatever,
Yeah, I'll
whatever.
drop you down.
Okay,
I'll drop
cool.
you down in the comments, and thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Same to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Someone asked, how do we do that? There is a gold star next to the comment box. Just hit that gold star and join the community. We have a Discord, a private Discord. It's not open to the public. You do have to be a nerd. As a nerd, you do get stage priority. And every now and then, like depending on like how you engage, I do add co-host to the panel. We just added an 18-year-old co-host named Maddie. Maddie does deconstruction for young people on Monday nights. So like there is opportunity to expand and have more conversations, but I do like I'm not I don't just add random people to the co-host. But yeah. Vessel, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ava?
Also, I want to mention after 30 days, that's when you can get the Discord link.
Hello.
Ava, hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you're a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? Ava, can I get your age, please? And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? All right. Move on. Hey, Vessel.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hey, Vessel.
Hey, Thinker. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing? It's been a
I'm
while
doing
since I've
good.
been on the stage.
Did you come
Yeah,
up to talk about the topic, or?
yeah. To talk about the topic, I just there's a particular scripture I'm looking for. Perhaps you know it. When Paul was talking about, he read in the Gospels about Jesus unaliving. I'm trying to find it. I thought I'd find it before it came out.
What, like, you said that Paul talked about it,
Yeah,
or
I think
like?
it's First Corinthians, and Paul was given a testimony that he read in the scriptures about Jesus dying for the sins of the world, something along those lines.
Did you have a question about it, or?
Yeah, I was just wondering what scriptures he read because
Oh, yeah. Um, so he's most likely talking about the Septuagint, the Targum, the Hebrew scriptures. Like they weren't necessarily called scriptures at that time. Scriptures wasn't even a word then, but he was most likely talking about the
okay,
scrolls that were in rotation. Um, and so he's trying to say that Jesus was in the Hebrew scriptures. He even says that Moses saw Jesus when he went up on Mount Sinai, and when Moses came back down and his face was shining, he said that Moses lied to the Israelites and wore a veil because he wanted to keep the glory of Christ away from the Israelites, like to keep them blinded. So he's in other words,
okay,
he's saying that the uh, what was in rotation at that time, which was different translations of the Hebrew text, he's saying that Jesus was in those texts.
but he wasn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to confirm that because we had this on about 2 nights ago with Afro and Phil, and I was just wondering what scriptures he's talking about because in the Old Testament I can't find anywhere where Jesus is mentioned. I mean, even the name Jesus itself doesn't feature anywhere.
Yeah, I think the new translations put him in Amos, if I'm not mistaken. I think they put Jesus' name in Amos in the new translations where it used to say Lord. It now says Jesus. Let me see.
Because it just makes it even more confusing.
Yeah, Amos 5:16. Let me see. And I don't know if the King James does it, or I gotta find which translation does it. I think this is the only place we'll see Jesus's name. Um, Let me see. Maybe it is the King James that does it. Um, I can't remember which version does it, but we start to see newer translations put Jesus there. But where it says the Lord saith, it says and Jesus saith.
I
Um,
see.
yeah.
Okay, because I keep asking this question and I can't get an answer to it. I always ask believers, what was his name that his mother gave to him? She didn't give him the name Jesus. what was his name? And then they go on the Joshua, Yeshua tangent. I'm like, no, the angel, because they say the angel said his name would be Emmanuel. But it doesn't, why are you not praying in the name of Yeshua? Why are you not praying in the name of Emmanuel? Why are you not praying in the name of Joshua? Why are you using the name of Jesus? Like, that name can't have any power if you're changing it, right?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's different translations. I don't know, because like calling someone by their name in a different language, if that person knows the language, it wouldn't change the fact that it's still their name. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, because they never spoke any. I'll use African as an example. I'll use Africa as an example, sorry. They never spoke any African languages. And here we see African people praying in the name of Jesus. And when you ask them, they tell you about the Hebrew, the Greek, the this, the Latin, the this and that. They don't speak Hebrew. They don't speak Latin. They don't speak Greek. But they always seem to find a way to make it make sense. So I just, I just end up getting really upset, and then I stay blocked. But it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating because
Yeah,
that
they
God
always
was
bring
for
up
the
the
Hebrew
letter
people.
J thing, and like I just think like their argument about the letter J not being in existence doesn't, for me, it doesn't do anything. Like, it's a waste of an argument for me, because
Yeah,
that's just like how transliteration of language works. So
yeah, but that God spoke a specific language to and that was Hebrew or Aramaic, or I don't know now. But he never spoke Igbo or Yoruba or Zulu or any of those languages. He never did. So how is it? And he never spoke English. How is it then that he's able to understand you and answer your prayers when you're praying in these different languages? It's just, honestly, it's just all over the place. And I get to a point where I'm like, do I need to continue having these conversations? Because I'm getting frustrated right now.
conversations about deconstructing, or conversations about the language?
About deconstructing.
Um,
Because
um,
I just can't seem to get through to anyone.
it can definitely be challenging. I mean, people have conversations every day about different things in order to like resolve conflict or resolve understanding. I can't see the day where having discussions to resolve conflict or understandings would be not valuable. I would say continue having, like, we're not gonna, everyone isn't going to agree. But I think, like, if you can even just reach one person, it makes it, worth the while. And then I think
Yeah.
to not have the goal of even converting anybody, right? The more authentic the conversations are, if we just continue to go into these conversations with the goal of, you know, understanding different perspectives, and sharing our perspective, because the perspective that we have, especially in our community, has never really been discussed. And so I think if we just continue with that in mind, right?
Yeah.
That, we're just sharing our perspective of how this belief system has affected us, the questions that we have, for things that we've been taught that don't make sense, things that we're reading in this text. I think that should be the goal, and not converting people, because like we don't want them trying to convert us, so we shouldn't be going into
No,
these
no, no, no.
conversations to convert them.
Yeah. I never thought about it that way. But yeah.
I
Yeah.
also think like when you have these conversations from the perspective of these are the questions that I have, not these are the questions that you should have. And that's something I have to remind myself of often where I start thinking, how are they not curious about these things? But, like we always talk about how we don't want people to tell us how to use our minds. We have to be mindful of that while balancing, like Thinker was saying, the important and dire conversations about the entailments of these beliefs. Like, I think your question about the language is a very valid question. If God wanted a
Yeah.
message for everyone, why not deliver it in a language that all humans could understand, that didn't have to rely on translations that are impacted by the person that's translating, that are interpreted through the biases of a human? Like, that just doesn't make sense. So if you frame it through, these are the reasons that I question the authority of the Bible. These are the logical reasons that I can look at the world and see what has happened as a result of a book that has been that self-proclaimed inerrancy,
Yes.
despite blatant errors that we read in it, how people accepting that and gaslighting themselves have impact the world. We can talk about that and understand, like Thinker said, not having the goal of conversion, but the goal of thinking. Because sometimes even if people think about these questions, it may give them pause before they are mean to their, or dismissive of their child that's a part of the LGBTQIA community. So instead of
Yes.
that goal of conversion, just that goal of conversation and sparking thought.
Yeah. Well, when I try that, they get angry. And then I'm told I'm going to burn, I'm going to regret it, I'm going to this, I'm going to that. And I'm like, that's fine. I actually want to go there if that place exists, to be honest, because I don't see myself having milk and honey for eternity. That's no, I can't do that. But yeah, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, we get the same thing. I was just telling Fee earlier, like it's the especially like in our community, right? Because these types of conversations are not normal. It has scared a lot of the black community who do believe in this God, which is the majority of our community. And I was telling Fee, like, there is a video of a white man who is talking about how the white church is using the Bible and this God to actively offer black and brown bodies as a sacrifice to their belief,
Yeah.
right? And he goes into the systemic racism and Jim Crow, like the history of Jim Crow and all of this, and he ties it back to the Bible. There are so many black people in the comments of his video um, saying, yes, this is from God, that your message is divine. Like, they agree with him. But when it's
No.
coming from black people who don't believe in the God, they don't agree, right? And we're demons and we deserve to go to hell.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can't see that even that is a part of the system working is why we should continue having these conversations.
Yes. Okay. I just need to go back to the drawing board. And I've just got a funny story to tell you what happened to me over the weekend. I was at the gas station at the pumps, and this man, he was on the other side. And he was looking at me and he was admiring me. And you can tell when someone's admiring you, right? And instead of him to say, "Hey, what's your name?" he said, "Jesus loves you." I was like, "No, he doesn't." And then he's like, "Oh, are you one of them?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." He's like, "Oh, no, no, no." I was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then he was driving off. He's like, "God bless you." And I said, "Satan bless you." And I tell you, he almost ran the red light. I was like, if he wanted my number, he could have just come up and said to me, "Hey, can I have your number?" That whole conversation was just irrelevant. It was unnecessary, but there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
But
There's
yeah,
an expectation for, if you're black, then You believe in this God. That's an expectation for that. And
Yes.
yeah, and it scares them when you don't, because they don't quite understand your ability to break free from that.
Yeah.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. It's kind of like even during the days of slavery, right? When someone would rebel against the slave master and try to break free, other enslaved people would try to talk them out of it, right? There were so many who refused to go and believe Harriet Tubman, right? Like
Yeah.
I think she, out of all of the enslaved, she only, not only like it's still a great feat, but it's in the hundreds, right? But there were millions enslaved, and only hundreds were willing to take the risk to get their freedom. And so
Yeah.
it's like it reminds me of that. um I don't know, like uh if you've ever read in history when the indentured servants, the Irish and German indentured servants, would rebel against the king. There's one rebellion where they rioted the king's court for 6 fucking weeks, and them rioting the king's court for 6 weeks got them their freedom. That was the point where they decided to no longer require them to be indentured servants.
Yeah.
But the West Africans that were enslaved obeyed during that time, and they became lifetime servants. And so, like, we're so used to obeying the system, we think that we're going to get rewarded for our obedience. But a lot of
Yeah.
times, our obedience are willing to forgive, to turn the other cheek, to offer and go the extra mile, is the thing that causes us to be further oppressed and further subjugated.
Yes.
While
I agree.
other groups are willing to fight back for their freedom and for their rights. Um, there has to be a balance, and I think the Black community, because of this God and the obedience that's been drawn into us through slavery, through sitting in church 6-7 times a week, we don't necessarily we are overly one side than the other, if that makes sense. But I think there
Yeah.
needs to be a balance, right, of fighting and rebelling, and then knowing when to, I don't want to say obey, but submit, but when to turn the other cheek, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. But we don't have a
It's
good
not.
balance of that.
When to let shit slide.
Yeah.
You mean like not rising to the occasion at every occasion, kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like sometimes just keep walking
Yeah. Like
because
we don't
I
have a
find
good
it.
balance of that.
Yeah, I find it difficult to do that ever since I deconstructed because all of a sudden I've got a voice. Whereas in the past, I would be quiet and just take it and just leave it to Jesus. Jesus will fight for you, on that day when he comes and it's judgment day, they're going to get their, um, you know, just desserts and all of that. Now I'm like, there's no Jesus is going to fight for me. You're going to punish these people. I have to speak up for myself.
It
So
was so fun. Like, have you
I
seen? Um, I want to ask right quick. Have you watched the documentary of Hurricane Katrina
I
on Netflix?
saw something today. There was a clip of it, and they were. It was all the black people, and they couldn't get resources. They were unaliving, and they were praying. I saw that they were praying, and I was like, why would you pray? It's not going to change the situation. Why don't you mobilize and leave that? Because they were in like a shelter thing. But I just saw a small clip of it. But then I said to myself, why not leave that shelter and go elsewhere?
Yeah,
They
like there
tried
was
it, but
a
yeah.
right. There
Um,
was a scene where a lady got rescued. She was a heavy set lady, but disabled too, and her the levees had broken, and the water was rising, and she ended up getting picked out of all the people by um, the military to transport her somewhere else after having starved for like 3 days. And then she said, I thank God that he sent a rescue. And
Oh,
like stuff like that, um while the media was actively sending in the National Guard to fight off people who were looking for food and getting food from the stores, right? So
yeah.
like ignoring that they were willing and they were quicker to respond to what they considered to be crime, um, of
Oh,
people who were looking for food, because they didn't act fast enough to get them food and get them water. They criminalized them, right? So they were willing to ignore that. And then just across the pond, there was a city where it was predominantly white, right? And these people who were in the same situation, right, would wade through the water, go to the grocery store, and loot bread and water too. And so in the documentary, they put like a side by side of two black people wading through water, had gone to a grocery store and gotten food. And the headline said, crime increased amongst Katrina looting at all-time high or something like that. And then the white people that were wading through the water with had gone to a grocery store to get bread and water. It says residents of
oh
victims of
no.
Katrina finds bread and water amidst catastrophe. So like the for the white people that were in this storm, help them helping themselves was seen as a good thing, right? And
Yes.
for the black people in this storm, them helping themselves was criminalized. And so like we've been so conditioned to that. Like if we step out of line and we do something to help ourselves, then
Hmm.
we're made to feel as if we're the bad thing of society, right? So stepping out of line uh, and questioning this belief that has been handed down to us, it we're criminalized by our own community for doing that. And and then when they see white people do it, they have helped themselves, right? Like they're
Yes.
doing the good thing. It's divine, right? And it's because of a lot of conditioning. And
And that's
then we thank God for it. Like we see this happening, right? We see the system working, and we thank this God for it.
and it's just so sad because we're going through the same thing here in the UK, and I'm sure even in Africa it's the same thing. Everywhere we're experiencing the same thing, and that is just, it's sad. It's really sad. Um, it's that's just another thing that frustrates me. I read somewhere today, someone said if women were to leave the Abrahamic religions, that the whole system would collapse. And that got me thinking that maybe they've got a point. But on the other hand, if black people left the Abrahamic system, that would also make it collapse. I don't know. I just get to a point where I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall.
Yeah, like taking a break can be good too. Like don't, if it's getting to be too much for you mentally, definitely take a break and don't let them push you to that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for having me up. Nice to see you all.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All
Hope
right.
you have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of the day.
It's
Hi,
after
Vessel.
midnight. We're going to bed.
Oh, okay. We'll get
Yeah.
some rest.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. Josh.
Hey guys,
Hi. How are you?
doing all right. Sorry, I'm a little nervous from last time because y'all embarrassed me pretty good, and it was y'all did a good job.
Well, we were not trying to embarrass you.
No, I
I
know.
think we had a pretty good
I was
conversation.
embarrassed. Yeah, I thought so too. I was embarrassed because I didn't think I did very well.
Fair enough. There are two conversation tracks that you can choose from. We can talk about Jesus Christ being the worst thing that happened to humanity again, or we can discuss Jezebel and Delilah, the tropes around those two spirits or women in the Bible.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna go more getting more of your mindset on why you know certain things are right and wrong. But if that's not the topic, then I can hop off.
Yeah, no, that's not the topic.
All
I
right.
don't allow people to come up and choose their own topics.
No, that's fine. All right. Yeah,
But
I'm still
before
not
before
ready.
you leave, before
Go
you
ahead.
leave, didn't you say that the last time you came up and the reason that you wanted to talk to me was because of Jezebel?
No, well, that was the topic at that time. I'm still not
Mm.
ready. I think you have convinced me that I don't think that she's evil from any sense other than like she's a Canaanite and that's the way that um the Canaanites are seen is that they're evil. But I don't think Jezebel is like the worst woman to ever exist like she's often portrayed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So, yeah, sorry. I thought that would be a good topic, but if that's not the case, then
Yeah,
it's good.
I don't see why people want to like to me that's a philosophical conversation that I think is a waste of time, right? To say like how do you know that raping a woman is bad? Like it's offensive for somebody to sit around and debate whether or not it's ethical to have sex with a 14-year-old child. Like how do you know that's not good? Um I don't typically have those types of conversations on here.
Okay, fair enough. One of these days I'll engage with the topic again, but yeah, good to talk with you guys, and hope to coming in soon.
All right, have a good one.
You as well.
I don't understand why a person needs to discuss how do you know when something is good versus something's bad. Like I to me, I f- like I feel like that is what allows people to justify in their minds the atrocities that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I
Or
think
that
it's
you could read in a book.
yeah. I also think that it's the almost like the last ditch effort when a person is starting to realize, oh shit, like these stories don't say what I thought they said. Like this book isn't what I thought it was, but where would I get my morals from? Like it is the crux of everything I know to be good. And I think that's like the next logical place that they go to when they're trying to hold on to the value of the thing. But I mean, other than that, I don't see any other utility in it.
That's a great point. And I think if they phrase the question, if they just be honest and say, "Hey, here's where I am in my thought process," I've been taught that my morals come from this God. Do you mind if we talk that through? Right. To me, that would be a different conversation than how do you know a thing is good versus a thing being bad? Because the way he framed it was more so like a philosophical, like it was gonna be like a philosophical conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. But I, I do think that that's a great point that you made because um, being told that your morals come from a God and you believing that and not, you know, realizing that you've been using your own brain, your own ability to empathize and relate to humanity and making decisions not to harm another person. Not only that, following the law of the land. Um,
Exactly.
yeah.
And I mean, I think that in and of itself kind of speaks to that point because just like, I mean, it's the laws of the land as just like traffic laws. Like in the US, we drive on the right, in the UK, they drive on the left. Like morality is a system that humans agree on, and in order to keep societies functioning, and we see how that has changed over time. We see it in, from the time that this Bible was written. So I do think it's more of this symbolic grounding, if you will, that they need to have tethered to, and stay tethered to, in order to not feel so kind of blown about,
And
because of the way they've been conditioned to see it.
yeah, and the interesting thing here too is, like, we keep saying, like, don't harm another person, don't do to another person what you wouldn't want done to you. And like, humanity has been saying that for the longest before their Jesus. But that is essentially what they believe Jesus taught them to do. And I think that might be the most realist thing that they stole from other cultures, right?
Right.
Is but the way Jesus presents it in his text, though, is don't do it to another Israelite. That, I think, that's the issue, right? Because it's very cultish and like supremacist. So it's like, don't harm somebody of your own group, but the other people are fair play. That's the problem. But when it was taught in Egypt and taught in Babylon or other nations, they were just saying, don't do it to another human if you don't want it done to you.
Hmm.
And that's the same thing that we're saying. Like, what it feels like to, uh, lose a person that you love. You know what it feels like we yesterday got the news of the Minnesota shooting, and that fucked me up, right? To even just think about the parents who felt uh not knowing, whether their child was okay, what, um how many children were hit. You know what that feels like, so you wouldn't want to do that, to another person. Like, that shouldn't be hard, and I don't think that's something that should be debated.
And I don't know why they feel it needs to be. And I think it just goes back to what they have been taught and what most of us were taught about what it means to be a good person. And as opposed to truly being a decent person, doing the right thing, it was touted from, or it was presented from this: these are the rules, follow them because God is watching and you will burn in hell or die eternally if you don't. That doesn't prime a person to be a good person. It forces them to figure out how to conform and stay on the leash that you've been attached to. Because if it was truly about being a good person and doing good things for the sake of being a good person and doing good things, then it wouldn't be so sequestered. It wouldn't have been this select group of people that are only able to do it. And I think it's morphed into this, like I said the other day, this virus, this self-replicating virus that we just see. And for some reason in our society, we can't shake it. No matter how much we progress as a society, no matter how much we track the history of these writings, and the fact that Yahweh was part of a Canaanite pantheon, the fact that he, like, all of these realities that we know, they're still holding on to this myth. And then their belief becomes our burden because they don't know how to keep these things to themselves. Their fears become our chains because they don't want us to explore beyond what they're afraid of. And it just limits society as a whole.
I agree. I'm the daddy. Take your racist ass up out of here. We know that you want attention, and you want us to know that you don't like us because we're black. I promise you, no one in this room gives a flying fuck. So take your I need attention ass, and I actually don't like myself ass the fuck out of here. Like, I swear, like if you don't like somebody because of the color of their skin, the fact that you're all up in their face saying I don't like you, I don't like you, like you are obsessed and either jealous. Bernadine. Woken Soak, I saw your comment. I didn't get your message about that person, but I'll check it and we'll talk. I'm not sure who that is and how long they've been watching the stream. But we'll discuss and see. Um, but I did see it. Bernadine, are you there? Okay. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the Kiss Box is open, y'all. Let's do a tap song. Let's see, it's 6:44. Keep in mind, we are trying to keep this stream going continuously until 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, and hopefully we can do that, y'all. Let's see.
Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Tap tap. Thinkers got you thinking. Now what you think is thinking? Go on and tap that screen. Keep the legs stacking clean. Tap that. They keep running. Come back. Get this knowledge. Don't act like you don't get. Tap 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 for thinker. Tap for thinker. Tap for thinker. Tap for thinker. Let's go. Tap 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 that. Tap 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 that. Pull up on the panel. Don't use the comments like camo. Think I hit 'em with the Hebrew, making all these arguments see through. Break it down and pack it up. Crash out, come and grab your cup. Tap in and watch 'em tap out. 3, 2, 1. Crash out. Tap out. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Keep tapping while they capping. Tapping out. Tap out. Ay. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Go thinker. Go thinker. Go thinker. Go thinker. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap.
David, y'all make claims that you can't back up. Like just coming in here and saying that your God makes us tremble, right? While we're actively saying, fuck your God, right? Like just saying it does not make it true.
The
But
Holy
it,
Spirit's an unclean spirit.
and the reality is that this like honestly this is an example of what I mean when I say they expect people to believe what they say and then ignore the reality, right? Because
Hmm.
they're the ones actually hiding in the comments, afraid to come up, right? You're scared that I'm going to cuss your ass out for being disrespectful, right? Or for lying, like just flat out lying to us. That scares you, so you hide in the comments. But you have convinced yourself, right, that you are hiding in the comments. You've convinced yourself that you are here because we are scared of your God. That's what I mean.
And every accusation is truly a confession. I think you're afraid of your God. Like, you're the one who believes that your God is going to torture people. We don't believe that. So, what would there be for us to fear? You know, I don't know. Like, it's, you're worshiping your own bully. You're negotiating with the thing that is threatening you. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I have no need to fear that. I don't fear Muslim hell. You don't fear Muslim hell. You don't fear Hindu hell. So we just lumped yours into the same basket as you put those in.
And they don't think about that. But also, they don't have any examples of where their God's wrath has been displayed in society today. Like the thing that they're fearful of, they can't actually say that they've seen a God strike somebody down for not believing.
Right. I don't, they say their God inspires them, but it seems like it intimidates them. And they
Yeah, it's
just,
fire speaker.
yeah.
Nina, are you in the box on purpose? And then that other account, they usually Militia Alias, like Is that a like TikTok has got to do better with TikTok Studio? Is Melisha a nerd? Oh, okay. They left out. Nina, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? No worries, Melisha. Okay, y'all. The guest box is empty. Did Fee? Did you see that video of the lady dancing in the woods? The
The lady dancing in the woods.
the
Oh man,
lady.
Was that
Yeah,
me?
the Holy Spirit woman.
yeah. The
No.
Holy Spirit.
Oh, never
Hold
mind.
on. I'm gonna see if I can show a little bit of it. I know TikTok's not gonna let me show a lot of it. I think if I show the video but not the sound, um,
Yeah,
that
that could work.
yeah. Let me see. But when
Everybody
I
should follow my current example.
what? Huh?
Popular votes.
Huh?
Popular
Oh,
vote.
oh. Hold on. Um, damn. I hate when TikTok does that. Hold on. But this lady, when I saw it, it immediately made me think of when believers be saying that the Holy Spirit is leading them in these conversations, and they get up here and they say some of the wildest shit. Like, hold on, watch this lady right here. To me, like
What
this would
in the
be the Christian on stage, and then that's the Holy Spirit
Oh, yeah.
what in the
I
demonized
read about her.
dancer is going on?
She was missing and they found her.
Oh, Thinker, please send me that. I need to watch that and giggle.
it's I put it in Oso's live chat. The link is in his live chat.
What
But
the
like,
hell?
man, when that lady came into the screen, I lost my shit. I was like, what the fuck?
They were literally feeding him ho-hos in one video.
What?
Yep.
She said the Ammonites are the Zimbabweans, the Moabites are the Ghanaians, something like that. And then she said the Egyptians are the Black Americans. I was like, oh my gosh. Like the level of psychosis this belief system has
It's
caused,
insane.
man,
Also,
to the
why
point that
did
you
I?
will run away from home and go live in the wilderness in Scotland.
That's correct. I did. Okay, I didn't even realize these were the same people. I saw the one. I don't remember who gave it to me. You or Christina? The one where he's sitting on this throne, or
Yeah, that's the
this?
one I sent y'all. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I hadn't seen this one.
Yeah,
Also, when
she's
I pulled
asking
up,
the UK government to leave. I mean, the she's asking the people in the UK to leave her alone because they keep coming out wanting to interview her and stuff, and they keep doing like articles on her. And so
yeah,
that in that video, she's asking them to leave her alone. She's like, "I know what I'm doing. I'm not mentally ill." Like,
because nothing says "leave me alone" as like posting on TikTok for the whole world to see how you live. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
she says she's the inferior mistress to the queen. Wow, yeah, that's what indoctrination to do. Like that is insane.
Yeah, they got a lot going on. And honestly, I'm gonna be brave and say maybe even too much going on. I
But
I don't know. I don't know how he convinced her. They convinced her to do what she doing. Uh, but I hope she get out before anything crazy happens to her.
and it's only three of them. Like how he convinced them that he was the Ghanaian king, descendant of Jacob. and convinced them to go all the way to Scotland to live in the woods. And and he just have them as followers. Like, that is crazy.
And what they gonna do when winter hit?
They've been living in the woods for a minute.
How long?
Like, she's been missing for like a year, I think, or a little over a
Damn.
year. Yeah, she's been missing for a while.
New
They
question: What
just
could they be
found
doing
her.
in winter?
Yeah, the reason why this the she's so popular right now is because her family had her on the missing person report, and they just found her living in the woods.
Mm, interesting.
All right, Joe. The guest box is empty. Are we gonna have some more conversations? Are we done early? Let's keep doing the upvoting the live. Um, y'all know what will get us into the FYP. We got to get people to come up and have conversations with us, not just Christians. I don't just talk to Christians, as y'all see. People who are deconstructing. And then the topic of, just keep in mind, like when we do start off with the topics, they typically do expand into deeper points. So if you're not coming up because you have something on your mind, and you don't necessarily want to talk about like Jesus Christ been worse than ever happened to humanity, or like the Jezebel thing, there is a strategic way to get your topic into the discussion, because honestly, Jesus been the worst thing that ever happened to humanity does cover most of the Bible, and most of the belief. So it's not hard to get what you want to talk about within the topic. Just be strategic about it. Just know that you have to address the topic.
Has anyone ever taken a crack at Delilah?
Mm-mm. Not yet. But I also just added Delilah.
Okay.
Today's the first time that I've ever added Delilah to the conversation. There's a guy in my comments. He was like, um, he said, "What law did Jezebel use?" And then he did like the eye, like the rolling his eye, and I said, "Say less." So I hit him with like all of the scriptures that shows like the laws and the processes and stuff, and he came back and was like, that law didn't apply to them at that time, because Naboth wasn't trying to. I mean, the King Ahab wasn't trying to buy the land from Naboth, and he wasn't trying to do a temporary sale. And Ahab was supposed to keep the land and the family. And I was like, first off, it doesn't say that he wasn't trying to do a temporary sale. It doesn't say he was trying to do a permanent sale. And
Hmm.
then on top of that, the law says that they could sell it and they have to get it back at Jubilee. If Naboth had to say no, then tenant farmers shouldn't exist in Israel,
Right.
because literally they leased the land to foreigners and got the land back at Jubilee. Like, they want to hang on to the Jezebel trope so bad. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the
And I think
number
it's
of,
funny because oh my God, look.
you could go ahead also.
No, I choked on the Pop Tart.
Oh
Did
my
you say you choked
gosh.
on a Pop Tart?
Mhm.
You good?
Yeah, don't
Goodness.
ask pressure to do the Heimlich. Like, you good?
Okay, it went down. We good.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I just like the number of people who just like the guy that I forget what morning that was you were talking to, who was pretending to know the story, couldn't tell us any details. They likely haven't even read the story to even know the details, but they've concluded, oh yeah, she was a terrible person. You know, she did all these wicked things. She was a harlot. The book doesn't say any of that, but they just accept it as true.
Yeah, but and even more so, like even when we went through the process, right, like the legal process, and he said Wow, so you just proved that you can do it the right way and be wicked. He said you just proved that you can do it, use the law, do it the legal way, and still be wicked. And when we were asking him, like, what did she do that was wicked? Like, why is that wicked? He couldn't or wouldn't answer that question. He just he. I think that I think it shocked him
Mm-hmm.
that she actually did use the law, and like he just wanted to hang on to it. Like he
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't answer how she was still wicked even though she did it the legal way.
That is motivated reasoning. Like we were talking about this morning. Like they'll think through it, but only to a point. They're going to preserve that conclusion that they brought with them that she's got to be evil. So although I can't answer that question to tell you what actions would fall under the category of evil, I'm still going to land at that same conclusion because it's not really a journey. You brought the conclusion with you. You've had it all along. And I think that's the piece that they don't necessarily want to admit.
Yeah. JMR, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, "Hey thinker, it's JMR. I hope you are well. Thank you for being you. PS panel, you all are fire too. Back to lurk mode. Thank you, JMR.
Much love, Jamar. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Pam.
I was watching Justin Deconstruction stream yesterday, and the amount of super chats he get in a lot. Like I sent him two $10 super chats. Like he had so many super chats that he couldn't even read mine. He had to pick like which super chats to read. Like it's insane, and like
Wow.
it does make me wonder like why, like what's the difference? Because we usually have the same audience amount. Um, like people don't talk to me during the live. I don't know.
That is a good question because it's different audiences.
Maybe I, huh?
Is it different audiences?
It
Some
probably
I
is.
see some of the same people, some, but then I see a lot of different people.
Yeah. It could be, and it could be that he's on video too. Um, I don't know, but also like I think he went on the line and the atheist experience, so it might be a different audience. Which like I would love to get to the audience that's not scared to talk about these topics, like the what we reach on TikTok. I think are the believers that rarely read,
Mm-hmm.
and you know they some of them
Mm-hmm.
don't even go to church. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't think we've
Most
reached.
of them.
Yeah,
But I
and I don't
also
know how to get TikTok to put us in that space because I don't know.
I also wonder if, like, in the same way we talk about the God in this Bible is different for white people than it is for black people. Black church is a different experience. I wonder if we know, I mean, we know that there are way more white atheists than there are black. I'm wondering if those that are looking for this content they don't necessarily relate to the church that we're deconstructing from because they don't recognize this God. Their God says something very different to them. I think that may be a factor. I think gender,
Yeah,
of course, is a factor. I think it's a couple of things that probably lead to that.
yeah, I definitely
That's
think
fair.
that, and that's why I say too, um, the black atheist is unheard of in the black community.
Yep.
Hmm.
And having these conversations is like pulling teeth with them because it's scaring the shit out of them to hear us say fuck the god, or like to hear like remember that guy that came on stage and he said don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, and
Hmm.
uh I said something and he got so scared he ran
Yep.
because he literally thought that God was gonna come down and do something right then and there on the live.
Yeah.
Like it, the way the God was given to the black church was that he cracks a fucking whip.
Yeah.
Like it's very different.
Mm,
That's why I said like the looking at the comments on that video and how they are okay hearing a white
Mm-hmm.
person say that they're not okay hearing it come from a black person because the we've not been afforded that religious freedom, that freedom from religion.
Early in my deconstruction, I looked for community. Like I got on Meetup. I did like Black non-believers. I was trying to see if there was going to be a chapter created like in my area, but it was so scarce. Like there was maybe 3 people in like this Discord server, of I don't think it was Discord what it was back in the day, but like this like little chat feature, and there was no conversation. Like it just wasn't. We didn't have the connectivity, and the numbers weren't there. I mean, statistically speaking, we are the massive, massive minority in this. But I mean, these conversations alone, I think, are so enriching. That's why people keep coming back day after day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just gotta figure out how to get TikTok to put us in a different audience because they keep showing us to the same people, and that's
Yeah.
irritating to me. Because like, I can't talk to people who can't form a thought and they can't take a thought deeper. Like RDK, I don't have the patience, and I'm just gonna cuss you out.
Yeah.
When I see TikToks come across my FYP, I don't do a lot of sometimes like Christian content will come up, and if I see a post, somebody makes a post and they sound, yeah, they're pro Jesus, but I don't necessarily agree with their content. I'll make a comment that's inviting conversation, hoping they'll follow, or if it's thought provoking enough for them, maybe they'll see when I'm on a panel, and I'm hoping maybe that type of engagement will funnel some people who are really interested in going deeper with these conversations.
Say that again. What's your process?
Commenting on the post of people who are religious and maybe pose a question or pose a perspective, I'll comment on their TikTok post.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and say I see it this way, or this is a question that I've had, because sometimes that will spark some sort of conversation, or they'll follow me on TikTok. I've had a few folks that's happened with. They've not come to the live to engage in these conversations, but maybe they'll, sitting in the streets or in the hallway listening.
Yeah, I think the
Are you
ones that
still
go ahead, Lon.
able to reset your algorithm, or did they take that feature away?
Oh, I don't know.
Let me look into it.
Lenny. I'm sorry. Also, were you going to say something?
I was just gonna say, I think the ones that do come up at this point, the repeat offenders, are just up here to kind of try to dissuade actual conversation.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I don't like talking to the same people over and over and over again. Um, the only way, right, like to see different perspectives and if any way, right, for us to even understand them is to hear different perspectives. But when the same people come up here over and over just to bullshit, and I know how they're going
Hmm.
to behave, like it's a waste of my time
That's not
because
enjoyable.
yeah, I don't sit here in this chair for hours and hurt my back and do the studying to waste my time. And I feel like that to me is disrespectful as fuck too, for them to come up here and be whole ass kids and act immature, um, and act like they don't know how to have a conversation. Because I guarantee you, when they go to work, they don't conversate the way that they conversate on this stage. They don't interrupt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're not yelling. Like they know how to have a conversation. They just are used to disrespecting people, especially disrespecting a black woman. They're used to it. And I saw a video where a guy was talking about how his mother was killed by his stepfather, or how he think that his mother was killed by his stepfather, and he was asking for help, right, so that he could do his own investigation because the city that he lives in just threw his mom to the side, right, and didn't do an investigation. And he said nobody cares about black women. And
Hmm.
I know, like when he says nobody, because the word nobody isn't true, right?
Right.
Black women are disrespected in society at a very high rate. We are disproportionately cared for in the medical field. and we get labeled angry black women. But when he says nobody cares about black women, I feel like that type of language kind of trains society to not care about black women. So I think using the
Mhm.
right words matters too. Because when a young black woman hears another black man say nobody, then they're taking that word to say nobody cares about me. So I think being able to articulate what you actually mean, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
society has disproportionately cared for black women. It would be the right way to articulate that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Because whatever your intentions were with the words, people internalize the words themselves. You know what I mean? And yeah, you definitely want to communicate in a way that speaks particular or specifically to what you mean, and not necessarily to so vague.
yeah. Atheist black woman with the $5 super chat says Justin has a different audience. I agree. His comment section, I would say, is more mature. Age and education might be the factors, in my opinion. I agree. That's why I said I want to figure out how to get to the black believers that have college level. A lot of them that come in here don't have college level education. And not saying that you know people like college is a factor, but a lot of them that come in here are very immature in their ability to critically think or formulate a conversation or articulate, what they want to say. But yeah, I think you're right. Lenny?
Okay. Okay, I found it. I'll send it to you when we get off.
Okay, thank you. Lenny? Is Lenny asleep?
That's crazy because I didn't hear
Been
snoring
up
until
here for
now.
a minute.
Yeah, I didn't hear them snore until now.
Right. It sounds like they just started snoring. All right, y'all. It is 7:11. We haven't had a guest. The numbers are declining. We're trying our best to keep the stream going straight through without taking a break. I honestly don't, since we're getting so close to like we're 3 hours away from the time that I normally would go live. I would rather stay live. Um, let's if you are a believer, um, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, and you're 21 and up, the guest box is open, y'all.
Come on down.
I don't know, like it's 400 in here. I don't know if this is all subscribers.
I mean,
Um,
even if it is, you're welcome.
Also, y'all don't get scared of the 9.99 with TikTok. I saw we lost almost 100 subs when Chicago made that announcement about the 9.99. I promise you, I am going to make your subscription worth it. Um, so don't be afraid of that. Uh, and then if you, I think also said today, if you go ahead and sub at the price, at the 2.99 price, you're stuck there. You're like you get
Um,
grandfathered in, or
Only for 3 months. After that, it's cut.
oh, okay. But I have been planning on what I'm gonna do for that new subscription, to make it valuable for y'all.
You know, I'm locked in. Quadruple it. Fee, I added thinker if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. I have a question. While we're waiting for somebody came up.
Tequila.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Um, I don't think you are a believer. I've seen your comments on my videos, but you are new here, right?
Somewhat. I've been on here before.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
deconstructing. Um,
Okay.
if that's what we call it, because I don't believe like I used to believe, but I also don't see myself going back to how things were.
Okay. Um, and what are your thoughts on the topic? Did you want to talk about the topic or the Jezebel topic?
We can talk about the topic about Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Um, I never really thought about it before, but one thing that I've noticed, like in my deconstructing process, is that like people tend to over deify Jesus to the point where they're assigning attributes to him that didn't really exist. They're basically using their imagination to make him bigger than what he really was or is, figuratively. Because we like, to me, I don't know if he actually exists in the mind, in the biblical sense of what the Bible is saying. And so, with that being said, when to me, I do think it's interesting because, in a way, that can be damaging because it's kind of like someone using your name and likeness to enforce something. So, like, I'm doing this because Jesus told me to, or like a parent doing something harmful to a child. With Jesus wouldn't want you to be this way, so I'm doing this to you because for Jesus' sake. And so I can see in that sense how that could be the worst thing that happened.
Yeah, and like parents, especially black parents, use Jesus the way uh, white racists use Martin Luther King.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, anytime they want to um, like talk to the black community and kind of deny black oppression or racism or uh, the structure of white supremacy, they invoke the name of Martin Luther King. And black parents do that the same way with Jesus when they want you to do a certain thing or think a certain way. They invoke Jesus.
Hmm.
Like when you talk about using the likeness in the name of a figure, and like I was thinking the other day about the whole Martin Luther King uh, thing. Like if Jesus was a person that actually lived historically, t- like I would probably believe that he would be something like a Martin Luther King figure. Not that he did what Martin Luther King did, but he was a man that lived that group of people decided to use and weaponize against society to get society to think a certain way or to excuse certain things the same way Martin Luther King is weaponized and used. Does that make sense? Or like um Martin Luther King was made like he has become a symbol and a weapon at the same time.
Right, right. Because in his time when he was alive, he was not seen as like to the community that he was serving. Yes, they looked up to him, but like to like the FBI and the CIA who was investigating him, he was public enemy number one. And then when he died, then they used his legacy and likeness to manipulate. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Actually,
Yeah.
over 75% or 70% of people in the country did not believe in what he was doing, including our people.
Well, I can see that because that's been the problem or part of it that like the black Americans are not a monolith, so they have different views, different value systems, and different belief systems about progression and what that looks like. Some people think assimilation is the process.
Hmm.
People thought,
There it
yeah,
is.
yeah. Some people thought giving in to the demands of whatever work, wherever those demands were at that time, would be the best process, or just keep your head down and keep going and don't cause any
Don't
trouble.
rock the boat. Yep.
And I think that's just a way of being weaponized against criticism. Because even with like the messages, Jesus said, turn the other cheek. So that discourages, speaking out against injustice. And the same way, MLK preached nonviolence, but it's about, and that tells you how it's a utility, it's a tool. Not to say that, again, people always come in, are you saying that the historical Jesus didn't live? He probably did, but who gives a shit? Like, he didn't walk on water. Like, he wasn't, like, I think, to Thinker's point, that this archetype of this individual who's bucking against the system was co-opted by the system to spread the system and become the virus that Christianity is today.
Right. Because the only recollection we have is something that his friends said. I have to like break things down in layman terms to see it for what it really is. Like, although his words were in red, that's someone saying what someone else said, and not necessarily that he said it himself. And they recorded it, and we have factual evidence that this was said by this person. This is a recollection.
You don't even know what I said 3 minutes ago. How in the absolute fuck are people going to remember what someone said 40 decades later and get it right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then people just accept that it's true, as if these were like somebody was running behind Jesus while he was on earth, writing down every word he said. That's not how that went. They didn't have a tape recorder or a GoPro. Like, that didn't exist.
A
They just made
GoPro.
shit up.
Right. Because I think if people take the emotional side of it and like the identity that they have connected to the religion and to their representation or their idea of God and Jesus, then they can see this topic differently instead of like fighting against it because they're thinking it's a part of their identity, just seeing rationally for what it really is.
They think that I don't actually mean what I say. They think that I'm just saying it to get their attention. Like, um, they think it's rage bait, but I actually mean the shit. And like as I was talking, like it made me think about how some of the stories of our uh, ancestors who they invoke to use against us as a weapon or excuse, like in a way to pacify us. Some of the stories are mythologized, if you think
Okay.
about it, right? Some of the stuff that we are taught about them, it isn't taught in its raw uh, form, right? Like Lala just said, 75% of uh, America did not agree with what Martin Luther King was doing. Like, he taught against or preached against capitalism, um, war, racism, right? He actively preached against and fought against the system. But the main thing that we hear about him is the "I have a dream" speech, right? And so it to me makes him more of a Martin Luther King was a
Palatable.
pacifist, huh?
Hmm. He was palatable
Yeah, but in reality,
afterward.
he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm saying afterwards. They
Yeah,
because they hid like a lot of his um other recordings, and like the one that said I'm coming to DC to get my check. They hid that one, and there was a lot of other ones. And once those started to circulate, you notice like recently, what within the past 5 years or so, they start removing him from different like elementary schools, like the curriculum. They started removing it in Texas, I think Florida, and a few other places.
And I think he was sanitized, right, for the purpose of conforming and changing his message to be one that met the goals of the people in power.
yeah. Which I'm thinking, like Jesus, if Jesus really existed, the same thing happened with him.
Yep. Because
Mhm.
again, it's nothing new under the sun. Like these tactics and these strategies, they may change based on the time that you're living in, and the method of delivery of the message is going to change, but the overarching message is still the same. You have those in power that want to stay in power, and they figure out a mechanism with which to use to control the people. When you have a smaller population, of course that method is going to look different, but this is that method again, that's turned into this virus.
Yeah, because all it does, it actually like it. If we look at what Jesus does for those in power, white supremacy, the system of white supremacy, and I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about the system of white supremacy because there are people of color who subscribe and actively participate in the system of white supremacy. And what it does is it disarms and pacifies the majority of the people against that system. Martin Luther King, mythologizing Martin Luther King, Nat Turner, even Harriet Tubman does the same thing to the black community against the system of white or for the system of white supremacy.
Exactly. And again, that's not a new strategy. It's the same strategy that's been used, and it's just very effective. The players change.
If you ever want to play a fun game with anybody who's trying some crazy stuff with Martin Luther King, when they quote him, just ask them what the sentence immediately before or immediately after what they just quoted was, and you'll just see like
Hmm.
you'll see a short circuit. It's so much fun.
I remember when I was on Justin's live, like the first time I ever went and co-hosted with him. There was a guy, a black guy, came on, and we were discussing slavery. And he brought up Nat Turner, and when I asked him what were the benefits of Nat Turner's rebellion for those that were enslaved in America at that time, he short circuited. Like he didn't expect, for me to ask that question because he brought up Nat Turner and how, the rebellion it was brought on by his belief in this God and all of that. And so when I asked him like what were the benefits, it fucked him up. Like he had never even thought about the fact that it didn't benefit them. It actually put them in a worse position, right? Like white people got scared. They started randomly lynching more and more of enslaved people. They banned congregation, them being able to congregate. They banned them being able to learn how to read. So, like, the situation um, got worse for those that were enslaved at that time. And, like, that, like he glitched on that live.
But I think it makes sense for them to respond that way because in the same way that MLK and Jesus had to be sanitized, they also had to be simplified. Because in the religious framework, it's either good or bad. You're either saved or lost. You either have faith or doubt. And the nuance that comes with looking at a person, that a human being that, did something revolutionary or made an impact on the masses, there's got to be duality there because humans are not one dimensional that way. But when we look at these and we hear about and learn about these archetypes, it's always on one sided. Everything we know about Jesus came from the people who believe in Jesus, mostly those who supported Jesus. There may be some scriptures in the Bible about, the folks who in this story didn't like him. But again, it's in the Bible. So it's very circular to begin with. So I just think if we look at that and we see that pattern emerging, why wouldn't we expect the heroes that they look to be as one dimensional as they are taught to think? Like that's why Jesus is perfect and without sin, because they can't deal with the nuance and the duality of being human, and it just falls in line with everybody else, which controls the way people see the world today. It's either you're with us or you're against us. It's either Republican or Democrat. It's either feminist or traditional. And there's so much space in between that we miss that creates the tapestry that humanity is. And it's so unfortunate that we're having to, again, bear the burden of their belief and be held captive by the limitation of their fears when it could be so much better for all of us.
Yeah, and I think like we're bearing more than just the burden of their belief. It's their ignorance that they continue to spread and advocate others to adopt and stay in, and their fear at the same time. And like even just thinking about how like just comparing still the mythologized heroes of the black community, like you have to tiptoe even around telling the true stories behind them the same way you have to tip around talking about Jesus.
Yep.
Like it's
The memory gets selective. You
mhm.
know, only the good things are remembered. But the reality is MLK had his flaws. But you can't say that just like you can't talk about King Jesus.
And I think it's that same mentality that makes people not hold leaders accountable because they have to cover their flaws. They have to pretend like because they're in leadership, they earned it, they deserve it, so they need to be worshipped for it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yep. And our community, like we for some reason we need superheroes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like I think that's a whole part of the whole black excellence thing too. Because it's like there needs to be exceptionalism.
Right. But I think even that mindset alone keeps people complacent, right? Think about all the movies that have been made about the savior, like that one person who has that thing that's going to liberate all of mankind. I mean, it's the theme for "Don't Come Up From My Neck, Jeff." It's the thing for Star Wars. You know, it's Harry Potter. Like it's Superman. Like it's all of this archetype that we see repeated in the media. So of course the mindset then is going to stay towards, oh, I can't do anything about it because we got to wait for this person to take the lead. When in actuality, again, it's us locking arms and saying, hold up, this isn't working. This doesn't make sense. That's how you affect change. But this belief system that's so deeply ingrained in us that is being reinforced by the very things that we entertain ourselves with and the way that we see each other, these damaging systems that are in place, misogyny, ableism, homophobia, xenophobia, all of these things. Like we are the ones to fix that. It's not going to take some, black savior or Hispanic savior or any other savior. It's got to be us.
I heard someone perspective on like the hero that there's no such thing as a hero because even the hero does what we perceive as evil things. And so if we were to change the name tags or the label, they would be villainized just like the villain. So yeah, it's interesting how people want something to be good and want something to be bad that they're not willing to see the balance in life.
Yeah. Yep. And that's why pastors are able to get away with what they get away with. And
Not even
especially
knowing
in the
that
black church.
yeah, not even realizing that this belief system is you're being the crutch for your own oppression. You're the very thing that's holding up your abuser and the system that they are abusing you through.
And that's the thing that I think I'm feeling a lot of emotion from because I actively see black people stopping other black people from thinking, like from growing or from, uh, from the black community getting better. Like we can't blame we can't blame the system by itself and not be able to see what we're doing to ourselves.
Right.
And like the what I feel from that and from these conversations and like seeing them when they come in the chat and the things that they say, like I don't know how to explain that. Like I can feel the impact of that and the entailment of that.
Yeah, and it's so pervasive, right? Like just think of the ratio of good, healthy, mature discussions that we have compared to the crash outs and the ones that can't even track, a logical thought process from one point to the next, right? There's one side is much more populated than the other, but that's the norm. that's that's the nexus and the actual foundation of their belief system, and for them to display the behaviors that they do when they come in here, I think I feel that same sadness oftentimes, because it's like, what do you do when people listen to conversations? They talk themselves into corners all the time and tie themselves into pretzels with these belief systems that even they know are illogical, but they hold on to them anyway.
Because like they would rather it be that than be without the God. And that's what I mean, like the sacrifice that they're willing to, like they've put the black community up for sacrifice, not along with the white supremacists. Like they are actively sacrificing the black community too.
Yeah. I mean, I think the more we hear the believers expressing themselves about their belief system, reflecting their God, I think they tell themselves that they are about goodness and morality, but in actuality, their prime motivation is salvation. Because we say this all the time. You can't tell me that your camp is all about character when what it seems like your camp is all about is what's on your name tag, or what set you're repping. You got to be repping the right set. That's all it's about. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you behave. And I know that because if for those of us, they make assumptions about how we live our lives all the time. But if it were about doing good and being good, as opposed to making sure you call God by the right name and you follow this rule and you follow that rule, then I think the world would look a completely different way, and we would have completely different conversations.
When that lady on Christina's live said that she told Christina something just because she wanted to get Christina, because that's what she's supposed to do. Like the priorities of black people when it comes to this God are not black people.
Mm-mm.
And that's a problem, because that's why I told her, I was like, your entailment of what you just said is by any means necessary. So if someone gets raped, then you are the one that would tell them that it happened because God either needed to get your attention or God is trying to make you stronger.
Hmm.
You know, you're the one that would look the other way and call it God, because your priorities are fucked. Like your priority is the God, and it's not humans, and it's not your community.
Yeah, and how is that not anything but selfish? While claiming that selflessness is the underlying motivation of their belief system, because God so loved the world that he gave. You don't even love your neighbor enough to care, let alone give. Because if you cared, you'd see how your position, your beliefs impact others. Your beliefs inform your behavior. Your behavior is what I have to be around. And when they say things like that, it just shows that they are very unsafe.
Yeah, and they don't care about how their behavior is. All they care about is defending what they believe. They have no expectation whatsoever for this God to actually change them, versus them saying that the God does, or that the God has the power to do so.
Right. And I think it's also elitist. Like there's a level of narcissism and arrogance that comes along with people who choose to look down on people for their life issues and say, well, you didn't believe enough, or maybe God needed you to go through that because you were hard-headed, or whatever excuse they try to give people for their pain or suffering. And it's elitist mentality, because if it happened to them, they wouldn't have that same sentiment. They would, number one, probably hide it. Number two, feel like they deserve better from God.
And the crazy part about it is, and we say this all the time, like they are the mouth of their God. It's like a ventriloquist show. The doll doesn't speak, the person does. And if everything that your God says is coming from your own thoughts, happens to match your own preferences, and also confirms your own biases, it is you. We see it every single day, yet they still come up here completely convinced that they have the right version of it. They know it because King Jesus won't let them down. I gotta follow these rules because, hell is a hot place. They come up here threatening that almost every single day.
They change like right in the middle. Like there there's no foundation. Like what Be Up did today. In the right in the middle of his conversation, because it threatened his bias towards transgender people, he changed what he
Mhm.
had claimed that the Holy Spirit was giving him
Yep.
right then and there.
And it's the dishonesty for me. Like, I think we can't have an honest conversation about anything if you're not honest with yourself about what you just said. I mean, you can play it back for them and they still will deny it. And that's just, it's how far can you get with that?
And I think like even like I get what Vessel mean when she says like having these conversations seem fruitless because they just don't budge and they don't change. They are not willing to look at themselves and say, "Oh, you're right, I just lied," or "You're right, I am being dishonest, or I'm using manipulative tactics, or I was wrong. What I said was wrong." They don't have the ability to do that, and they do it time after time after time. They they come back the next day, and they are the same person that they was when we last had a conversation with them, and and so it can feel fruitless when we have these conversations because again they just don't care. They don't have an expectation to be these decent humans or humans who are have the ability to grow the
Yep.
way they claim that God wants them to be.
Yeah. There was somebody we spoke with earlier that I can't remember her name. I think she said she was like 54. I think that was earlier today. Like that conversation, we were not, you and I were talking about something she was not talking about. It was almost as if the things that we said hit this wall that she couldn't think past because they just like revert to these cliches. Well, God's ways are higher than ours. Like they just spout out these things that don't answer questions, that don't resolve conflicts, that don't, remove contradictions, and try their very best to convince themselves or maybe to convince us that they are convinced.
And I think that's what keeps people bound is because the arguments or the justifications are so circumstantial. It just goes around in a circle. And you can't change if you keep going around and around. You have to switch directions and actually come up with some better conclusions. But some people don't want to change.
They're comfortable in this space because everything else is unknown. It's the unknown that's keeping them bound too, right? Like most of Jesus reside in the unknown. Like nobody knows what happens when you die. So the biggest fear is death, right? And they placed a even bigger fear in that, and that's the possibility of burning for all of eternity. So like, and then even the reward is very vague.
Yep.
So they're comfortable in that space of being that vagueness because the majority of their belief resides in the unknown.
And the crazy part about it is even the things that it's known, but then they're so quick to speak for the God, to say what he wants, what he prefers, while all at the same time thinking that his mind and his ways are beyond human comprehension. Which one is it? Because it can't be all of them.
That's just a vague cliche that they're used to use it. Yeah, like that. It's interesting, but at the same time, it's frustrating because this is what's harming us, and it's gonna keep harming us because they're actively making the decision to do it. Like, mm, that it's crazy. Mm. I like, and then I think about the people who handed this to our ancestors, and then the way that it morphed over time, like all the people that's responsible for this type of brain fuck, right? I've not seen that. Like, I've not taught out of all the believers that we've talked to in the 2 years that we've been doing this. I've not seen a community so brain fucked as the Black community when it comes to this God. Like, there are people within other ethnicities that we've talked to that have said some illogical shit, but to the level of the Black community, I've not fucking seen it. Like, there's literally people living in the woods in Scotland claiming to be the lost sheep of Israel.
I mean, the tampon thing, that's
Hmm.
still got me tripping.
And it makes me mad when I think about it. When I think about the indoctrination, the level of indoctrination. Not like everybody that has been given this God has been indoctrinated, but the level of indoctrination and that our community has, it is fucking wild.
It is. I think about I have a book that I'm reading about epigenetics, and the emerging information that we're learning about that on a from a genetic perspective. I had this thought the other day. I wonder what and for how long, whatever it is, had to be done to our ancestors for them to feel whatever they needed to feel, to abandon the beliefs of their home and their culture and their customs for this. What did these European people have to do to them and threaten them, and what did they have to do in order to get to the point that they had to ingrain this belief system in us? What could that have looked like? Like, when people think about how this religion spread at the end of a sword, or maybe they don't think about it, because the only way, I can't see how they would land at this is about love if they did.
Did anyone watch Queen Nzinga on Netflix?
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Watch that.
Artifact,
That right there. It'll answer your question.
Okay.
Artifact 3845. You're gonna have to come to TikTok, and I hope that by you calling yourself an intellectual, that you really are that. Like, we've had several people from YouTube claim that we need to talk to them, and then when you get to TikTok, for some reason, you're not that. Tequila, did you have anything else, y'all? I don't know, the uh the guest box is still on E. Like, I don't know if we should keep going or take a break. But Tequila, did you have anything else?
No, I didn't. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Nice chatting with you.
I hate when people are like, y'all need to talk to intellectuals. Y'all need to talk to me. Clearly, you haven't talked to an intellectual before. Like, what are you waiting for?
I don't know.
Like, literally, that's what we said. Like, we've been sitting here saying that shit. Like, y'all just be empty threatening in the fucking comments.
I think that's just what it is. They want to find something to push back about.
I don't, to the person in the comments talking about, so I'm assuming I'm a Christian. I don't know what you're talking about unless somebody in the comments told you that you were. VKB Sports, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, I think I don't know, maybe I guess we need to take a break.
Oh, that
Um
sucks.
yeah, I tried to keep it going, but um I don't even know if we're on the FYP.
And I don't know what you got to do to make that crossover. But yeah, this shit is getting boring.
Cause it's the same. Like there, the fear. Like I've never in my life seen people this damn scared, and I was
Mm.
shocked to see
Oh
it.
shit.
Ooh, Lala, you're not on mute.
Oh.
I was shocked to see people this scared to talk about it.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I think the black community is gonna always be scared. Um,
Fuck.
Lala, are you coming off mute on purpose?
No, I'm not.
Are you okay over there?
I don't know.
What's going on? A bug? You outside?
Yeah.
You know damn well you shouldn't be going outside and you scared of bugs. Lala would lose her shit over a bug. Y'all remember that time she was on stage and there was a ladybug in her room?
Uh-uh.
Man,
It
that shit
wasn't a
was
ladybug.
what
It
was
was
it, a
a
water
water
bug?
bug.
A water a baby bug.
It
It
wasn't
was
a baby. That thing was like
a
maybe 2 inches long. Them water bugs in Louisiana are big
Lala lost her shit on stage, boy. We were cracking up. I think she was hiding in the corner for the
and
longest.
crying.
Yeah, she had to phone a friend. No, I'm joking. She had but how'd you get out the corner? I can't remember, but that shit was funny as hell.
I hopped on a bed and ran out the other door.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Did VKB say anything? Like, are you in there on purpose? We'll try to do a restart at 8. Okay, so if I okay, here we go. Break or restart. If I do a restart and we still don't get conversations, then that'll be all for Thursday stream.
Man,
What
high
y'all
stakes,
want
high
to do?
rewards.
High stakes, high rewards. Yeah. Restart or break. Restart. Everybody saying restart. Control delete.
Mm-mm.
YouTube. What do y'all want? A restart or a break? Everybody saying reset, restart.
Okay.
I mean, we got to do the damn thing when we restart, y'all.
Mm-hmm. And restart in 9 minutes. So we'll try to hit that 8 o'clock FYP and see what happens. Like I feel like the problem here too is what the videos that I've been watching on TikTok today. I need to clear my search out. I
Hmm.
think, but I can't
Um,
do it because I'm streaming to TikTok right now,
Yeah.
to YouTube right
yeah,
now.
they said that once you do this, once you reset it, it's basically like having, restarting like your whole algorithm again, like when you first got on. So you're gonna have to basically nurture the
Oh, I
algorithm
don't want to
again.
do it. I don't want to do an algorithm. My
Okay.
my FYP is gold. I'm talking
Okay.
about the search. When you are looking at different videos and you might click on the search to
Hmm.
it keeps that history in your search history, and so TikTok shows you more of that, or it shows you to that audience. But I think I need to go clear that.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I need to go and clear that and
Okay.
make sure that I'm being shown to the right people. But like, I swear, I wish we can get some intellectuals in here, that can talk to us, or people who aren't scared. But I like
It's the
even like
same
thinking,
thing on political talk. Same type of people. I think they run in the same circles to be.
yeah.
Quick question. What was the name of that movie you just mentioned, Queen what?
It's a series, Queen Azinga. It's under the African Queens.
Is it on? You said on Netflix?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's really good. I liked it anyways.
Wait, is Shannon gonna come? Like, if Shannon is gonna come and talk to us, then we don't have to restart. Like, and then let me say this too. Like, for those of you that are deconstructing, this would be the place to bring your questions for us to do research online, right? If you are a nerd and you have questions about the text, about historical, this would be the place to do it, right? That's how we go into deeper conversations. I know a lot of people come here for like crash outs, but to me, like I think the one of the reasons why the live grew is because people were learning.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't want to cuss motherfuckers out. I'd rather talk to people who are going to make me think, and I
Mm-hmm.
might share some knowledge, you know, with you. Like I love it when people learn. Um, Knowledge is my high, so like I'd rather do that. And if I'm not like if that's not happening, that's when I like shut the live down because I'm like I can go and read a book. But so like don't if you are somebody that's deconstructing or if you are an atheist and like you got some information that you can share and we can research it live, like do that please. Um don't just sit and wait for us to talk to believers. And then like if y'all notice like this is one of the reasons why my live will never be believer focused ever.
Mm-hmm.
because they are afraid to research, they are afraid to question, and it stunts your growth. And so like when I say that I think that Jesus is the doorstop to mental development or moral development, I really feel that way because of
Yeah.
the fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the fear, and then to um stay in the with the same like uh law, like these bronze age texts, these bronze age concepts. Jesus represents that for me. And so if I have to bring it into reality, this is what it looks like, this is what it feels like for
Mm-hmm.
me. Like, so that's the best way that I can explain that. This live will never ever be Christian conversation focused ever.
Mm-hmm.
So when we don't have conversations, it ain't just on the Christians, it's on those of you deconstructing too.
Yep.
Yeah, Amber, do that. And then like I might like, and I try to make sure that I don't have people just coming up here randomly talking about random stuff. But if anybody has an idea on how I can integrate the ability for people to come up and introduce topics without the live running away, if that makes sense, um, I'm open to suggestions on that too. Um, I was watching Born Again Atheist's live yesterday, and she actually has sub night where the subs, which is what I was trying to do with Freeform Friday, and that didn't work. But she calls it sub night, and her subs come up. She like changes out the people that's deconstructing, and they can come up and participate in the live. So maybe something like that. Um, like I don't know. I just don't want to give too much conversational freedom to the
Mm.
FYP because then it'll just be the live will just go all every and it'll be like it'll frustrate the fuck out of me and be a waste of my time. But we'll figure it out. But that's what the dragons are for too. Like the dragons have a lot of benefit to come up and change topic. Um the blue butterflies have benefit to change topic. So I like honestly, I think some of this stuff we already have set up. It's just the people who are at those levels ain't using it.
Yeah, I think it's funny that we get a lot of participation from non-nerds that are using the nerd capacity, but we don't really get that many nerds to come up and do it.
Look, Leviticus Tech sitting there with a dragon badge.
Yeah,
Like we got this shit set up. But so we need y'all to start. Like
How many
I'm
dragons do we have? It's
I
gotta
don't
be
know.
a
We
lot
got a
of
lot
them.
of dragons.
army them.
And
Uh-huh.
y'all ain't, come on now.
Talking about I'm nervous. I don't know what to say. Like y'all been in here for a year. Oh, some of y'all been in here 2 years. Some of y'all
Yes.
dragons are 2 years old up in here. But like I be waiting for the day when there's a Christian on stage and I'm talking and like I'm having to cuss them out and a
It's not like
dragon
we could
send a
see you.
request. Right. Like a dragon send a request and join the conversation. Like I be waiting to see dragons say, "Hey, I have," like that. Honestly, I think another thing that causes Justin's live to be entertaining is because the audience talks to Justin
Hmm.
during the live, right? Like he does his through super chats. Um, Dragons have the ability to come on stage and ask the guest on stage a question, and I think that takes the conversation deeper. But y'all don't want to do it, so we'll figure it out. Let me end, and we'll be right back, y'all. It's eight
All right.
o'clock. All right,
All right.
YouTube. I'll be right back.